What's that spell? What's that spell? What's that spell? Well, come on, all of you big, strong men. Uncle Sam needs your help again. Got himself in a terrible jam way down yonder in Vietnam. Put down your books and pick up a gun. We're gonna have a whole lot of fun. And it's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. The next stop is Vietnam. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, there ain't no time to wonder why. Whoopee, we're all gonna die. Now come on, Wall Street, don't be slow. Why, man, this is war a go-go. There's plenty good money to be made, supplying the army with the tools of the trade. Just hope and pray that if they drop the bomb, they drop it on the Viet Cong. And it's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. The next stop is Vietnam. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, ain't no time to wonder why. Whoopee, we're all gonna die. Now come on, generals, let's move fast. Your big chance is here at last. Now you can go out and get those reds, cause the only good commie is one that's dead. And you know that peace can only be won when they're blowing them all the kingdom come. Sing it! 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. Louder! Vietnam. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up early gates. Well, I ain't no time to wonder why. What people are gonna die. Listen, people, I don't know how you expect to ever stop the war if you can't sing any better than that. There's about 300,000 of you fuckers out there. I want you to start singing. Come on. And it's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. The next stop is Vietnam. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, I ain't no time to wonder why. We're all gonna die. Now come on, mothers throughout the land. Pack your boys off to Vietnam. Come on, fathers, don't hesitate. To send your sons off before it's too late. Be the first one on your block to have your boy come home in a box. All right. 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. The next stop is Vietnam. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, ain't no time to wonder why. We're all gonna die. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Give me an F. Give me a U. Give me a C. Give me a K. What's that spell? 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 Well, come on, all of you big, strong men. Uncle Sam needs your help again. Got himself in a terrible jam way down yonder in Vietnam. Put down your books and pick up a gun. We're gonna have a whole lot of fun. And it's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. The next stop is Vietnam. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, there ain't no time to wonder why. Whoopee, we're all gonna die. Now come on, Wall Street, don't be slow. Why, man, this is war a go-go. There's plenty good money to be made, supplying the army with the tools of the trade. Just hope and pray that if they drop the bomb, they drop it on the Viet Cong. And it's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. The next stop is Vietnam. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, ain't no time to wonder why. Whoopee, we're all gonna die. Now come on, generals, let's move fast. Your big chance is here at last. Now you can go out and get those reds, cause the only good commie is one that's dead. And you know that peace can only be won when they're blowing them all the kingdom come. Sing it! 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. Louder! Vietnam. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up early gates. Well, I ain't no time to wonder why. What people are gonna die. Listen, people, I don't know how you expect to ever stop the war. If you can't sing any better than that, there's about 300,000 of you fuckers out there. I want you to start singing. Come on. And it's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. The next stop is Vietnam. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, I ain't no time to wonder why. We're all gonna die. Now come on, mothers throughout the land. Pack your boys off to Vietnam. Come on, fathers, don't hesitate. Send your sons off before it's too late. Be the first one on your block to have your boy come home in a box. All right. 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. The next stop is Vietnam. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, I ain't no time to wonder why. We're all gonna die. All right.
Welcome to the motherfucking show, folks. Thank you so much to Country Joe. Country Joe McDonald there. Thank you so much. Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. Hardest motherfucking channel on Twitch. Realest motherfucker on Twitch. Motherfucking king and not giving a fuck. If you're looking for real news, well, you fucking found it. Right at the bottom. This is the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism. We're here to fuck shit up. Big props to strategy member Clutch Cargo, Hetero Dodos, number 1 in the chat, Simply Steve. Hope you're having a good fucking day. Hope you're ready to go to war. Pete Hegseth is ready to send you. You know who I think should go first? Asmund motherfucking Gold. Asmund motherfucking Gold should be on that front line. Why don't we send that stinky motherfucker first, huh? That's what I think. Asmund Gold goes first. Asmund Gold goes first. Oh, he's stoked. He's stoked. He's talking about, my daddy wanted to go back to war. When the Gulf War started, my daddy gave him a call, asked him, how can I sign up again? Asmund Gold should go first. Send his ass to Iran. Got a funny one here from Woke Patriot.
Specials?
They've already scrubbed the YouTube of the Tech Bros deposition. Had to get rid of that. Judge allowed that shit to happen. You don't know what I'm talking about. It's these fucking sociopaths right here. Welcome back to Seneca. These fucking sociopaths. We got a little look at their deposition. Turns out they can't define. Sure they can't. Turns out they can't define the reasons why they were cutting USAID, the Department of Peace, all this other shit. They know. Anything that had to do with women, anything that had to do with black people, anything that had to do with gay people, anything that had to do with liberalism, progressivism, is quote-unquote DEI. That had to go. Only protected race, only protected ideas are white ones. And you look at these fucking sociopaths. You look at them and you understand who they are, what they're about. White supremacy. White supremacy. The master race. So that's what this is about. What if one of these sons of bitches was a waiter? Yeah, real funny, right? one of these guys working a regular Joe job. No, they'll be set for fucking life. The oligarchy will take care of them. Cushy jobs the rest of their life. Oh, you serve the empire. You serve fascism. Here's your free ride. But what if one was a waiter?
Sir, do you know the specials?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what they are?
Yeah, the specials are on the specials board at the front of the restaurant.
I thought you said you knew the specials.
Yeah.
So what are the specials?
I'll defer to the specials board.
So you don't know the specials. Can I get a dessert menu?
No, we canceled our dessert menu because it amplified marginalized flavors. We got rid of the vegetables list because we didn't like how it focused on only one specific food group. We don't offer black coffee anymore because it's inherently discriminatory.
How is offering black coffee inherently discriminatory?
I didn't say that.
You literally just said that. So what can I order?
Raw milk. You can get raw milk. We did offer water, but my understanding of offering water is that it does not benefit humankind.
How does water not benefit humankind?
Sorry, did I say water? I meant women.
Yeah. I don't know how much of the deposition I'll be able to show you. How much of it is still on Reddit. But in the span of less than 1 week, these videos were released on YouTube and then scrubbed. Is this the beginning of World War? Asks TLDR Global News. Let's find out.
US and Israel launched their war against Iran on the 28th of February. More than 20 countries in Europe and Asia have become militarily involved. All 6 Gulf Cooperation Council, or GCC states, plus Jordan, Cyprus, Turkey, Iraq and Azerbaijan, have been targeted by Iranian drones or missiles, while the UK, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands and Spain have sent warships to Cyprus and the Eastern Mediterranean as part of a European naval build-up. On top of that, Russia is reportedly providing Iran with intelligence to target US forces in the Middle East, while Ukraine is assisting the US and GCC countries with shooting down Iranian-made Shahed drones, which Russia has been using to attack Ukraine, connecting the 2 regional wars in Ukraine and Iran. So, in this video, we'll explain the network of countries currently involved in the Iran war, and discuss whether we're in the foothills of another world war. If you've read George Orwell's 1984, you might remember the book's 3 powerful superstates, covering today's US, Russia and China. In the latest issue of Our magazine, we consider how these Orwellian spheres of influence are taking shape, and whether we're entering a new age of empires. That's just one of 72 pages in the magazine, because as always, there's more to Too Long than you'd expect. Purchase your copy by clicking the link in the description.
$27 Canadian. I'm sure that's the only price that they can offer where they can make some money, but what the hell is up with the price of magazines? Anyone notice that? I went to the magazine rack recently. I'm like, what? $25 for Time magazine? It's the I feel like I'm fixing to die rag. I feel like I'm fixing to die rag. Here's the link. Apparently the family of Joe has asked that donations in Joe's name be sent to the Swords to Plowshares, giving veterans a fighting chance. Yeah, we're going to be needing these a whole lot more now.
First, we'll look at the roughly 20 countries that are militarily involved in the Iran war. Less than 2 weeks ago, the US and Israel launched joint airstrikes on Iran, killing Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and dozens of other Iranian leaders, with the stated aim of destroying Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities. According to Iran, the US-Israeli strikes have targeted over 10,000 civilian sites, including residential buildings and hospitals, killing more than 1,300 civilians so far. In retaliation, Iran launched a major regional assault, targeting US bases as well as civilian and oil infrastructure in the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE and Oman, as well as towards Jordan, Iraq and a UK military base in Cyprus, prompting the UK to send a warship and anti-drone helicopters to Cyprus. France, Germany, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands and Spain have also since deployed warships to the eastern Mediterranean, continuing a European naval buildup. Then, late last week, two more countries, Turkey and Azerbaijan, were also apparently attacked by Iran, although we should say Iran has denied responsibility for these strikes. This might just sound like another regional conflict in the Middle East, but new developments have now linked the Iran war to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Russia is reportedly providing Iran with intelligence to target US.
Welcome back, everybody. I see that view count flying up. I'm not used to that. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the News Underground. Gandalf, female eunuchs, everyone else, all you lurkers. Thanks for coming back.
Forces in the Middle East, while Ukraine is providing expertise in cost-effective drone interception to the US and Gulf states, to prevent the US from having to use up its expensive air defense systems. This intertwining of two nominally separate conflicts, the Russia-Ukraine war and the US-Israel-Iran war, is dangerous in and of itself, and has also left the South Caucasus countries of Azerbaijan, Armenia and Georgia, which are key transit and energy corridors linking Europe to Asia, caught in the middle, having to manage the heightened risks from two major neighbouring conflicts.
Yo, from the south of Boston, it's your motherfucking boy Lenny. Hashtag more Lenny. Make sure you're liking and subscribing, folks. Accidents waiting to happen. It's a great stream.
This rapid expansion of the war in Iran has led to some speculation that we might be in the opening phases of a third world war. This might sound melodramatic, but it's far from a fringe opinion. A Politico poll published last month and carried out before the war in Iran found that a plurality of American, Canadian, French and British respondents thought the outbreak of World War III was more likely than not within the next 5 years, with only Germans saying the opposite. And in December, NATO Secretary General
the irony, the unbelievable irony.
Mark Rutte ominously warned that Europe must be prepared for the scale of war our grandparents and great-grandparents endured. There's also been some speculation that, given the US is not just preoccupied in Iran, but is actively shifting military assets from the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East, that this might encourage China to try its luck in Taiwan in the near future, which would mean large-scale wars in most parts of the world. So, is this anxiety merited? Are we really in the foothills of World War III? Well, there are definitely causes for concern. The US and Russia, arguably two of the world's great military powers, are now fighting what essentially looks like proxy wars against one another in both Ukraine and Iran. 5 of the world's 9 nuclear powers, the US, Israel, the UK, France and Russia, are involved in some sort of conflict. And this is all happening against the backdrop of wider geopolitical insecurity, as the so-called rules-based order breaks down. In reaction to this newfound insecurity, countries are negotiating new military alliances with one another. You see this most clearly in the Middle East, where a number of...
Well, Clutch Cargo, that might have been true a couple days ago, but we just attacked Iran's crude oil facility on that island. We're going to cover that next. Apparently 90% of the crude that they process is from this island hub, so... I'm not sure how they're going to, I mean, the higher price of oil, of course, is going to benefit Russia. I think, what was it, $150 million a day so far that they're getting. But and I guess most of the oil was going to China. So, no, I take it back. You're right. No, this can help Russia.
Countries are worried about Israeli aggression and apparently no longer see the US as a reliable security guarantor. This seems to have at least partly motivated the recent defense pact between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, and there are now rumors that it might be expanded to include Turkey. The Saudis have also deepened security cooperation with Somalia and Egypt, while the UAE, the Saudis' regional rival, have responded by deepening security ties with Ethiopia and India, and Israel is apparently pushing for a new so-called hexagon of alliances, which would include Israel, India, Greece, and Cyprus.
No, poker would, that would, imply some kind of actual strategy. I mean, Trump, he sits at the poker table thinking he's playing Go Fish. I mean, he's completely in his own fucking universe. Maybe this has changed in the last couple days, but until, a couple days ago, he thought this was a fucking slam dunk. And that's why he was talking so cocky about Cuba. Imagine.
New alliances are a rational response to a deteriorating security situation. But this situation is also eerily reminiscent of what happened in the prelude to World War I, when European countries built complex webs of alliances in an attempt to create a stable balance of power on the continent. This is a massive simplification, but all of these overlapping alliances basically created a row of dominoes that started falling once Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. Russia then stepped in to defend its ally Serbia, Germany then stepped in to defend Austria-Hungary, France then stepped in to defend Russia, and Britain stepped in to defend Belgium when it got caught in between Germany and France, triggering a world war. Nonetheless, while things clearly don't look great, a third world war isn't necessarily inevitable, for at least 3 reasons. First, nuclear weapons still function as a ceiling on escalation. This explains why, for instance, Russia hasn't hit the US, the UK, or France, despite their support for Ukraine. Second, a world war would presumably require direct conflict between the US and another superpower. But Trump is such a big fan of both Putin and Xi that it's hard to imagine that happening at the moment. But third, and most importantly, the lessons of the past few years, or even decades, is that war doesn't work. America is finding this out in Iran right now, and should have really learnt from Afghanistan and Iraq. And contrary to what's often assumed, Russia's war in Ukraine
and we should have learned from Vietnam.
Has gone terribly for Putin. Russia failed to meet its maximalist objectives in the opening weeks of the war, and has now spent trillions of rubles and thousands of lives to make minimal territorial progress. Israel has had some impressive tactical successes in recent years, but these haven't translated into long-term gains.
So tired
Not
of
only is the war in
overlearning.
Iran not going to plan, but
I'm literally actually jealous of the people completely oblivious to all this. It's like ripping a Band-Aid off, or like pulling a tooth. Better if you don't see it coming, I guess.
Hamas is still in control of Gaza, and Hezbollah are putting up more of a fight than the Israelis apparently expected in Lebanon. As such, the hope must be that the miserly track record of war deters the world's leaders from dragging it into another global one. Now, if you'll want to binge watch our video,
Right, folks, make sure you're checking out TLDR. They're doing a great job. They really are kicking a lot of ass. Make sure you give them that like and subscribe. Once again, extremely intelligent people boiling down this extremely complex scenario into something that's digestible. It's a very valuable resource. So thank you, TLDR News, and make sure you're liking and subscribing, folks. Put the link there in the chat. Wrong button. Let's get an update from your boy in shipping.
Chips. Then we have these stories from G Captain.
He's got a lot to talk about lately. Our Hawaiian shirt-clad expert on shipping logistics. Let's get an update from your boy. What is it? What is his name? What's going on with shipping?
On this, the March 12th, 2026 edition of What's Going On with Shipping.
Cool, bro.
Shipping is a fire.
Cool, bro.
I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to this episode. So I am a bit distraught, I'm not going to lie, with the report I'm about to give you. Things are not good. I mean, I have not been this discouraged towards shipping.
We'll cover the 5,000. Maybe that number's changed since yesterday, but yeah, we're sending 5,000 Marines to the Gulf. You've heard correctly. Their mission scope is unclear. Is it actual boots on the ground or is it staging? I don't know. But if you think it stops with 5,000, oh boy. Whoopee!
In a long time. This video you see here was released of a unmanned surface vessel attack on 2 tankers at anchor off of Kuwait and Iraq. One of the tankers there is American owned. The other one that is nested up alongside is Greek owned. What you're seeing here is probably naphtha igniting and burning, and you're seeing from these vessels heading away probably the ships that were involved in executing the attack and bringing the drone or whatever type craft or mine was used to put up against the side of the vessel and initiate.
Right, and we're being told by the U.S. that they got this covered, but the enemy can just roll up next to a parked boat, blow it up, film it for social media, and then blast out of there without a single bit of worry. Right, and we're being told it's all good, it's all good. We got this locked down. But here's the reality of it. Iran can just roll right up. I mean, zero defense. Zero defense.
Surface vessel attack on 2 tankers at an attack on a Thai bulker that has led to 3 crew members going missing.
Yeah, and Gandalf is correct. There's an incredibly sophisticated censorship matrix being applied to the missile strikes that are hitting Israel right now. CBS, BBC, CNN, MSNBC are all participating in self-censoring any information coming out. Almost all information, I should say, almost. They're certainly not talking about it. It's not the #1 topic, but Israel is getting hit pretty goddamn hard. Iron Dome is failing in critical areas.
Saying all bad, all terrible. And then what we're seeing right now is literally panic. I don't know what to say here in terms of the administration scrambling, trying to come up with some sort of policy to deal with the absolute cork in the bottle that has now happened with shipping in the Strait of Hormuz.
Have some guts, says the Bone Spur pedophile. Have some guts. Roll through the strait so I can look good. Immediately, by the way, his son Barron was been given a break, given an excuse as to why he can't fight. It's so tiresome.
Get to hear from people on ships and get to hear from ship owners. And what they want is some sort of direction from the United States. What is happening and when can they get their ships moving? Where's going to be security? What are we going to do it? It has been absolutely a discouraging 24 hours here at what's going on with shipping, but we're going to try to overcome that and talk about what you need to know about shipping. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. So this is a story from Reuters. Explosive sea drones emerge as a new threat to tankers in the Gulf attacks. All right, first off, these are not new threats. I mean, we have seen these used by the Ukrainians in the Black Sea. We've seen them used by the Houthi in the Red Sea. There should be no surprise that they're using these level of attacks here. Naval drones have been used in at least 2 attacks on oil tankers in the Gulf since war erupted between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. The emergence of the use of explosive-laden unmanned surface vessels, which Ukraine had used with great effect in the war with Russia, comes as Iran threatens to block oil shipments from transiting the key Strait of Hormuz. We won't know that because there's been no oil movement through the Strait of Hormuz because everybody has locked in place. Because first, we had the insurance issue, which has been resolved largely. The second now is a security issue, which is on the onus of the United States to demonstrate that the area is clear. Again, I am not in favor of the U.S. being the policeman of the world, but the U.S. instigated the attack, and they bear some responsibility here to ensure that shipping is able to flow. I've used this analogy and I'll use it one more time here. If you look at the world ocean shipping system, it's like the circulatory system of the human body. We have pinched off the femoral artery of one of our legs, and you have a finite amount of time before you've got to get blood flowing again, or else you're going to cause permanent damage Or you may kill the system, but more than likely what you're going to wind up doing is hacking it off, and now you're crippled. That's the situation we find ourselves in. This story goes on. The first sea-based drone attack was on March 1st when a crude oil tanker, the MKD Viam, was hit about 44 miles off Oman. That resulted in the death of a crew member. And again, we have known that this style of attack is out there. And again, these should be able to be guarded against fairly easily. Helicopters, small boats, patrols should be able to spot these things. And
no, so the reason why we're not seeing Navy boats and helicopters and U.S. helicopters and stuff out there is because they don't want to increase the amount of dead troops. They don't want any reports of helicopters getting shot down, of boats getting shot at. It's very Trumpian how he wants, only people that, won't necessarily negatively affect him are being put in danger. But he doesn't want to make himself look bad.
Be able to eliminate them. But right now, the U.S. military is focused on offensive operations and not defensive operations because, in truth, they don't have enough forces in place to do both. So if you want to understand about uncrewed explosive boats, the guy you go to is H.I. Sutton over at Covert.
Right. So he gets into more details here. He's very knowledgeable, gets into the weeds here. I don't have time for that shit. Give him the like, give him the subscribe. You want to check out more details, there you go. U.S. deploys 5,000 troops. Got anything a little bit more recent? 21 hours ago, 1 day ago. $20 hours ago, 22 hours ago. All right, whatever.
It is being reported that the United States is preparing to send additional forces to the Middle East as the war with Iran enters its third week. Thousands of U.S. Marines are expected to be sent, though it's not yet clear how they would be deployed. President Trump said today that the Islamic Republic will be hit very hard over the next week. Let's go straight to Washington and our State Department correspondent Tom Bateman. What more do we know about these deployments?
Sophie, this is a deployment of the USS Tripoli, which is an amphibious assault ship, alongside up to 5,000 troops, about half of which it is thought will be US Marines. Now, this is a task force that is trained in things like carrying out amphibious landings, securing maritime chokeholds. So exactly the kind of situation that the global shipping industry is currently facing in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this is not a public official announcement by the Trump administration, but is being briefed by US officials tonight. This task force is currently in Japan. It would take them about...
Look at this fucking toolbox over here. Doing a social media update or some shit.
2 weeks to reach the Middle East.
Yeah, Clutch Cargo, we have assaulted, and I guess that's what these troops are for, is to occupy this island. For some goddamn reason, I guess it made logistical sense to use this island for this purpose, but apparently Iran was doing a lot of its crude oil refining on this island. It kind of makes sense, right, for the ships to roll up, right? But apparently 90% of their refining was happening on this island. I think that was the case, which is, nice, juicy, single point of failure. Smart one from the Iranian theocracy there. Crude storage. Okay, it's not refining, it's storage. Okay, thank you for that correction. Good stuff. Smart. Nice little point of failure there.
At the same time, US bombing raids have continued into Iran all day. I was in a briefing earlier with Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, saying this would be the highest number of strikes today, and US Central Command releasing pictures of nighttime bombing raids by B-2 stealth bombers. At the same time, President Trump is continuing to threaten escalation to the Iranian regime. Meanwhile, the message for Americans back at home has been very much about him dictating the course of this conflict. He was asked today, when would it be over?
Yeah, and he said, when I feel it in my bones. When I feel it in my bones. It's farcical. It's every day. It's a new in tragedy. Every day, it's an assault on the collective intelligence of humanity.
He said soon. He said this will end when he feels it in his bones.
Clutch.
Tom Bateman, thank you. Well, the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth
hetero.
said the U.S. and Israel have so far hit 15,000 targets since the war began 2 weeks ago tomorrow. The United States is now offering a $10 million reward for anyone with information about the...
I've been calling you hetero. Your name says hero. Reading. I do it sometimes.
...whereabouts of Iran's leaders. America claims that Iran's new supreme leader is in hiding, wounded, and likely disfigured after...
Yeah, apparently dude's got his leg blown off. But it's like, it doesn't matter. He gets wasted, they're just going to put in another one. That's how theocracies work. God.
After the initial strikes that killed his father and other members of his family. The U.S. says Iran's Air Force, Air Defense and Navy have been completely destroyed. And you can see here the extent of the strikes by the U.S. and Israel. Our diplomatic correspondent Caroline Hawley has our story now.
From an embattled Iranian regime today, a show of defiance. Loyalists came out in large numbers, just as their new supreme leader had asked. And many carried his image, though Mujtaba Khamenei himself has still not been seen.
And ironically, this is what Trump wants. This is how Trump wants to be treated, like some religious figure. It's sick. It's sick, man. These theocracies, they'll never fucking learn. And it's not like we helped the case by, giving them the perfect enemy. Anybody that was, close to power or in power that was advocating for cooperating with the West looks like a damn fool because of us, because of Israel. So I'm not saying the entire West has, is to blame for these theocratic regimes, but we don't help. We don't help one bit.
Khamenei himself has still not been seen. In Washington, the Secretary of Defense said the US and Israel had now hit 15,000 targets around Iran, that its military had been decimated.
Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do.
God. He's so exhausting. He's so fucking exhausting.
We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured.
But state-run TV showed Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, out on the streets today, even looking relaxed. And another very powerful figure in the regime who had a message for Donald Trump.
The problem with Trump is that he's not intelligent enough to understand that Iranians are a mature and strong and determined nation. The more pressure he exerts, the stronger our nation's willpower will become.
So, they made a geopolitical calculation that, it was better to destabilize the economy, the oil markets, to their tourism. It was better to destabilize these Gulf countries than it was to work with them. Because I was asking, like, what are you doing? Like, why? What is the, and I assumed it was just vengeance. But no, it was a calculated geopolitical strategy. It's a gamble. like any strategy, it's a gamble. But what we are seeing is that these Gulf countries are blaming the West. They're blaming Israel. They're blaming the United States for, basically forcing Iran to make this decision. They're not happy with anybody, but the pressure they're applying, right, from UAE, from Qatar, on the West. I assume that was the idea, that was the plan from Iran.
This is the Al-Quds rally, held every year to oppose Israel.
Yeah, clutch.
Suddenly, on the left of this image, an explosion nearby. Another airstrike took place as state-run TV was interviewing Iran's hardline head of the judiciary. People are not afraid of these attacks, he says. We will not back down in any way. But many Iranians are very afraid as the human cost of this war and the humanitarian consequences grow. This was footage released by the Iranian Red Crescent today.
It's a residential neighborhood with a narrow alley. Rescuers are working to find anyone still alive as quickly as possible.
The Red Crescent says nearly 20,000 homes have now been damaged, along with businesses, schools, and 16 of its own facilities. Iranians are continuing to flee. More than 3 million of them have left their homes so far, according to the UN. At Turkey's border with Iran, one man said bombs were raining down on his homeland. Near the central city of Isfahan, one glimpse into the intensity of the bombardment. The man filming is clearly happy to see regime targets hit.
Coming soon to a country near you.
Duck down, someone says, as airstrike follows airstrike. And Donald Trump says Iran will continue to be hit very hard.
Jesus, is happening all around him. All around him.
Hawley, BBC News.
Well, overnight, British Typhoon jets flew air defence operations over Bahrain for the first time, and multiple drones were also shot down by a British counter-drone unit in the region. The Gulf has borne the brunt of attacks from Iran. RAF Typhoon and F-35 jets are now flying defensive sorties over many of the Gulf states to protect British interests and people. In Oman, state media said 2 people died after security forces intercepted a drone near an industrial area. And in the United Arab Emirates, a building in Dubai was damaged in the financial district after debris hit a building after a drone was shot down. And tonight, police in the capital, Abu Dhabi, said 45 people have been arrested for filming and spreading misinformation on the attacks.
Don't you love it? Don't you love it? Even when it's like counterproductive. The knee-jerk reaction is censorship.
Well, the impact of the war on oil supplies has seen petrol prices in the UK hit their highest level.
So I wanted to show this. This is relevant. Wanted to show this clip. Apparently, this was Austin yesterday.
Look at this.
At the air. Oh no. Okay, this is at the airport. Sorry, I thought that was a different clip. Sorry.
For 18 months, and diesel is at its highest since November 2023, according to the motoring organisation, the RAC. Today, the Chancellor met representatives from the Petrol Retailers Association who accused the government of using inflammatory language about profiteering from the crisis. They said...
Okay, we'll get to that later, maybe. Wanted to show this here. The propaganda is thick. You might have heard this phrase, short-term pain for long-term gain. Someone want to tell me what the long-term gain is, but... it reeks of the Iraq War, to the folks that weren't alive back then or were in their diapers back then. It's very, very similar to the Iraq and Afghanistan buildup, except they're kind of speed running it. We had like 2 years of this before they actually put boots on the ground. And Donald Trump is kind of just playing catch up now, but this is what it looks like when the corporate oligarchy owns major swaths of the media.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers.
We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary, short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short-term.
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 Short-term, short-term, and long-term.
Short-term blip. Hopefully this is a short-term pain. Short-term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefits.
Some short-term.
Long-term benefits. And what one of these benefits? Iran won't have nuclear weapons. You know that thing that they weren't going for, that they had no desire to own? And that's supposed to help us somehow. You know what would actually help us? If Iran had nuclear weapons. Yeah. Yeah, because then we wouldn't be fucking with them. And that's a fact.
Pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain.
Now, for the history buffs out there, I got a video for you. Some might remember when Eminem won World War II for us. I think it's time we bring Eminem back out for a rap battle with Donald Trump, maybe a Bibi Netanyahu rap battle. I just thought I'd show this clip from a World War II documentary here.
Few battles in the course of world history have been as decisive as the rap battle that took place between Hitler and Eminem.
I'll never forget this. I wasn't born then, but I'll never forget it.
In April of 1945. With the Soviets on the doorstep of Berlin and the rest of the Allies closing in from the west, Hitler and his entourage knew that the only last alternative to winning the war.
It's good, it's good to delve into history once in a while. I'll look at your clip in a second.
A decisive rap battle victory that would force the Allies to sue for peace.
It looked embarrassing.
Together in his Führer bunker, Hitler began preparing sick beats with his propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, to ensure a quick rap victory.
They got the NFT monkey.
In order to neutralize the threat of an Axis buzzer-beater upset victory, the Allies dispatched Private Eminem of the 8th Mile Infantry Unit, known for his potent freestyle rapping abilities. Eminem arrived in the besieged city of Berlin on April 30th, 1945, where he met Hitler at the ruins of the Olympic Stadium in front of a small crowd. Hitler began the rap battle by shouting out his homies on the Eastern Front, and then hit Eminem with the following lyrics. Every Frau trying to get in my pants. I'll conquer you like I conquered France.
Oh.
You try to guard me, but you'll get Dunkirked on.
Damn.
I'll make you flee like you're gonna do at Saigon.
Goddamn.
But Eminem swung back at Hitler and responded with, you claim you bowl hard, but you only got one ball.
Oh.
Your handles are so weak, you couldn't even keep goal.
Goddamn.
You think yourself a Caesar, but I ain't seen no crown.
Don't do it, Em.
Your bars be leaving me as dissatisfied as Ava Brown.
Holy shit.
Hitler fumbled in his response, unprepared for how personal the attacks would get. Eminem quickly pressed his advantage by finishing Hitler with the following. You tried to go to art school, but your paintings were straight bad.
Facts.
After 4 years of being schooled by Russia, I'd say you're a stolen grad.
Whoa!
In the end, the lyrics would prove to be too much for Hitler, and he lost all hope for victory. Later that day, he would decide to end it all, along with a number of his ghostwriters.
I'll never forget I'll never forget. There you go. There's your little history lesson for the day. Let's see what Iron's link here is.
While Trump was out of office, his kids figured out a way to make money that didn't involve slapping their family name on golf courses. It involved Monopoly money with their dad's.
Right. I mean, this, the crypto thing. I mean, this is almost quaint compared to what he's doing to us. But yeah, he's grifting the office, the pay-to-play pardons, the crypto, the settlements. There's another settlement coming. Apparently, he's going to get another $10 billion for some settlement for something. ABC hooking him up with dough. And it's funny, he's like, it really shows the mental illness. Oh, I'm glad you like the idea. Welcome. But it really shows the mental illness, right? Because he's scrambling to steal as much money as possible. Welcome back, German. Why? Why is he scrambling to steal as much money as possible? Why? He's 3 seconds away from the grave. But I need the money. I need more. I need more. I want to be the top. I want my number to be bigger than the other guys. Jeff makes me nervous. I need more money than Jeff.
Face on it. No, not really. Or
yeah, funny stuff. I like Legal Eagle. She's great. I thought I'd remind folks. We'll get to it later. Nihilism is a cancer spreading throughout the world. It's destroying societies. We should be at war with nihilism. The long and short of it. There's a government shutdown happening. If anyone remembered that, that's still happening. So this was apparently the airports that depend on the TSA. Unlike San Francisco airport and I think some other California airports who hire their own security. Apparently the lines are not bad at all, but because of the situation with TSA not getting paid, these TSA agents calling in sick, right? Not working because they're not going to get a paycheck. Can you really fucking blame them? This is the situation at the Austin airport. This is a line reaching out to the parking lot, to the fucking parking lot. I'm just going home. I'm sorry, Grandma, and your funeral. I'm going home. I'm not doing this. 5:30 in the morning, standing out in a fucking airport parking lot, to maybe get in the airport 6 hours later. I'm going home, dude. I want a refund.
Oh my gosh. Look at this. Y'all, this is the airport.
I'm going home.
This is the airport TSA. Oh my goodness.
Right, and the Republicans, they look at this and they smile because then they go on social media. Nihilism is a product of capitalism. It's not the only source, but yeah, I mean it's safe to say that unregulated, unfettered, uncontrolled capitalism creates nihilism and in a way can benefit from it. But no, Republicans look at this and they smile. And no, it's not that they don't want you to travel. It's just that they think this is a big political win because what do? They go on social media and say it's the Democrats' fault. Because, and it's like the Democrats are in a rock and a hard place because if they fight like people want them to, this is the result. Right? Yeah, somehow it's Biden's fault. But if they fight, this is what it looks like when you fight against Republican fascism and they shut everything down like petulant children, making everyone suffer around them. But then, of course, the Republicans can convince a lot of dummies that you're the reason why this is happening.
Y'all, if you're going to the airport, this is the line. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Wow. Where's the fucking latest news, man? 19 hours ago? 20 hours ago? 15 hours ago? Yeah, all right. Let's do WION. I love Indian news. Yeah.
On the breaking news that's coming in, this is related to the U.S. strike on the Kharg Island. Iranian media is reporting that more than 15 explosions were heard on the island during these attacks. Iran's Fars media has cited sources on the ground and is saying that the strikes targeted multiple targets, which included Iranian Army's air defense, the Jishan Naval Base, that is the airport control tower, and the flat continent helicopter hangar during the attacks. The report has even indicated that thick smoke could be seen rising from the same island. The sources also state...
Hey, Iron, can you do me a favor? Find me a clip of some of the strikes that are hitting Israel.
That none of the oil infrastructures were damaged in these attacks. So this is the latest coming in. In fact, earlier President Trump had announced the bombing first, in which he'd stated that the attack was very much part of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of West Asia. He had even...
Energy hamster. Just because your average Republican doesn't identify as a fascist doesn't mean that they don't support fascism. It just means that they're ignorant to what they're supporting.
Said that U.S. stopped short of bombing the oil infrastructure on the island and had warned that this could very much change if Iran or anyone else interferes with the free and safe passage of ships, that is through the Strait of Hormuz. So that is the latest that is coming in with respect to the explosions that were heard in Iraq's capital, Baghdad, after two strikes targeted Iran-backed group that killed two members, including a key figure. Iranian media reporting that over 15 explosions were heard on this very island, the Kharg Island.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let me see if the video I have queued up about these sociopaths is still here. Yeah, good thing. So this is the kind of shit that these Doge staffers were saying. And this is why a judge had to scrub the internet of their comments to protect their reputations. Because that's important. Listen to this.
ChatGPT's assessment here that a documentary is DEI if it explores historical events that significantly impacted black civil rights.
Right. So their definition, of course, of DEI is anything black, anything gay, anything woman. No, you guessed wrong. We're not all quote-unquote Democrats. I'm a democratic socialist who would love to see the Democratic Party turn inside out. We need to primary about 90% of the corporate Democrats that exist. It's complicated when it comes to the Democrats because we're in a rock and a fucking hard place, aren't we? We got a electoral system that, first past the post in a lot of cases, forcing us to choose between overt, proud fascism and corporate neoliberalism. Right? So here's this idiot's definition of DEI, right? Because we're killing, we're deleting documentaries, we're deleting groups that are supposed to help support gay people, black people, women. And they did it under the auspices of DEI and killing DEI. So what the fuck is it then? Slick, what is DEI to you?
Yes. Okay. Why would that be DEI?
It's focused on a singular race. It is not for the benefit. It is not for the benefit of humankind. It is focused on a specific group of, or a specific race. Here being black.
Why would learning about anti-black violence not be to the benefit of humankind?
Objection.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, then what are you saying?
I'm saying it relates to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
You said it's not to the benefit of humankind, right?
I love that. How many times have you had arguments with right-wingers who say some absolutely atrocious shit, and then they give you one of these. They give you one of these. I didn't say that. What? I didn't say that. Literally within 20 seconds of his statement. How is that not to the benefit of humankind? I didn't say that.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, then what are you saying?
I'm saying it relates to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
You said it's not to the benefit of humankind, right?
Is that what I said?
Yeah. Could you read back the witness's response about?
I love this in a court of law, under a deposition here, right? The lawyer asks the person keeping record here, what's the name, the stenographer or whatever. Could you read back this person's sociopathic comments?
Benefits to humankind.
And he just has to sit there like a little bitch, right? Because normally what would they do? Filibuster, grandstand, insult. They won't shut the fuck up, right? If this was a Piers Morgan interview, quote-unquote interview with 6 other clowns, blah, 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 blah. I didn't say that, and you're being anti-Semitic, and blah, blah, blah. No, he's got to sit there like the little punk-ass bitch that he is and wait for the record to be played back. So this is sped up. He's not having some kind. He's not. His motor functions aren't malfunctioning.
Question: why would that be DEI? Answer: it's focusing on a.
You know, I'm getting sick of you, dude. Quit trying to qualify the chat. Quit trying to qualify the fucking stream. Who'd you guys vote for? Are you guys all Democrats? What are you looking for? A fucking safe space, huh? You looking for a happy little a little hug box? How about you sit down and do some fucking learning? You looking for a right wing? What, you saw a beard? You thought I'm a right fucking winger? I'm not. We're not. Are you satisfied? No, you're not. You're not trying to understand shit. You're trying to see if this is a safe space. I know what the fuck you're doing.
Singular race. It is not for the benefit of humankind. It is focused on a specific group or a specific race, here being black.
So, what do you mean by not for the benefit of humankind?
Oh, I didn't really mean it that way.
That's a very subjective. The way that I phrased it there wasn't exactly what I meant. It is focused on a specific subset of race, and therefore it relates to DEI.
Okay.
And here's the thing. They're so fucking careful about what they're trying to say. They know what their definitions of these words are. They know what the fucking definitions of these words are. If it's not white, it's bad. They're white supremacists. That's what the definition is. If it has anything to do with people that aren't white, that aren't Christian, then it's got to go. Because that's the idea. And he fucking knows it. And that's why he's tiptoeing around this stuff, trying to be careful with his words, but stumbling over it in a legal setting.
I'm not suggesting that this is not for the betterment of humankind. That was a misphrasing.
Oh, yeah. Misphrasing. Cute. Check out this one. So, do you regret taking money from programs that may have led to people dying? No. It was more important to reduce the deficit from $2 trillion to almost nothing. Right? Because that's what this was under, right? Savings. With the assumption that this money was going to go back in our fucking pocket. We're talking about shit right now, okay? You want to have some other fucking conversation, go somewhere fucking else. Don't you see I'm trying to talk about shit? I got topics, I got links, I got clips. You want to have some other fucking conversation about fucking, you know, whatever the fuck. We support democracy. We're progressives. You know, I personally am a democratic socialist. Can we get back on fucking topic, please? Jesus fucking Christ. Go do your own fucking stream. You want to have these conversations. I would love to see more than two parties represent the American people. I would love to do that. We have to start somewhere, though. Where does that start? Electoral reform. We got to destroy the Electoral College to make third parties viable. But we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about these Doge sociopaths cutting aid to, USAID, causing hundreds of thousands of people to fucking starve. That's what we're fucking talking about. So anyway, do you regret cutting, money from these programs that cause people to starve and die? No. It was more important to save the government money. And did you do that? No. No, I didn't. And of course, their excuse is that, well, we just weren't allowed to go harder. We weren't allowed to be more merciless. Then we would have done that. And the savings, who gets the savings? Where does this money go? Where's the money go, huh? It's supposed to go right back in our pockets. That's the assumption. But they never promised that. Never once did I hear any of these idiots promise that. Oh, $2 trillion, $2 trillion. Some fucking figure that Elon Musk pulled out of his fucking Nazi hole. And that's somehow supposed to make it all better. It didn't make it better for us. Didn't make it better for the people that were benefiting from these programs. Millions of people. Check this out. I already showed this once, but I'll show it again.
Time to shrink myself down and hide inside a stinky old shoe. That one.
Trust me, this is relevant.
When the foot gets placed in the shoe. Oh, no, you don't. Not again. Uh-oh. No more sniffing and licking for you. I'm putting you in the kettle.
Trust me, it's relevant. No, we can't send Trump's son to war because he immediately applied for some waiver or some reason not to get sent. That's already happened. That was priority number one because he knew his ass was going to war. So no, Barron isn't going to war. Asmongold and Barron should be on the fucking front lines, but they'll be nowhere close to it.
Now that I'm a vapor, I can see the interconnectedness of all things. I do not end at self, for the boundaries of self are an illusion.
This is relevant.
The air that I breathe is me. The light that I see is me. The feet that I sniff are my own.
I do recognize the irony that I was just yelling at somebody about staying on topic and then I'm playing this video, but trust me, it's now going to get relevant.
Elon Musk's dismantling of U.S. aid has, over the last year, directly resulted in more than 800,000 deaths. The majority of those deaths were children. A peer-reviewed study published in The Lancet estimates that there will be an additional 9.4 million deaths by 2030 if these cuts aren't reversed. Elon Musk is one of the greatest mass murderers of all time.
Right. I'm not done. I got one more to show you. But, right, this was supposed to save us money. 500,000 dead fucking kids. Supposed to save us money. They didn't save us shit. The number one priority was to steal our data, Social Security data. Over 350 million people had their Social Security data stolen or more. Sold to the highest fucking bidder. Here's one more.
Good morning. On behalf of the Democratic Party, I welcome you to what I'm told is now the world's largest mass child grave. You can see the children piled up behind us. It's kind of frightful in a way, seeing them all stacked up like that. We apparently didn't dig quite deep enough, and the smell is, well, it is what it is. These children, 500,000 or so, are the unfortunate victims of the gutting of USAID, which, I should add, we at the Democratic Party had nothing to do with. That was all troublesome Trump and businessman Elon Musk. Naughty, naughty. But we at the Democratic Party know our role as the opposition in these troubling times, so we thought the least we could do is, dig a big hole to dump the children in and give them a proper burial, you know? I personally thought it would be nice to honor these
not stop it, not do everything they can to prevent it or reverse it, not promise to reverse it, but dig a big hole for the kids.
Children and their courageous sacrifice, with some parting words from people across the political spectrum. After all, there's never a better time than the present to reach across the aisle and find common ground. Sorry about that. They're, still adding children to the pile. About 1,400 a day, I'm told. Really should have dug deeper. Anyway, our first speaker is from, let's see, the Tea Party. Wow, vintage. I didn't realize any of them were still around. Well, give it up for our Tea Party speaker.
Thank you. I should say right off the bat, I'm not a member of the Tea Party. I'm a communist. Our requests to speak here were mysteriously denied until we said we were from the Tea Party. So there it is. All I really wanted to say here was, I got no love for Donald Trump or Elon Musk. But you know what? I think they did the right thing taking down USAID. It was a corrupt arm of United States imperial power. And the world.
And this is a stance that tankies often take when it comes to USAID and other attempts by the United States military to, use soft power to gain influence, right? They frame, feeding people and helping people as just another arm of U.S. imperialism. And there's some truth to it, but there's also the truth of, these people getting help, these people getting food. So ironically, what do we see? An agreement, an alliance between tankies and fascist Elon Musk, who has killed 500,000 kids in 1 year.
The world is better off without it. I mean, obviously, I don't like all the dead children. That goes without saying. But you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. I think we got some of the parents here in the audience, right? My condolences. None of this is your fault. The United States intentionally made you reliant on our help to survive, but in the long run, you'll see that it was actually good that help was taken away. Even if it was, done rather quickly. Without anything to replace it. God, that is a lot of kids.
All right, you've had more than enough time.
Yeah, I know the drill.
Up next, I'm very pleased to present a good friend of mine, a fine fellow and kind soul, and today's representative from the Republican Party.
Right, remember that person talking who just shooed away the communist and said a kind soul is a Democrat.
Thank you. I just want to set the record straight. The United States of America should not be sending its money overseas unless it's via the military. The $30 billion a year that was being spent on USAID is much better used solving problems at home. And that's why the savings from cutting foreign aid have gone right into ICE's $75 billion budget increase. ICE, baby! It is not the job of the United States to solve foreign problems. Now, some cultural Marxists out there might say many of those problems are ones we caused in the first place. And the three ghosts who visit me every Christmas might say the common welfare is everyone's business. But to them, I say, no.
Thank you. Inspiring words. The Republican, everyone. Our next speaker is a true free thinker, a real thought leader. I'm so happy to have him here. Please give a warm welcome to tonight's centrist.
All right, before I begin, I just want to make this absolutely clear. I am not a Holocaust denier. The Holocaust happened. 10 million murdered in concentration camps, 6 million of them Jews. I do not in any way dispute this. It's just, you know, sometimes I say something and people start asking if I'm a Holocaust denier, so I wanted to get ahead of it this time. I don't think the numbers are right for the USAID deaths. Yeah, I've seen the studies, I've seen the reporting, I've seen the crying parents. I just have some disputes with the methodology, you know? And yeah, there's, all the little kid bodies piled up back there or whatever, but is that really 500,000? Those numbers are sensationalist. Like, yeah, 500,000.
Right. And just like the centrists would, questioning the methodology, questioning the numbers, instead of fighting back, instead of doing anything substantive, being a wallflower and injecting doubt instead of coming up with solutions or putting their weight and energy behind organizations that would help prevent this. They consider this helping.
Dead children is a tragedy, but think about it. What if it's only 100,000? What if it's only 50,000? You expect me to get out of bed for 50,000 dead kids? Give me a break. That's all I gotta say. The Holocaust, though, that was real. I am not a Holocaust denier.
Thank you so much. What a luminary. We have one final guest who has very kindly flown in from their headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. May I present to you a representative from the American Nazi Party.
Thank you. Now, I am a Holocaust denier, and I agree with everything the previous speaker said. In fact, I'm hard-pressed to find anything to disagree with from any of today's speakers. Right. So, you know, Heil Hitler, keep up the good work, everyone.
Pretty good stuff, huh? That's from Film Cow. Make sure you like and subscribe. But isn't that interesting? Corporate neoliberals, tankies, Republicans, centrists, all find common ground with overt fascists. Isn't that interesting how that's working now? This is a perfect encapsulation, this video, of the current political paradigm that we're all dealing with. All these elements serving themselves. Meanwhile, the dead kids pile up. And they all find different ways to justify it or ignore it. Question its validity. Hope you enjoyed that. I was showing some pictures here. Joe Rogan, big fucking smile with a diaper-filling pedophile. And now he's like, oh, I don't know. This is not what I voted for. This is what I voted for. I don't know about this. This is what you voted for, Joe, you useful fucking idiot. You're the absolute definition of useful idiot. You know that, Joe? Beaming, absolutely beaming. Oh, I don't know about this UFC fight on the lawn of the White House. Oh, I don't know about that. It's not going to make me look very good. It's not going to be good for my image. Oh, I'm going to pretend it's a security thing. No. I don't want to talk about how Donald Trump is ruining my career, ruining my image. Remember a year ago when things were based? Thought I'd point this out as well. Frankie Muniz from Malcolm in the Middle, apparently proud Republican, shaking the hand of Joe Arpaggio, however the fuck you say his name, from Arizona, one of the most fascistic law enforcement officials. As you can see, goddamn gun right there on his tie. Proud fascist. Is he a judge? Yeah, no, he's a sheriff. Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Here's Frankie fucking Muniz. Came to his office to show support. Went out of his way to go shake the hand of an anti-democratic fascist. Remember that next time you think about buying one of his products. Yeah, I used to watch Malcolm in the Middle too. We all did. Good show. Thanks for ruining it, Frankie. Won't be watching that again. Let's see this ABC News clip.
President Trump's fair.
I'm curious what ABC actually shows of this deposition in this 3-minute clip. Of course, ABC owned by right-wing fascists, Disney Corporation, and many other subsidiaries, many other parts of that tentacle, parts of that octopus. I'm curious how they frame this. These dead-eyed sociopaths who are clearly racist, clearly fascists. Curious how they cover this.
President Trump's farewell to Elon Musk. What Elon Musk acknowledged today, Musk also explaining his black eye. Also tonight here, the Supreme Court handing the president a major victory on immigration and what President Trump said when
he... Is this old? Is this even about the fucking...
Musk says...
This isn't even about it. Fuck off. This isn't even about the fucking thing. Why are you putting this completely unrelated video? It's just... What a useless fucking website. Yeah, anyway. I think that's all I got about the fucking Doge boys. And I guess that's all we're allowed to talk about now. They scrubbed it. They scrubbed it off of YouTube. Here's an economic update from MS Now. Corporate news. They had an opportunity to separate themselves somewhat.
Politics and investors.
MS Now. They had an opportunity to go harder, be more progressive. They haven't changed a fucking thing on MS Now since changing from MSNBC. They're still bringing up Claire McCaskill, asking her what her opinion is. They've changed absolutely fucking nothing. In the face of oblivion, in the face of getting completely blown out of the water by fascists, you know what's going to happen here? This is what's going to happen to these fucking fools. Brendan Carr is like just a few weeks away from removing their broadcast license, and they still do the both sides. They still don't talk about activism. They don't talk about fighting this. Skirting around various topics, refusing to call Republicans liars. And here's Brendan Carr. Broadcasters that are running hoaxes and news distortions lie. Also known as the fake news, and what's defined as fake news, whatever Brendan Carr and Donald Trump define as, have a chance to now correct course before their license renewals come up. And of course, what's correct course? Have more overt Republican fascist propaganda. The law is clear. Broadcasters must operate in the public interest or they will lose their licenses if they do not. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. So even in the face of total fucking oblivion against a fascist dictatorship, they're still soft touching. It's still soft touch. Haven't changed a fucking thing. More lies. This whole fucking statement's a bunch of lies. Still supporting the neoliberal establishment, still refusing to criticize or tell the truth about the Kamala Harris campaign. So it's like, when they do get deleted, I'm not going to be feeling that bad for them. You know? I'm really not going to be feeling that fucking bad for them. Because while they're not fake per se, they are failing at the task of journalism. That's objectively true. Because they don't lie directly like a Fox News does. They lie by omission. It's the things that they don't talk about. They have all this time and all these resources, yet they laser beam focus on certain things. You know, I haven't even seen them really bring up the latest Jeffrey Epstein stuff. They're still relegating that to the weekend guy, the B team, right? The latest statements, the proof that we're seeing that 13-year-old statements about, Donald Trump forcing her head down to his penis, and then she either bit it or bit his leg or something, and then he hit her. They're not even covering that. They're staying away from certain topics that might make the Republican Party look too bad. You got CNN over here still bringing up Scott Jennings to both sides issues where there is no fucking both sides. So when Brendan Carr finally wipes these fucking networks off the map, and it's just us that's left, Kyle Kulinski and TYT, and yeah, we're going to be talking about TYT next. The Humanist Report put out a great video calling TYT out. It's like, I'm not going to feel that bad. Because they will never fucking learn. Even in the face of oblivion, of being obliterated and destroyed by a fascist dictatorship, they still keep this corporate style, both sides bias. They even refuse to criticize the U.S. military. It's like, well, the military is doing a great job. It's just, Donald Trump's telling them to do bad things. So it's not like I agree with Brendan Carr and his definition of who these people are, but it's like, they're not fucking real news either. And of course, I'm not saying TYT is quote unquote real news. I mean, it's like, well, they're more real news than MSNBC or MS Now, but we're going to get into it next. We're going to do some talking about TYT, my favorite topic. But anyway, this was a somewhat useful discussion about the economic situation that we're in. It's like, they still have value. It's not the stuff that they talk about. Because oftentimes, if they're talking about a subject, they do a decent job. Somewhat. Depending on the topic. Like in this case. It's the lying by omission. It's what they don't talk about. Ford, I've talked about the Trilateral Commission. I've talked about how this was, bomb Iran from John McCain. Yeah, this goes way back. This was part of the plan. If Iraq and Afghanistan weren't such a quagmire, Iran would have been next. And it's all under the behest of Israel. This is all about Israel, believe it or not. This is what Israel wants. It's just a coincidence that we're attacking all of Israel's enemies. Why is Donald Trump doing this? Because they got some shit on him. Israel. They got the tapes. They got the Jeffrey Epstein. They probably have the tape of him getting his dick bit by the 13-year-old. They got the fucking tapes. And it was sold to Donald Trump, hey, you know, they're going to force you to do this anyway. We can make you look like a war hero. We can make you look like a big tough guy like with Venezuela. That was a big success. It'll be just like Venezuela, sir. It'll be just like Venezuela. In and out. No one gets killed. And then you get to declare victory, even though that's not true. You could also stuff your pockets with a bunch of stolen, shit too. Like you did in Venezuela. Remember when you stole the oil tanker? Put all the money in a private slush fund? More shit that MSNBC doesn't talk about, by the way. 24/7 this network plays. 24/7. Yet they can only find the time to talk about 3 subjects, maybe. And they scratch the fucking surface at that. You're more likely to get a team of right-leaning corporate centrists than you are progressives. I did see Ari Melber, what the fuck his name is, do an interview with Mehdi Hassan from Zateo, probably the best independent media organization we have right now, Zateo. But of course, weekend wasn't prime time. Mehdi Hassan should be hosting a show on MS now that they're separated from NBC. Changed nothing. Changed nothing. Yeah, we know you're not going to give up, man. We know. We've been through this a couple times. We got our ass kicked by the Taliban. Okay? I'm no fan of your supreme fucking leader. I'm no fan of your theocratic government that throws gay people off of buildings and oppresses women. But I know damn well getting mixed up in some military quagmire isn't what was going to change your government. If anything was going to change your government, it was going to be the lack of water and the people's resolve. That's all shot to hell once again, because we're so fucking tough. Because we're so fucking tough, huh? Getting our ass kicked by the fucking Taliban, by the North Vietnamese, by the Viet Cong, getting our ass completely handed to us. Oh well, we won every battle. We still lost the war. Pete Hegseth over here, proudly doing it yet again.
Time for money, power, politics, and investors are no longer.
So this is about the economy. This is about what we're all facing right now, what we're going to be facing because of these atrocious decisions, right?
Longer bracing for the worst case scenario in Iran. They're in it. The International Energy Agency warned today that the war has caused, quote, the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. President Trump has said that the U.S. Navy would escort oil tankers if needed and that the conflict will be over soon. But his advisors have dialed back those promises.
Yeah, he's saying that shit, and then 5,000, he's attacking the island, 5,000 more troops, blowing up more boats, killing Israel. Israel's over here going to invade Lebanon, going to take another chunk of fucking Lebanon.
Is big time. Watch this.
My belief that as soon as it is militarily possible, the U.S. Navy, perhaps with an international...
China is not going to militarily support Iran, but they will continue to buy as much oil as possible. And, probably do cyber subterfuge and, and other things around the edges. But the Chinese military will not come to Iran's defense. But they will do a bunch of other shit. Well, they're going further in, hero. They're going further in.
This is big time. Watch this.
My belief that as soon as it is militarily possible, the U.S. Navy, perhaps with an international coalition, will be escorting vessels through.
It'll happen relatively soon, but it can't happen now. We're simply not ready, but it is short-term pain for the long-term gain.
My dearest friend, Ron.
So and another thing I noticed that MSNBC and CNN and all these other so-called liberal networks do is that they let Republicans lie with zero pushback. So I showed you that clip earlier of every right-wing demagogue, right? Short-term pain, long-term gain. So-called liberal network, you can't 3 seconds to push back. Oh, that's bullshit. Oh, is that too much opinion? Yeah. They're all these fucking people, these so-called journalists are about to be entering the fucking podcast sphere. They're about to lose their fucking job. MS Now is going to be a fucking Twitch channel soon. It's happening. Brendan Carr is absolutely going to take away their fucking license. Absolutely. And in the face of that oblivion, in the face of that destruction, they will change nothing. But, they won't have the money to sustain whatever this is. It's going to be something else.
My dearest friend, Ron Insana, joins us now. He's a veteran financial journalist, dear friend of this show, and publisher of The Message of the Markets on Substack. It is a must-read, I promise. And Dan Dicker, who I have not seen in years, and you are lucky he's with us tonight, founder of The Energy Word. He has more than 25 years' experience on the floor of the New York...
Right. If these jackasses were talking about anything other than economics and numbers, I wouldn't be wasting your time. But they do have some interesting things to say about it. I feel like they're both fucking Republicans. They certainly look it.
Mercantile Exchange, trading energy futures, and has written multiple books on the energy markets. Ron, we are nearly 2 weeks into this conflict. There's no clear end in sight for this war and no clear path for reopening the strait. Where does that leave the U.S.? I know the whole investment community is saying this war is over. People inside the Trump administration are whispering to Wall Street, we're leaving, we're leaving, we're leaving. Easier said than done.
Yeah, well, Iran's not leaving. I mean, as Tom Nichols was saying earlier, the enemy has a voice and it can make decisions here. For all the talk of sanctions relief that Treasury Secretary Bessent put out today, oil's up 35 cents above $96 a barrel tonight. So the issue, in my mind, Steph, is whether we leave or not, oil prices are likely to trend higher because Iran may very well continue to attack oil fields, keep the Strait of Hormuz closed.
And they had no
As we
plan
saw
for
even
this.
Tonight, one missile may have entered Turkish airspace, which changes the calculus at least to a certain...
They thought they were going to blow up the Ayatollah, and then the Iranian people were going to take care of the rest of it, and they were going to reap the rewards. Children. It's the kind of plan you'd have going into a video game or a board game, and it doesn't work out. Oh, well, I'll try again. Right? You think about it for like 15 seconds. Then that's the strategy. And by the way, they're lying to us about the amount of people dead and injured on our side.
Extent of some of this. So it may be over in the minds of some, but it may not be over in the minds of others.
A former U.S. diplomat and Energy Department official told the New York Times, I want to get the quote right, this really is the big one. It is the emergency scenario everyone feared. First, do you agree with that? And second, is the world prepared?
I think the world is prepared. Well, the thing, I couldn't agree with Ron more. I think that the issue is not whether Trump leaves Iran. I think he'll leave Iran as soon as the pumps at the corner reach $4.50 a gallon. And he's very sensitive about gas prices. And as soon as they get there,
Are they getting there?
Oh, they'll definitely get there. This is not the kind of trade that goes away overnight. Remember, there's 100 million barrels of oil that hasn't gotten out of the Gulf that's supposed to hit a refinery in the next 2.5 weeks. Now, if that doesn't hit the refinery, that lack of oil is going to mean a lack of gas that's going to be immediate. Right now, we see...
So we're talking about the 1970s again. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there was a massive oil shock because of, I believe, Iran, because of a bunch of bullshit that we started in Iran. But, that famously, there's lots of documentaries about it, but famously, massive lines at the pump, shortages, people just not, it's not even the price was too high, which it was. There wasn't any gas for you to get.
gas at $3.50.
You know, it was one of the reasons why muscle cars were like banned, and you know, we saw this big conversion to, you know, smaller engines, more fuel efficient engines. You know, all these new regulations around that kind of stuff, you know, basically killed the muscle car overnight. So we're going to do that again. And all these Republicans with their big fucking truck nuts, their big F1 Super Duty F-150s, big fucking monster trucks that they drive around, you know, 5 gallons to 5 gallons to the mile, fucking monstrosities. Whoa! I gotta pay $600 just to fill my tank.
That's mostly on speculation. But the real supply crunch comes when all those barrels don't reach the refineries that they're intended to reach. And that happens in another week and a half.
So even if we find a way to pull out, walk away next week, do we still hit those high prices?
Yes, we do. But even worse than that is that I don't think because we walk away next week, like Ron says, that the Iranians give up on the Straits of Hormuz. I've been trading oil since, 3 years after 1982, since the Shah came out of power in 79. I've been there for that long. And in all that time, it was a red line for the entire global oil community that you did not close the Straits of Hormuz with the Russians, with the Chinese, with everybody, with the rest of the Arab world. And they've never used it before in the past. But what Trump has done has given the Iranians a permission structure to get back at Trump in the only way and with the only tools that they have at their disposal. And the biggest tool they have at their disposal right now is high gas prices, which will sink Trump in the midterms and politically. And they're going to...
Yeah, if we had a democracy. If we had a democracy left. Let's hope it does. All the special elections show that, you know, Democrats are winning in places where they haven't won in decades. And that's why they're trying to destroy voting forever. And the belly aching that we're going to hear when the fascists, find a way to stay in power and to destroy the world and destroy our country, destroy our economy, make our lives even worse. And we can't vote them out. We can't vote them out. Did anyone see that comment from that Trumper who said, "I miss Uncle Joe"? Oh, I was belly aching before. But now I miss Uncle Joe. That's when he has to pay 40 extra cents per gallon. Imagine when it's $4 extra. And folks, this oil affects everything, right? Because everything that's in your store is getting in there because of oil. Okay, so the price of literally everything goes up. Food, luxuries, everything, the basics, everything goes up when oil goes up.
I believe they're going to use it.
We're lucky Dan's here. I love you, but aren't we glad Dan is here tonight? I mean, that is...
I was interviewing Dan when he was on the floor of the New York Mercantile
let's be clear to our audience. We brought the master tonight. Yes. The energy crisis is also triggering an uptick in mortgage rates in the U.S. Can you explain what's going on?
Sure. So in the bond market, where interest rates go up amid inflation concerns with oil prices and then by extension gasoline prices, diesel fuel, heating oil, jet fuel all go up in price. That puts upward pressure on consumer prices.
Our last real president, Jimmy Carter. Barack Obama was a fucking joke. Let's be real. Barack Obama was a fucking corporate warmonger. He was Nixon. He was a Nixon clone. And Joe fucking Biden, pales in comparison to Barack Obama. A coward. Did he do a couple good things? Yeah. He was focusing on, industry, trying to help American industries, trying to, create more jobs. And he was successful in that. But I'm supposed to forget that the biggest adversary to his campaign promise, Build Back Better, was Joe fucking Biden? I'm supposed to forget that? That he flushed his own fucking promise of Build Back Better for the infrastructure bill, which was a massive handout to multi-billion-dollar corporations? Joe Biden, who kept fucking Merrick Garland on, who then refused to investigate until it was too late? Donald Trump, the fascist that's now destroying our country even more? If we even get a history, it will remember Joe Biden as an abject failure, a nothing president. And if we do get a history, it will remember Barack Obama as a massive amount of potential flushed down the drain for corporate conservatism that built a foundation. You know, I mean, how many Democrats lost their seats under Barack Obama because he didn't deliver? The only thing he could deliver was a fucking drone bomb on a wedding party in a war that he should have pulled out of. Because what happened after Barack Obama? Donald fucking Trump. That's what happened. And there's a connection there, folks. Corporate neoliberalism, the kind that Gavin Newsom wants to perpetuate, is the reason why we are struggling so hard with fascism. And Hakeem Jeffries and Cucky fucking Schumer, they want to perpetuate that. The so-called adults in the room. Meanwhile, Keir Starmer over in the UK, copying the same fucking blueprint of Barack Obama over here, laying the groundwork for Nigel Farage and his fascist reform group, the dregs of the Tory party, formed together like a bunch of fucking, pieces of shit squished together into a big turd. Possible solution, lowering the interest rates. You think that's going to fix this? Really? The Greens are doing better. Historically, they just, for the first time ever, they did better than the Labor Party. But the overwhelming, the party that is overwhelmingly most popular is Reform. Lowering interest rates is not going to fix the problem that is being created because of what's happening in Iran. And it maybe would give our economy a slight boost temporarily at the cost of what? More inflation, right? If we lower those rates. It would not fix the underlying issues that we're all facing right now. It would not fix it. We'll see what Jerome Powell does. But, of course, if Donald Trump gets what he wants, and soon he will, because Jerome Powell will be replaced by a Trump sycophant who's going to bring those rates right down to zero. We'll get a temporary boost in the economy and then even more shit that we have to clean up. And no, it wouldn't. And even then, even though that temporary boost wouldn't offset the chaos that's going to be created from this oil shock.
Is on wholesale inflation rates. And so the bond market is beginning to reflect that more than concerns about weakness in the labor market. So you have the yield on the 10-year note now at 4.25%. That's pushed mortgage rates back above 6%. And so that is one of those.
I didn't even bring up the weakness of the dollar, which lowering interest rates wouldn't help. Inflating our currency even further. And oh boy, are they going to be hitting the fucking printing press real soon. They're going to be hitting that printing press real fucking soon to try and make up the difference here, further destroying our dollar.
That's kind of the fulcrum point stuff where really buyers of homes have been reticent to cross that line when we go above 6%. When it comes under 6%, you see a little refinancing activity. You see some more interest in buying homes. When it goes back above, it starts to fall off again. So it's kind of the red line for home buyers, just like 450 may be the red line in gasoline prices.
Secretary Bessent said that the Navy may be an international coalition. They're going to be escorting vehicles when it's military possible. You're obviously laughing at this. Do you think? Do you think that's even possible?
So this guy makes some good points about the feasibility of a Navy escort fixing this problem. allowing us to continue to meddle in Iran. But if we keep the Strait open, then we won't have to deal with the ramifications of that meddling.
Will it take weeks or months? Does our economy have time? Like, do you buy this? Because I remind our audience, 2 days ago, the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, posted a video that turned out to be untrue, saying that the Navy was already escorting tankers when they were not.
One tanker. There's 60 tankers go through that strait every day. At its narrowest point, it's 21 miles wide.
In the
and
Navy.
You can take out a tanker. It's the most vulnerable ship in the world. You can take it out with a handheld rocket. And the way that
as I showed you the clip earlier today, right? You don't even. You just roll up on a dinghy, blast that shit, and it's gone.
You could imagine that the Iranians could take out one tanker and make every maritime insurer go running for cover for months. It's just as simple as that. And now,
they have what, 2,000 to 6,000 mines available to them as well,
and they've begun mining as well. This is a long-term problem that Trump has walked into that I don't think he understands the depth he's gotten into here.
Besson also said that we're going to temporarily allow purchases of Russian oil that's already at sea to stabilize energy markets. But he emphasized, don't worry, it's not going to provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government.
That's the most interesting part of this whole thing. It's the Russians who benefit the most. None of their oil is being blocked, so their supply is free to run. Everybody's dropping sanctions because they need the supply, and they're making an extra premium of about 50% on their oil per barrel every day, about 150.
So we're sending money to Ukraine to help Ukraine, which is what we should be doing, right? That's a virtuous fight there to help them keep their sovereignty, to help Europe's largest army stay on our side against an illegal and brutal invasion of choice, a war of choice. So we're sending money and resources into Ukraine but because the government is corrupt and beholden to, oil in various ways, we're also helping Russia. Jesus Christ. I mean, Jesus Christ. When does it end? You know where it ends? In our bankruptcy. In us like the whole fucking thing collapsing. All of this is being put on the back of the American people. We got AI taking our fucking jobs. We got a currency that the dollar is losing its value. And, European countries are seriously considering using a different form of value to trade oil with, likely gold. China nipping at our heels, ready to take over as the global hegemon. And let me tell you something. The number one demographic that's going to be suffering, the American people. And it's I don't want to see it. I don't want to see people fucking suffer. But I can't help but point out that we kind of deserve it. We kind of fucking deserve this. Our apathy, our greed, acquiescing to fascism or milquetoast neoliberalism. A lot of Americans totally support destroying progressivism, socialist ideas. It's not going to burst fast enough. A lot of the firings that we're seeing due to AI are actually due to a terrible economy, downsizing that they would have done regardless. They're not replacing one-to-one these workers with AI. Anybody that's used AI can tell you, sure, there's some high-end programming tasks that AI can replace workers with, but you can't replace a good chunk of the workforce with AI agents. It's not ready. It's not ready. You can't even tell it to make you a PowerPoint presentation without having to go through that bitch, edit it, make sure it's not hallucinating facts. You got to double check, fact check it.
$50 million extra per day on the oil they're selling right now.
Mm-hmm. The Trump administration has bullied U.S. allies with tariffs and threats left and right since the president took office this second time. And now we are looking for help to contain.
Just censor, Screaming Cheese, just censor the word raped, okay? Just censor the word, right? Just spell it differently and you'll be okay.
The fallout of the war that we chose to start. What is your take on this?
Well, we're putting in.
Thank you, Screaming Cheese. Exactly. Yes, it's true. The president rapes children. He is a pedophile. Absolutely. I mean, it's ludicrous. You trying to tell me if this amount of evidence existed for anybody else, that these right wingers wouldn't be taking it as fact, right? They have 1/50th of the evidence for Bill Clinton, for Bill Gates, for all these other characters on the left. And they're like, yep, stone cold fact, Pizzagate's real. But we're still having a goddamn debate about the validity. I mean, Donald Trump is a convicted fucking rapist. Sorry, sexual assaulter. Right? I love that. I love that definition, even though the judge came out later after making the ruling of sexual assault. But you're trying to tell me if Donald Trump sticks a finger inside you, you wouldn't consider it rape? Not a fucking human being on planet Earth would not consider that rape. Oh, wow, Donald Trump fucking fingered you? Yeah, I mean, he sexually assaulted me. Wow, it's crazy you were raped by Donald Trump. Whoa, I didn't say rape now. I mean, he only stuck his finger in my body. That's all. We will pay for this. We will pay for this.
Those tariffs, Section 122, Section 301 tariffs, to replace the tariffs that the Supreme Court ruled were illegal just a few weeks ago. And yes, we're looking for international help after we said the British were not terribly helpful allies. They were upset about that. The French, I mean, obviously it's in Europe's interest to try to help, except it's very doubtful that they're going to lend a helping hand. And
please,
by the way,
making Keir Starmer look like a fucking fool yet again. Meanwhile, Canada is like, we want nothing to do with this. And people love it. They look, the Canadian defense minister looking like a goddamn Nostradamus over here. Yeah, we want nothing to do with this. Meanwhile, Keir Starmer, I don't know. LBC's been talking about this quite a bit. James O'Brien there, talking about how, 2 days ago, Reform and everyone on the right-wing media was like, rah, 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 war, war, war. And now because of the oil spike, now they're either staying quiet about it or they're playing games with language now. And meanwhile, Keir Starmer doesn't know where to fucking stand, where to actually stand, You stand against this. You stand against this, Keir. You say the special relationship, it doesn't mean that a fascist can drag us into war. Oh, I don't know. He's so fucking pathetic. Israel have something on Starmer? I mean, it seems like it. I don't know. I don't know, man. What is the deal with Keir Starmer's allegiance to Israel? What's the fucking deal? Why? I swear to God, Keir Starmer has let Israel completely destroy his political career. Is he just that hard-headed?
If we pull out, what naval escorts are we going to be using to get tankers through the Straits of Hormuz? I mean, there are so many, there's so much.
They're calculating if we pull out, Iran is going to say, oh, no worries, everybody go.
No.
But they've already proven this is their greatest leverage point.
Absolutely. And we don't really have anyone with substantial relationships with our European allies or in some instances allies elsewhere in the world at this point, with tariffs even being levied on Asian countries.
You're undermining the diplomatic skills of Steve Witkoff and Jared.
Yeah, Jared Kushner. Good one. Good one. Folks, let's not forget, how do we fix this? We fix this with a 3-step program called Nonviolent Direct Political Action. That's right. We got to become political activists. We, the people, are the final check on this. It's not going to come from the corporate neoliberal Democrats. Step 1, we need to inform ourselves. Step 2, we need to sign up and show up. Organizations, activist groups, they already put in the work. They already built the foundation. They just need our help. They need our money. They need our time. Step 3, we got to put in the fucking work. Take this shit seriously. This is how we actually fix this problem. Even if it was Mad Max situation, screaming cheese, we need to be abandoning nihilism. Here's a funny one from Strategy Member.
Where do these high gas prices come from? It's because of the Strait of Hormuz. Excuse me? Well, it's because the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran, but then one thing led to another. Okay, slow down, strange, informative newsman at the gas station. The Strait of Hormuz! Let's start with that. What is that? Okay, well, it's this little winding channel. The narrowest point is 20 miles. Okay, cool. And 20 million barrels of oil travel through this strait every single day by boat. Oil that I could use for my car, right? Yes, and Iran is now stopping the boat traffic there, using small boats, submarines, naval mines, even shooting from land. Why would they do such a thing? Because the U.S. attacked Iran, but Iran has a much smaller military and less resources to fight back. So, with the Strait, they can inflict pain on the U.S. and your gas prices. Yes, but on Wednesday, President Trump said that the war is ending soon. Iran is about to surrender. Yeah, he is. No information to back that. Is any other country affected by these gas prices? China. South Carolinian Senator and Trump loyalist Lindsey Graham. China? This is China's nightmare. Yeah, China does get a ton of oil from that region. Ha! Take that, China. But they prepared for an event just like this and stockpiled 1.3 billion barrels of oil. Also, China.
Yeah, something that we didn't do. We had all the foreknowledge that we were going to do this, but we didn't because Donald Trump was convinced that we were going to be in and out like Venezuela. I have a little thing to show you to give you a little bit of hope. Screaming cheese.
China has spent years investing in renewable energy. They have wind and solar farms everywhere. But I'm pretty sure wind and solar energy is bad. Trump said that windmills are ruining our country. Yeah, and he canceled $7.6 billion in clean energy funding.
Yeah, he does that because he has a personal vendetta against windmills because windmills were put up around his golf course in Ireland, and he doesn't like how they look. So that's the beginning and end of his opposition to windmills. No scientific basis whatsoever.
But China will likely be able to absorb this shock while the U.S. suffers and spends more on gas. And
nipping at our heels. They're ready to take over. They are ready to take... Oh, Scotland. Thank you, Scotland. Sorry.
War. The first week in Iran cost $11 billion. At least quit your pot dogs are still $1. Oh my God, no one told him. Oh, no. They're over $2 now. What? Where do these high...
Yeah. So here's a little hope. Slight difference. Thank you for the correction, Strategy. I'm a disgusting American. I can't tell the difference between Ireland and Scotland, okay? I watched Braveheart. Does that count? So over here in Boca Raton, Florida, Andy Thompson, who looks like a corporate neoliberal Democrat, right? Whoop-de fucking scoopy over here. Energy, it's about absorbing the shock. It's not exactly about being one-to-one comparison. I'll take your word for it that windmills are relatively less effective at providing consistent energy relative to oil. But if you have enough of them, along with other, preemptive precautions taken, you can absorb the shock better. And that puts you in a more advantageous position as a country over countries that didn't, prepare for it. So anyway, this slick MFer over here. Yeah, okay, banker. Shame on me. Whatever. What are you going to do? Give me a fucking Glasgow smile? Is that what's going to happen? I'm going to get jokerfied by a fucking a football hooligan. But no, let me give you a little bit of hope here. So this guy won in Boca Raton. And if you don't know what Boca Raton is, if you're like me with Scotland and Ireland, it's, you know, old folks, MAGA haven, okay? Super MAGA over there in Boca Raton, Florida. This guy won by 1 vote. 1 vote. Mr. Andy Thompson here. Probably takes money from Israel. Probably close friends with Hakeem Jeffries. But that's not the point here. He's a Democrat. Won by 1 vote. 1. And this was after, you know, after the recount and everything. 1 vote. We can win. If we abandon hope, the fascists win. If we abandon hope, Nick Fuentes wins. Donald Trump wins. There is hope. There's always hope, even in the worst case scenarios. And we're basically in the worst case scenario. We're in the midst of it. Now, eventually voting, you know, it'll be like China. It'll be like Russia. And we won't be able to vote our way out of anything. And that's why I'm constantly advocating for nonviolent direct political action. Because voting won't be enough. I can't think of any scenario in the past where voting was enough to get a country out of a fascist spiral. Exactly, Cadaver. Yeah, exactly, Seneca. But here's the thing. We need to learn the tools and skills of political activism. We need to learn how to do this. Because if we're lucky enough to not have to deal with the fascists, we're still going to have to do this against the Democrats who want to institute a police state, who want to continue to give oligarchs massive tax cuts, who want to continue to fund our military, and foreign wars. Barack Obama didn't pull us out of anything. Joe Biden got us out of Afghanistan, I think because his kid died in there. But he kept us in Iraq. Ironically, he could have, you would think it was like, oh, he's a warmonger. He went hard. He went hard against Russia, right? No, he was a fucking coward against Russia. The one time where warmongering was actually needed, he failed to do it. Oh, escalation. Oh, no, I'm worried about nuclear escalation. Doesn't really sound like the president of the most powerful country on planet Earth. But this is why we need to go to places like mobilize.us. We need to learn the tools of resistance. We have to. If we're lucky enough to defeat the fascists at the ballot box, and I don't have a lot of hope in that. Donald Trump is going super duper hard on the SAVE Act for that reason. He wants to disenfranchise tens of millions of women who were foolish enough to take their husband's last name. He's going to disenfranchise democratic cities, democratic states, destroying mail-in voting. Either way, we're going to need to use nonviolent direct political action. And, Energy Hamster, I like your comments. Because it's like, what is real and what isn't real. The Republicans are doing a great job of confusing everybody. You guys with the war on Iran or against? What do you think, Hussein? Why don't you tell me what you think? What's your first impressions? Hussein. What do you think, buddy? All right, I promised some discussion about TYT. Humanist Report. Humanist Report. I'm asking you, Hussein, bunch of numbers. Well, actually, I just joined here. Yeah, we know you're new. We can tell. What do you think? Huh? Why don't you tell me, huh? Where do you think I stand on the war with Iran? First impressions. Motherfuckers looking for hug boxes. TYT is so fucking frustrating. Right. Well, thank you for answering a question I didn't ask. Appreciate it. Why are you being evasive? What do you think this is? CNN? I asked you a direct question, Hussein bunch of numbers. Where do you think we stand on the Iran war? First impressions. Evasive motherfuckers looking for hug boxes. TYT is incredibly frustrating. The Humanist Report does a much better job than I could at laying out why that is. Right. You think I support it. Why? Why do you think that, Hussein? Bunch of numbers. Why do you think that? Why? I'm just curious. The attitude. Okay. Okay. All right. Anyway. I know, Simply Steve. My hand is hovering right now. My hand is hovering. Yeah, we're warmongering in here. According to Hussein bunch of numbers. I swear to God, it is literally just the beard. It's the fucking beard. It's the fucking beard. They think that they come in here, you know, and they're like, oh, he's a conservative. It's the fucking beard, dude. I swear to God. Okay, back to the topic. Not even going to waste my time with bunch of numbers. TYT is extremely frustrating. And Humanist Report here, Mike Figurino, does a great job. Yeah, exactly. I should. Strategy. He does a great job explaining the source of the frustrations here, how wrong TYT is getting it. Okay? And once this video is over, geez, I don't know if we're going to do the whole 20 minutes, but once I get sick of it, we'll go to TYT and we'll see if they've learned anything. And I'll show you what they're up to now. So let's watch this. We talked about this interview right here with Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball with Cenk Uygur, where he was immediately aggro. Like, he was immediately annoyed to be there, to have to defend his position of platforming right-wingers and you know, his whole strategy of, you know, finding so-called anti-war Republicans to create a coalition with. He was immediately angry to have to defend that position, when it's like, no, man, you gotta come correct with this. You do need to defend this position because it's not working out. Oh, Tucker Carlson. He said this, he said that, he said this. And then meanwhile, you go to Tucker Carlson's show and it's fucking white supremacy, great replacement bullshit, fucking hug boxes for Nick Fuentes. Yeah, no, exactly. Abandon centrism. No, I mean, because that's it, right? He's trying to redefine centrism as progressivism. And he's trying to say this is the smart strategy. It's not working out. It's because, and the most important stat as proof that it's not working out is Republican voters, do they or don't they support the Iran war? Overwhelmingly, they do. Because it's a cult. So all of his work that he's done reaching across the aisle to Tucker Carlson and the rest of these fucking freaks hasn't done jack shit. They're still going to belly up to the bar. They defend pedophilia. They defend extreme corruption. They defend ignorance. And now they're defending a Middle East war, just like they always do. Just like they fucking always do. And Crystal Ball makes the most important point, which is, wouldn't it make more sense to create coalitions with leftist elements that are already on your side, that are already supposedly agreeing with you? Why are we bending over backwards to try to create common ground with people that don't even find you human? Tucker Carlson believes in the Great Replacement theory. He doesn't believe in fucking Cenk Uygur's humanity. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Tucker Carlson doesn't consider Cenk Uygur an equal having a conversation. He considers Cenk Uygur defeated. He thinks he's won a victory at converting TYT into a bunch of, I don't know, well-meaning centrists. Let's watch the video because Mike gets into it. He's got a bunch of great points.
We do live in two different worlds. It's fascinating to see. It's amazing to see.
Which base? The Democratic Party base or the Republican Party base? Which one do you think is more opposed right now to war with Iran? Which one?
The left. It's not even close.
It's not even close. Exactly. That's the point. And so
No,
if
but
you are going to build, if you're going to build a grassroots, people-powered movement with bodies in the streets to oppose war, where do you need to go for those numbers? The left, because they're already there with you. And by the way, the MAGA base, the minute that Trump says we're in a war with Iran.
Look at him. Oh, it's so stupid. So stupid. The obvious answer is to run to Tucker Carlson and Piers Morgan to try to create commonality to fight against Trump-style fascism, Americanism. That's the obvious answer. What did COVID do to these people? All this shit happened after COVID. Joe Rogan, Cenk Uygur, some other example I can't think of. But what the fuck happened? He just threw away the entire, he was all down for Occupy Wall Street, and we're trying to create a progressive left network. Yeah, cash rules everything around me.
They are going to overwhelmingly back him because they have
already.
every single
You have
time.
the numbers already.
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong. So that was statements that he made like a year ago, about a year ago, roughly. Yeah, exactly, Cadaver. Exactly.
I'm so sorry that I have to do this. I really don't mean to be petty. But I have to check in on Cenk Uygur's anti-war coalition with MAGA to see how that's going, because if you'll all recall, he made some really, really bold claims about MAGA and whether or not they'd follow Trump into a war with Iran. And just to refresh your memory, right after the election, he tweeted, "I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election, even though I was so against the guy who won. I know now, MAGA is not my mortal enemy, and neither is the extreme left."
No, I mean, that's beyond ironic, man. MAGA wants to destroy you. MAGA wants to completely remove your ability to have a voice. They don't believe that you're human because of the color of your skin, Cenk Uygur. And they want to literally enslave you. They want to literally fucking enslave you. So they are your mortal enemy, dude. I mean, literally, they cackle. You know, Benny Johnson fucking cackles with glee at the concept of enslaving liberals. Almost literally, they're building concentration camps. You think it's just for illegal immigrants? That's why they're building, 10,000 bed concentration camps all across the fucking nation, just for Mexican laborers. Once again, Energy Hamster, just because they don't individually support it, and by the way, they do, most of them, cheering on ICE, cheering on Pam Bondi, cheering on DHS, but just because if you walk up to your average ignorant right-winger, do you want to enslave people? Oh, no, I don't. Who do they vote for? Who do they send money to? The Republican MAGA Americanists. That's who they're throwing their weight behind. Just because they're ignorant of what they support and what they are. These MAGA fucking Republicans, they listen to right-wing radio. They listen to people like Benny Johnson who cackle with glee, or fucking Jesse Waters from Fox News, who literally cackle with glee when they see, or Megan Fox, or not Megan Fox, what's her nuts there? Megyn Kelly, who Megyn Kelly literally said, I know I'm supposed to care about Renee Good and Alex Preddy getting gunned down by ICE, but I don't. I'm not going to do that. They lionize and make a fucking martyr out of Charlie Kirk, who said empathy was a weakness, who criticized the validity of Martin Luther King. But yeah, no, you walk up to your average fucking cornpone MAGA. Oh, do you want to enslave people? No, I love everybody. I love everybody. I believe in Jesus. I believe in the word of Jesus. But who do they put their energy behind? Who do they support? Overt fascists. And let me tell you, they're not going to become getting us out of these fucking concentration camps. These so-called, loving Christians. They're not going to be protesting out front of the concentration camps filled with fucking liberals. Oh, well, they're terrorists. They probably deserved it. Oh, I know they were just exercising their First Amendment rights, but, they're terrorists. They're not going to come fucking save us. So just because they're fucking ignorant of what they support and what they are, that doesn't make it any different. Charlie Kirk said empathy was a fucking weakness. He said he said the left is using empathy as a weapon against us, right? Because the left will also often bring up, oh, that's not very Christian. You guys aren't acting very Christian, supporting fucking, violence and racism. But I appreciate the comment, though, Energy Hamster, because it's a good point. These fucking rubes don't know what they are. A good chunk of them are straight up nihilists. They don't know what they believe. They claim to believe in the word of Jesus. Then they support mass. God damn it. Mass deportation. Jesus, who said love the immigrant, right? Who said open up your home to the homeless, feed those who are hungry, help the sick. They don't know what they believe. They're a bunch of fucking rubes. That doesn't make them any less dangerous. That doesn't make them any less fucking dangerous. If anything, it makes them more dangerous, right? Because they go right along with it until the very bitter fucking end. Because Jesus. Meanwhile, if that fucking myth actually existed, he would be disgusted in the Republican Party and those who support it. If Jesus existed, that one of the first things he would do would get in front of a microphone and criticize MAGA. And then what would we see from the MAGA faithful? Oh, well, that's not the real Jesus. Fake news, fake news. He's not the real Jesus. Oh, I know I saw him walk on water. I know I saw him touch a blind child's eyes and make him see. Oh, yeah, he did a bunch of miracles, but that's Satan. That must be Satan doing that. The real Jesus believes in mass deportation. The real Jesus believes in economic conservatism. We got to cut the taxes for the rich. Jesus believes in trickle down. So once again, right, just because they're ignorant of what they support and what they actually believe in, that doesn't give them a fucking pass. Right? Just the same way I won't give a pass to tankies, who believe, some of the, nonsense things that they believe about communism. But it's more complicated because there's a lot of really important, beneficial things in socialism that, ideas that come directly from Marx, that come directly from communism. Conservatism, though, there's really nothing of value there. It's take. Fuck the poor, fuck the weak, fuck the disabled, fuck women, fuck children, literally. There's nothing redeeming to your average conservative ideology. Whereas, your average screwball tanky on Twitter, half the time they're just not even reading the material. And they're listening to, Chinese or Russian propaganda. Anyway, let's get back to this. Back to TYT over here. MAGA's not my mortal enemy. My mortal enemy is the establishment. It's like this is what's frustrating about TYT, is that he's getting it half right. He's like 50% there, which I guess is the main problem with all centrists.
Mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. Now, if you were under the impression that he was calling Trump anti-establishment, you'd be reasonable to think that based on his wording, but apparently his optimism didn't stem from Trump himself, rather from Trump's base, who elected him because they thought that he was anti-establishment. And Cenk officially moved the goalpost to that specific position on January 7th when he tweeted, "I didn't say Trump is anti-war. I said MAGA is anti-war. So we're going to find out soon if..."
But they're not. But they're fucking not. They're not, Cenk. And where's the fucking mea culpa now?
I'm right or not, because if his base says we should spend even more money slaughtering the defenseless Palestinians just because Trump's donors support Israel over us, then I was wrong. Now, Trump continued to do that, and they continued to support him. Nonetheless, Cenk maintained that position for quite some time. On June 20th of 2025, the 8th day of Trump's first war with Iran, he spotted one whole tweet from a now deleted MAGA account to prove that the Max left was indeed wrong about MAGA, arguing this is a person that a lot of the left think doesn't exist. Well, they don't now since their account's gone. I see hundreds of comments like this every day. If that were true, he'd probably screenshot them to prove how right he was. They're real people. They're not lying. They said anti-war. They mean anti-war. No, they're not in any cult. They're just trying to pick the least establishment person.
Now, I can already hear Energy Hamster typing away. There are Republicans that are anti-Jeffrey Epstein, that are anti-war. Are they going to support Democrats? No. Are they going to support leftism? Are they going to come around to socialist ideas? No. The best we're going to get from those individuals, right, that are technically not members of the cult, but still consider themselves conservative, is them stepping away from politics, which I'll take. I'll happily take that. All right? Those people fucking exist. The argument, though, is, are they the majority? No, they're not. That's the problem. They're fucking not. Right? I mean, what did we see? What did we see with Nick Fuentes and Jeffrey Epstein? Literally a month ago, he said Jeffrey Epstein is based, and he started selling Jeffrey Epstein sweaters or sweatshirts, like a recreation of Jeffrey Epstein's, like he was wearing some kind of sweater with some kind of symbol or something on his sweatshirt. And Nick Fuentes started selling that in his own merch store. So, even Jeffrey Epstein wasn't enough to convince these people to leave their fucking cult. A good majority of these people. And look, what is the point of what I'm saying? What is the point of all this? Is that, should we follow Cenk Uyghur's strategy of trying to find common ground, trying to try to convince them in the realm of ideas, using debate, right, to convince these people? No, stop wasting your time. Okay, that doesn't mean we don't support politicians that are like, I want to give everyone single payer health care. That doesn't mean that we start supporting politicians that are like, I only want to give leftists with blue hair health care. What it means is we have to stop letting them slow us down. That the goal is their complete destruction politically. Right? There's nothing redeeming about them. We need to destroy them politically. You think the war against Iran is us liberating the Iranian people? You think that has anything to do with what we're doing? Why? Because the propaganda says that, hamster? You're a fool. You're a goddamn fool if you think for one fucking second the United States is in there to help the Iranian people. And even if that was the case, it's objectively true now that that has been a complete and total epic failure. That all we have done with our liberation attempt of the Iranian people is bolster the theocratic government. There's more support for the Ayatollah than there has ever been, probably in Iran right now. So even if you were to take the propaganda at face value like you are, you must admit that it's a total fucking failure in that effort. This has nothing to do with the Iranian people. I mean, it's hard to believe that there are people this stupid. And I'm sorry to say that, hamster, but you're over here unironically saying that Israel and United States' efforts in Iran have something to do with liberating the Iranian people? You're a goddamn fool if you believe that. You think Israel gives a fuck about Iranians? But even if you did believe that, you have to admit that the actions that have been taken in the last couple weeks have only helped the regime. It's helped the regime. Oh, and here comes... Okay, I don't need a poll, Mr. Hamster, to prove my theory. Because what would we see if what you were saying is true? We would see the overthrow of the government, right? We would see mass protesting, demonstrations, anti-government demonstrations. We'd be seeing that, the Iranian government, being dismantled or feeling pressure. We don't see that. So I don't need a poll. Now, granted, the Iranian government has completely shut down any ability for, like a news agency to actually see what the hell's going on over there. So all we're getting is little snippets. But, I mean, come on, man. Let me ask you something, hamster. How many weeks into this failed attempt are you willing to give the benefit of the doubt to the fascists in Israel and the fascists in the United States? How many weeks of this quagmire need to pass before you admit that this earnest attempt at liberating the Iranian people has failed? I'm asking you a direct question. I want an answer. Okay, so stop whatever the fuck you're typing right now and answer the question. How long needs to go by? Weeks, months need to go by before you admit this attempt at regime change, which it, just going with the propaganda. How long needs to, how many months need to pass before you admit that this liberation has failed? 6 months? So I gotta hear 6 months of you injecting doubt into what is happening in front of our eyeballs. Trillions of my tax dollars need to go into this. Tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of Iranians are going to die into this effort. 6 months of this. And then maybe you'll admit you were wrong. My God, man. My God. It's going to take you 6 months to see what's happening in front of your eyeballs. 6 months of giving the fucking the pedophile in chief the benefit of the doubt, the Zionists in Israel the benefit of the doubt, who literally look at pictures of the Middle East, of Iran being erased and Iraq being erased and Jordan and Syria and fucking Lebanon and Egypt being completely wiped off the map, replaced with Israel. But it's going to take you 6 months of listening to the benefit of the doubt from these ghouls before you admit that you're wrong. Okay. Well, thank you. I'm going to continue reporting on what I actually see. What is actually happening is that this is something that Israel, Bibi Netanyahu specifically, but the entire Israeli government has wanted for decades. They want to completely destabilize Iran so that they can continue with their Greater Israel project. They're cashing in their chips that they have with Donald Trump and the U.S. government, all the Democrats and Republicans that the Zionist government has compromised. They're cashing in their chips to try to achieve this goal. What is the goal for Israel and Iran? Complete chaos. They want to destroy any kind of semblance of stable government in Iran to make it easier for them to achieve their goals, their Greater Israel goals. Back to this.
War. No, they're not in any cult. They're just trying to pick the least establishment person. He added, a huge portion of the radical left really does believe this. They think every MAGA voter who says they're anti-war is lying. I get why the politicians and media figures might be lying, but what incentive does an average MAGA guy have to make up his position on war? German. It's not like they're shy about sharing their real opinions.
Yeah, they'll never get another president. I mean, Joe Biden wasn't enough for them. And he's, Bibi Netanyahu was spitting in Joe Biden's face every opportunity, undermining him. And Joe Biden would get in front of the microphone and, I love Israel so much and I'm such a proud Zionist. So they had it pretty good with Joe Biden, but they'll never have it as good as they have it right now with Donald Trump.
Who are they trying to trick and why? And on the same day, Jen called on MAGA to prove the left wrong about them, writing, Trump has given MAGA 2 weeks to convince him to not go to war. He's not going to listen to the left or anyone else, but he might listen to America first. He's trying to decide between you and the donor class. So if you meant it, this is the time to show you can stop a war. Now, he also scolded Max leftists for questioning the authenticity of MAGA's anti-war views, saying to user I am Sock, yes, driving away the anti-war part of MAGA from a coalition to prevent the war is a much better idea.
And this has failed. This strategy has failed. Trying to appeal to these anti-war, anti-Jeffrey Epstein Republicans so far has failed epically, because we're not converting these people, and they're on the edges, on the out. Some of these people do exist. These so-called principled conservative Christian Republicans. They do exist in very small numbers. Are they converting into supporting left-wing ideas? No, they're just waiting for, a Ted Cruz or a Ron DeSantis to take over the party, right? They're the kind of people who supported Jeb, right? They're waiting for another Jeb, right? They do exist, but they're just all the best that we can get from them is non-participation in supporting the MAGA fascists, but they are eagerly awaiting for another opportunity to jump right back in to the I told you so, I fell for it bucket and vote for another, George Bush, another J.D. Vance. Jeb! Make sure it's got at least 2 or 3 exclamation points. Right? So this whole concept by Cenk Uygur has failed, dude. It's failed, and he's barreling forward. He's barreling forward, and I got proof.
Said sarcastically, if you call them liars and yell fascist at them, that'll probably work better. I literally can't believe that you're blind enough.
And like Cenk Uygur's proof, right? Because he doesn't want to use the F word against them. He doesn't want to admit that what we're seeing is fascist. He doesn't want to call right-wingers fascist, right? Because he believes people like Energy Hamster, who are like, if we were just a little nicer to them, if we gave them the benefit of the doubt, then they'd be on our side. And it's like they don't want to work with us. They want to fucking destroy us. They want to destroy our ability to protest. They want to destroy our free speech. They want to destroy our ideology. I mean, they want to completely fucking obliterate us. That's it. The choice that they want in America is fascism and Tea Party, George Bush style conservatism. And that's it. That's the only direction we can go in, according to them. Everybody else are deviants and communists.
Contrivable enough to believe that. Now, 2 days later, he was still waiting for the MAGA opposition to this war to materialize, and he challenged them to be as anti-war as they claimed they were, questioning whether or not they would, quote, grab some pom-poms and turn into neocons cheerleading for more war or actually pressure Trump to stop it. But while he was waiting patiently for Trump supporters to tweet their opinions...
Here's the proof, and they fucking haven't. Look at the fucking polls. They fucking haven't. 68 for fucking percent.
At him, people in his replies like Josiah showed him public opinion polls that kind of disproved what he was saying. Not to mention there were also some Trump supporters in his replies justifying Donald Trump's war, indicating their support for war with Iran.
Doing an energy hamster here. Doing an energy hamster. Oh, well, okay, benefit of the doubt. I mean, are we going to be in the fucking van on our way to the concentration camp having debates with Cenk Uygur and energy hamsters? About, well, we just, they got their heart in the right place. Oh, we shouldn't have called them fascists. This is our fault. They wouldn't have done this to us if we were just nicer to them. Really? You know what I mean? Hand and feet fucking shackled on our way to the fucking concentration camp that they built right in front of us. I mean, what is the definition of fascism? Oh, that's a good question.
But Cenk kind of just put Iran aside and remained steadfast in his optimism and ended up claiming victory over the MAGA-hating Max Left less than a month later, arguing that he had definitive proof that Trump voted.
Peaceful protest is the solution. Non-disruptive protest is not the solution. Just to correct what you're saying, Simply Steve. Because we need to be peaceful. But what we need to be is disruptive. We need to be shameless in that. We can be peaceful while being disruptive. It's these centrists and these fucking defeatists that are like, well, we should have just kept to our free speech zone and ask for our permits and be really nice and not disrupt anybody and do a 30-minute protest and everyone brings out their flags and we all go home peacefully. That's what's going to fail. We need disruptive, peaceful protest.
weren't in fact in a cult, writing, I had a disagreement with many other left-wing hosts. They said Trump voters are all a cult and they would never criticize Trump. Now that even MAGA is ripping into Trump over Epstein, this debate is over, right? It'd be detached from reality to think they're not criticizing him. But when user I am
so the same fucking MAGA, that loves, like one of the most popular right-wing commentators right now is Nick Fuentes, who just months ago said Jeffrey Epstein is fucking based and is selling Jeffrey Epstein sweatshirts. That's the MAGA crew. MAGA is ripping into Trump over Epstein. Now we're seeing some Dave Smiths come out, right? We're seeing a couple of them, but Tim Pool, Piers Morgan, making excuses. Oh, not that big a deal. Oh, fake news. Or the classic, let's focus on Bill Clinton, but let's ignore, Bill Clinton, who's in the files a couple times, who should fucking go to jail. I mean, I was saying Bill Clinton should go to jail before I knew what a Jeffrey Epstein was, right? Because he's a fucking warmonger and a criminal. So yeah, no. Send his ass to jail, right next to Hillary. Lock her up. They're fucking disgusting neoliberal war criminals. But let's ignore Donald Trump. Over 1 million mentions in the Epstein files, according to the politicians that have seen the unredacted files. Over 1 million fucking mentions. Let's just ignore that. Let's chortle about it with our favorite, with Asmongold and Nick fucking Fuentes, and buy our Jeffrey Epstein hoodies. Is that the next way to own the libs? To embrace pedophilia? Yes.
To think they're not criticizing him. But when user I Am Sock pointed out that they were more outraged at Pam Bondi than Trump himself, Cenk accused the maximalist of being willfully blind, and he went on to explain how he had the wisdom and foresight that us far leftists lacked, writing, why did I think independents who voted for Trump, another goalpost move, and even some MAGA would break from him on some issues? Because I bothered to talk to them and listen to them. Their politicians are completely full of shit, but a lot of those voters are genuinely anti-war and anti-corruption.
Yeah, no, they are. They're gonna come back us up. You bet. They're gonna come get us out of the concentration camps that they helped build. Yeah, you bet you, Cenk.
And that's why they were so right and we were so wrong. See, they actually took the time to talk to MAGA podcast hosts, who, as we all know, represent all of MAGA. And Anna, for the first time, spoke to a Trump supporter, her neighbor Jeff, who was super nice to her. And because they had these important conversations, they were able to discern things that the hateful left never could have. That MAGA wasn't some monolith or a cult. Rather, they were a coalition of principled, anti-establishment truth seekers who were a little less mean to them on Twitter than leftists. But bravado aside, reality did start to catch up with the young TERFs little by little. Anna, to her credit, ended up admitting that she was wrong about Trump being a fascist. And
right. She did say that. She did say that 6 months ago.
Also wrong to take Trump at his word regarding Project 2025. Meanwhile, Cenk clung to the few anti-war MAGA chuds that he could find, like Marjorie Greene and Dave Smith and some tweets here and there, in order to prove that he was right all along.
Yeah.
And the left.
No, they're blowing Thomas Massey, who's like enthusiastically applauding Donald Trump during the State of the fucking Union. Standing up proudly and clapping as loudly as possible, right? Getting fucking Donald Trump spittle in his fucking face as he's smiling and clapping at Donald Trump's lies during the State of the fucking Union, right? Just because he agrees with some positions on the left. That's supposed to be a victory for us, right? We got Gavin Newsom going on Ben Shapiro's podcast, talking about, oh yeah, I guess Gaza wasn't a genocide. Yeah, you're right. Right? Soft touching Ben Shapiro. You can't bring up the fact that he's defending Israel at all costs. That if he had to choose what country existed, he would choose Israel over the United States. Gavin Newsom, can't do any of that. No spine whatsoever. And this is supposed to be a victory for the left?
Was wrong, and that MAGA, they weren't as gung-ho about everything Trump was doing as the politicians are, because you see Marjorie Greene and Dave Smith aren't. And since they represent all of MAGA, obviously he's right and you're wrong. But when you fast forward to the current conflict and look at the public support for it among MAGA, I do think it's time to admit that Cenk Uygur maybe was a tiny bit too optimistic about MAGA, because as Gabe Fleischler points out, polls show that there is no MAGA split on Iran. Across 3 different polls, YouGov, CNN, and NBC, anywhere from 80% to 90% of MAGA Republicans approve of Donald Trump's strike on Iran. But it gets worse, because Adam Johnson writes, Republican support for bombing Iran was 53%, according to Quinnipiac's poll from January 14th. And then it shot...
This is a failed strategy. They're boat anchors on our movement. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't acknowledge their humanity, because that's what the left does, right? We hate these people, but we still want to give them health care, right? We actually, against their will and against their fucking better judgment, we want to make their lives better. They will never agree with us. They will never be down with us, but we actually want to govern for all people in this country, right? That does not mean that we have to waste our time engaging in useless fucking debates with these fucking freaks who advocate for, you know, the great replacement theory. And yes, our own and the enslavement of the left. Yes. Whether they explicitly say that or not, that's what they fucking believe in. That's what they support. And when it happens, they will not fight to release us. They will not be, oh, that's un-American. I'm putting my foot down. I'm not going to support this. They will not come to our fucking rescue. The left is better than these fascistic right-wingers. We believe in humanity. But that doesn't mean we have to waste our time having pointless debates with bad actors.
Up to 85 to 90% after Trump attacked Iran on February 28th.
Exactly.
So there is a vague current of anti-war sentiment within the GOP, but the lesson is that it's superficial and easily jettisoned whenever their cult leader goes neocon. He adds, one more piece of context worth adding is this 2015 PPP poll. It found that 30% of Republicans supported bombing Agrabah, the fictional country from Aladdin, with only 13% opposing. Dems were 19% for, 39% opposed. The degree of knee-jerk anti-Muslim racism can't be overstated. In other words, Cenk, my friend, buddy, I think it's time for you to fill out that apology form to the max left. It's time for you to take the L. Because if you just pretend like you weren't comically fucking wrong about MAGA, I don't think you can live this down. But if you take the L and you say, yes, I overestimated MAGA's ability to be principled, I think that we can move on. But you were so smug and comically wrong that you can't just like pretend like this didn't happen.
No, and he's like reconfigured all of TYT. Like, you know, J.R. Jackson and anybody that, you know, would have views to the left of him, he's relegated to the B team or off the main broadcast altogether, right? There's that other Jordan B. He's got 2 Jordans. You know, one Jordan that toes the line and does exactly what he says, and then he's got this other Jordan that, you know, he famously had that disagreement with a couple months ago, screaming match, right? You know, he gets, you know, they get a little bit of screen time. They get a little bit of screen time. And then, but everything else, like Cenk, Anna, and fucking interviews with Glenn Greenwald, fucking interviews with Marjorie Taylor Greene. At least 2 shows a week, at least 2 fucking shows a week about how Tucker Carlson is right. They won't shut the fuck up about Tucker Carlson.
They support war. You were wrong, and you have to eat shit and admit that you were wrong. Now, listen, in all seriousness, I'm having a lot of fun, but I'm not trying to needlessly shit on the Young Turks because, you know, I praised Cenk with a couple of videos last year when he took genocide supporters to task. I thought that was commendable, so I give credit where it's due. But I think that we need Cenk's major fucking L to serve as an example for other MAGA-curious pundits and even some potential 2028 Democratic contenders that you cannot reason with MAGA, and if you do, we're not going to take you seriously. This is a political cult that cannot be reasoned with or appealed to, as Cameron bluntly put it on Twitter.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That doesn't mean we disregard their humanity. That doesn't mean that we pass legislation that otherizes them, right? That we engage in the same kind of behavior that they want to engage in, right? Separate and divide America. That doesn't mean we have to do those things. But that doesn't mean that we need them to win politically.
What word we can use?
People want fighters, not capitulators.
Used to describe these people, but sheep or cattle. They literally have zero beliefs about anything except supporting Trump. And believe it or not, that's actually a really important point that everybody needs to acknowledge, because if we don't
now Trump over here urging allies to send ships to the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, that's going to be happening, Trumpy. That's going to be happening, Trumpy. Why don't you do it? He's urging his allies to send ships to the Strait before he's even done it himself. Hilarious. What a desperate fool Donald Trump is. Anyway, back to the video.
Acknowledge that fact of reality, then podcasters are going to continue to coddle MAGA dipshits, and politicians will continue to water down their policies in hopes of appealing to MAGA dipshits, a portion of the population that is living in an alternate plane of existence and are totally not fucking gettable.
Right. And this is where Vosh and pro-Israel destiny is correct, right? We have to stop coddling these people, calling them out, and stop trying to meet them halfway with their nonsense and their ignorance. We have to fight them, right? And we can Zoran this. By the way, we got to talk about Zoran and his anti-homeless crusade. We got to talk about that just in the course of fairness. So let me get that queued up for the next thing.
I have to pick on TYT a bit because they were one of the few centrists or populists or whatever they call themselves these days who still feigned ignorance about MAGA when everybody knew it was nothing more than a glorified political cult comprised of empty heads to be filled with the values and principles of Trump's liking. And almost everybody saw it, so the question is like, what took them so long? Even Trump's cronies see it. For example, Trump is apparently giving shoes to his cronies, and they were afraid to not wear them, even though, at least when it came to Marco Rubio's shoes, they were clearly too fucking big. But if Rubio doesn't...
No, and I was pointing this out in the Discord, that this really exemplifies the sycophants that surround Trump, right? The fucking shoes don't fit. But instead of going against dear leader, they wear the fucking shoes and look like fools. We've seen this with other empires. We've seen examples like this with other dictatorships. Exactly. Welcome back, Blue Brother.
Rubio's shoes. They were clearly too fucking big, but if Rubio doesn't wear them, then he risks offending Donald Trump. And if you offend Daddy Trump, you offend the MAGA hive mind, which you're going to need on your side if you want to run for president in 2028.
Gold,
so
also
you want to
known
know
as
what Marco Rubio
Aswan
did? He beclowned himself and put on those big-ass fucking shoes because he needs to stay in the good graces of the MAGA cult leader, because he knows that it all could go tits up for him with a single fucking tweet. He'd get excommunicated like that. But if you're wondering how people as intelligent as Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian could possibly think MAGA isn't a cult as late of 2025 and presumably 2026, it's because they have terminal cases of podcast brain, where they think that MAGA podcasters are somehow representative of regular MAGA voters.
Yeah,
in fact, they probably still...
No, Dave Smith does not, represent the average MAGA voter. He doesn't. Nick Fuentes or Nick Shirley is really more, or Asmund Gold is really more your average MAGA fucking voter.
Think that MAGA is anti-war because in one of their latest videos, they talk about how Trump is taking heat from MAGA, but it's just MAGA podcasters like Megyn Kelly and Joe Rogan, as if the skepticism of Joe Rogan and Megyn Kelly is indicative of a broader trend with MAGA voters.
And it's like if they had intellectual honesty or journalistic honesty, they would cover the poll numbers. They would cover these fucking poll numbers that Mike Figurino was bringing up, the 90%, the 80%, over 50% MAGA supporting. They would cover that stuff. But they kind of, I don't watch every fucking TYT clip. So maybe they have, and I would love to be corrected on that. But they kind of, they downplay that using the same mainstream media tactics of lying through omission or lying through obfuscation, right? not denying the reality, not showing these polls and saying it's fake news, but just not talking about it, and then barreling forward with the Tucker Carlson praise, with the MTG praise, fucking doing interviews with Glenn Greenwald without asking him a single question about how he's defended Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Take a look.
It is exactly the opposite of what President Trump ran on. Exactly the opposite. And yet Fox News is salivating over the prospect of more war, an extended conflict, and Lindsey Graham.
Right. And this is the fucking biatch that said, I know I'm supposed to feel bad for Alex Preddy. I know I'm supposed to feel bad for Renee Good, but I just don't. I just don't. If this is who we're supposed to make an alliance with?
Is it spokesperson?
You do be seeing Lindsey Graham on Fox News quite a bit these days. Like, I feel like he makes multiple Fox News appearances per day. He's like sweaty. He seems a little bit manic, like super excited, like salivating over the thought of like bombs dropping on the heads of civilians in these Middle Eastern countries, like totally depraved lunatic. And it feels good that for once.
And he'll probably win his fucking re-election. I don't know. Apparently, I've heard some rumors that his re-election isn't looking that good. You know what I mean? But he'll just be replaced by someone that's, you know, almost just as bad. Hell, the MAGA people that are probably souring on him are probably souring on him because he's like, you know, gay and effeminate, not because he's a warmonger.
You're hearing people who aren't on the left call it what it is, okay? These people are warmongers, and Trump did renege on pretty much everything he campaigned on.
Yes, because glazing fascists who helped Donald Trump get elected is, I guess, preferable to admitting that they were wrong and the left was right to call bullshit on how anti-war MAGA was from the very beginning. But, you know, putting aside my own pettiness, I actually do think that people like Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur, they do need to admit that they were wrong about MAGA, full stop. Because this idea that MAGA can be courted and won over is naive and downright fucking dangerous.
Yes.
Because it's keeping the Overton window firmly in the right when we need to cut our losses and move forward without MAGA if we ever want to make progress in this godforsaken country.
I'm saying.
And even though leftists like myself have been accused of living in echo chambers, the reason why I'm so cynical about MAGA is because I know them better than a lot of people. As I explained on a recent Rat on Leftist Mafia, I'm cynical about them because I have them in my family. It's not that I'm getting my idea of who MAGA is from podcasters. I know these people in real life. Okay, this is a non sequitur, but I have to bring it up because it still triggers me. Anna Kasparian and Cenk, how they talk about how, and I'm so sorry, I have to do this. They talk about how, oh my God, nobody wants to talk to the other side. Anna Kasparian's like, I actually talked to my neighbor Jeff. He helped me carry in my bike and he was lovely. It's like, okay, that doesn't mean you are like, that's not an accurate representation. You don't live with these people. You don't go to Thanksgiving with them. You don't have to interact with them anytime a family member's in the hospital or a fucking funeral happens. Like, you don't have to live with these people. And
we're not even demanding that. I'm just demanding that you look at the fucking poll numbers and reconfigure your strategy here.
Suffer. Like, they don't make you suffer.
I mean, look, you're going to have an interview with Glenn Greenwald, but you're not going to take him to task on anything. You're going to have an interview with MTG, but you're going to ignore her all of her bullshit, and because she agrees with me on a couple things. So we're just gonna ignore all that kind of stuff. Like, there's a big difference there.
Say bye, Jeff, and close your door, and you never have to see Jeff again. Maybe like when you're leaving and you see him in the parking lot. Like, you don't have to deal with these people. The people who are the most cynical about MAGA are the ones that have them in their motherfucking family, and that's me. I have them in my family. They're the worst people. They are irredeemable. Their brains are fundamentally fucking broken, and there is no way to repair it. And so, like, listen. I think that we have to figure out some way to bring these people back to reality. I don't know how you do that. I think we have to start talking about radical solutions, like mandatory education.
Yeah, photos printing. So this is where I disagree with Mike, and he's talking about fucking basically lowering ourselves down to their level, right? And it's tempting. It's tempting to talk about that, right? Concentration camps for right wingers and things like that. It's like, we're better than these fucking people, okay? The solution isn't just left-flavored authoritarianism.
Radical solutions, like mandatory education.
We don't have time. We don't have time to sit.
I kind of agree with Lance down here from the Surfs, right? We don't have time to be playing these silly fucking games.
Shouldn't.
We don't have time. We don't have time to sit and hold the hands of people who are about to chug unpasteurized milk. I unfortunately, I think there's a lot of battles to be fought. I'm not going to stop them from shitting themselves to death at this point. So drink all the unpasteurized milk you can get, all the methylene blue that you can get your hands on. Avoid all.
From my perspective, that's liberty, right? That's freedom. You have the right to be stupid, right? You have the right to make bad decisions with your body, right? That's liberty. This is why I lean so hard on democracy. The one thing that I wouldn't force right-wingers to re-educate. I would force right-wingers to vote. And I would force everybody to vote, like what they did in Australia. Everyone would be signed up to vote. Everyone would have to vote. And if you don't vote, you get a fine. You get a little slap on the wrist, right? But everyone needs to participate, because if everyone is voting, the politics will veer to the left, right? And it's like all people need to do is vote for their own self-interests, right? If you just completely focus on yourself and what benefits you, you're going to be voting for the left.
Vaccinations, eat nothing but raw red meat and salt excessively, and tons of alcohol.
So that's what I would force people to do.
I don't have time now
participate
to fight that battle
in our
as well,
democracy.
Right? Like, there's way more nice people that deserve healthcare.
Yes, we have to basically push them to the side and govern the country without them. And
no. See, he's totally wrong on this. We don't need to push them to the side. We need to force them to participate. Force everybody to participate. And that will take politics to the left, because these people are a minority of a minority, these MAGA fascists. They're a minority of a minority. You force everybody to engage in democracy, and you will see politics veer to the left. Look at what's happening in Australia, right? They had the same kind of hardline right wingers. They implemented these changes. I don't know how they got it through. And we're seeing Australian politics slowly creep to the left.
Do our very best to rehabilitate them. If that means mandatory education, that's what we have to do. I'm sorry, people.
Mike of the Humanist Report says we need gulags, literally.
For the record, I don't mean gulags.
Is this supposed to be funny, Mike? This is supposed to be funny? Ha ha. Funny, ha ha. For the record, I don't mean gulags. If you don't know, Mike is a fucking anarchist, right? So no, I completely and totally fucking disagree with you, Mike. We're better than the right. We don't need left-flavored gulags. We don't need left-flavored authoritarianism. What we need is democracy. More democracy. Anyway, there you go. There's more, but you get the fucking point. You get the fucking point. So has TYT learned the lesson? Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at TYT. Fucking a debate on the SAVE Act with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Nina Turner, right? Now, Nina Turner I like, right? She almost won. But we're doing interviews with Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're wasting our time trying to let this fascist cheerleader who only changed her mind, when Donald Trump came out, and when she was surprised that Donald Trump fought against the release of the Epstein files, right? So that defending pedophilia was too far for Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's great, but everything else is still on the table. She's still applauding everything else. Supporting the SAVE Act, which would disenfranchise tens of millions of women. Right? Anybody who knows, the electoral system in America knows that these, ID requirements, one, are not necessary, but two, would create hurdles that would prevent people from participating in our democracy. That's the whole point. Because Republicans know that the less people who vote, the more likely the outcome is going to be Republican. So that's why they support these ID requirements. Double IDs, and you need this and you need that. They know some Americans don't even have these things. Some Americans don't have their birth certificates. They don't have a fucking driver's license. They don't have, proof of this or proof of that. So you got to go to the DMV. You got to pay a fine. You got to wait in line. You got to wait, months and months and months for that to come through. And of course, the current configuration of the DMV under the Republicans is slower and more expensive and a bigger pain in the ass. So, you don't get to just register to vote and then go vote a couple months later. You got to preemptively, get your documentation together. You got to know what the changes are, and they're going to implement these changes as quickly as possible, giving you as little time as possible, right? So then you get your IDs together. But this is what we're wasting our time with over here on TYT. Both sidesing clown-ass Marjorie Taylor Greene and an actual progressive in Nina Turner. This is a useful use of our fucking time as progressives. And, and there's the Tucker fucking Carlson videos. There's the fucking Tucker Carlson videos. Trump versus Tucker. By the way, Tucker Carlson still vocally supports Donald Trump. Tucker Carlson made apparently several airplane trips. I think that's what in this video he talks about. It's like, oh, I took an airplane there to tell Donald Trump, don't do this war in Iran. Don't do this war in Iran. And why? And never once has TYT brought up the fact that the reason that Tucker Carlson is out of the blue giving a shit about Palestine and out of the blue giving a shit about Iran after this guy made a career on Fox News cheerleading the war in Iraq. Why? Why this heel turn from Tucker Carlson? It's fucking Russia. It's Russia. They've never mentioned once that the reason why he's had all these come to Jesus moments is because of his association with Russia. Why would Tucker Carlson be against Iran and against Israel? Because that benefits Russia. You see all these fucking shills, the Glenn Greenwald, the Aaron Mates, who are pro-Russian invasion, heavily criticizing Israel, for good reason, right? It's like it's an easy thing to do, but their motivations are never talked about on TYT. And that's woke, or I guess that's cancel culture. We can't get involved in that. It's failing to do your duty as so-called journalists. Okay, because there's no you want to point out Tucker Carlson said something correct accidentally, that's fine. But why are you leaving out this critical piece of context and information? Why are you doing that? Why are you allowing Russia to get away with that? But it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. So while Cenk Uygur doesn't actually support Zoran Mamdani and softly criticizes Zoran Mamdani's democratic socialism, they still, point out that he's being maligned by the media. It's so frustrating. It's so fucking frustrating. Apparently Anna Kasparian's a big fan of Tim Dillon. Imagine. Okay. So, I agree with Mike Figurino on the TYT needs to do a mea culpa. Certainly don't agree with his views on how we need to change, right? But this is why we need democracy, right? Mike Figurino would maybe vote for a more extreme candidate, an anarchist or a communist, while I would vote for a democratic socialist. But the solution to the problem is more democracy, not less. More free speech, not less. Because you hear from lefties like Mike Figurino talk about how, you shouldn't be able to vote if you're not this smart, right? Intelligence tests. You should, how many so-called liberals and leftists were supporting, Twitter and Facebook and a bunch of other social media platforms canceling canceling people for all different kinds of reasons, left or right, right? But, before Twitter was bought, when it was owned, when it was like during the Barack Obama era, and you'd see the Democratic Party fully support these censorship bans and waves, not just on white supremacists or leftists who want to like hurt people, which are very rare, but just anybody with an opinion that was outside of the quote unquote mainstream. Right? The Democratic, the Nancy Pelosi's idea of, censoring your way to free speech. We need more democracy, more free speech, not less. So that's where I heavily disagree with Mike Figurino. All right, let's have a little fun. Let's move on from this. I know I've been railing on this for an hour. Every time I talk about TYT, it's at least an hour. It's at least a fucking hour. Sorry. I can't, I have a hard time not shitting on it because it's just like, man, he's almost there. And he was there for a minute. TYT, right? They were legit progressives during Occupy Wall Street. Oh, but then they got burned. And now they're trying to, create bridges with fucking fascists. Tucker Carlson, who literally talks about the Great Replacement Theory, and then they don't call him out. Thank you. But we're done. We're done.
Shut the fuck up.
We're done with TYT for today. Let's go ahead and show you some of this war propaganda that's put out. So, I showed last week the atrocious video that the White House put out, mixing in, like, fascist, like space fascist from fucking Star Wars. What's his nuts? Kylo Ren screaming more as he genocides a galaxy. Splicing that in with us blowing up Iranian boats. They got Beerus the Destroyer in there, who would fucking hate MAGA, who would despise Donald Trump. They had Naruto. They had who else did they have in there? A bunch of fucking characters that would absolutely despise fucking MAGA, right? Clips from Modern Warfare 2, right? Well, they upped the ante. By the way, where the hell are Nintendo's lawyers? Watch this and tell me, where the fuck are Nintendo's lawyers? If I had a picture of fucking Donkey Kong on my stream, I'd be getting an email from fucking Nintendo's lawyers, right? There isn't a fucking fan project in the video game indie space, right? There isn't a fan project that doesn't have to worry about getting a fucking cease and desist from Nintendo if they dare put Sonic in a Mario game. But we get fucking crickets from the fucking Nintendo lawyers when this shit is out there. Not even a public statement. I haven't seen it. I hope I'm wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But I haven't seen a single fucking public statement about this. This video has been out for several fucking days now. Mixing Nintendo music, Nintendo iconography with fucking war crimes. And it's mum's the fucking word. Yeah, Luffy was in that video. Yeah, they sued over the tariffs because that's money. They sued to get their tariff money back, but not a fucking word about this? This is disgusting. Oh yeah, kill more people. Holy what? 10. This is sick. It's out. Sick. Slam dunk. Hopefully you're laughing at the irony, Dundee man. Oh, killed another one. Yay, destabilizing our oil market, which is directly going to affect the fucking, Nintendo's goddamn market. Less people buying Switch 2s. Gonna stay quiet on this one, huh? Sick. Absolutely sick individuals. Bunch of Asmund fucking Golds over here. Beast. That's beast. We're going to get to Asmund Gold in a second here, but Woke Patriot put this across my radar, and I wanted to talk about it a little bit. I don't know how to feel about this. You know, if you've been watching the stream, you know I fucking love Zoran Mamdani. You don't get to be mayor of New York, though, without making hard decisions. I'm not trying to make excuses here. So let's talk about this real quick. Mamdani administration restarts homeless encampment sweeps at 11 New York City sites. So, you know, if you've ever lived in a big city, like I have, I lived in San Francisco for over a decade. You run into a problem as a leftist who believes in human rights. Because it's all good to believe in those things, but when you're walking over drugged out zombies, pissing their pants, vomiting, you know, there's several times where I walked by an individual, I wasn't sure if this person was dead. Like I'm like getting really close. Is this person even breathing? Okay. You're seeing failed attempts at decriminalization here in Vancouver, where I currently live. Right? This idea that, you know, kinder, gentler systems, right? Decriminalizing drug use. You know, some of these things are theory, and part of the problem is that they're implemented half-heartedly, right? Where it's like, yes, maybe we do need to decriminalize, but we need to have a bevy of services. We need to have places for these people to go, job programs and rehabilitation and all that. And that's the stuff that's often, right, there's no money for that. We got just enough money to decriminalize and hand out some free needles, right? Because, you know, AIDS transmission is a real thing. Infectious disease transmission is a real thing. But then we don't have the billions and billions and billions of dollars to actually create a all-encompassing system that would actually help these people, right? So we're basically handing out free drugs and free needles, but then we don't have any of the fucking rehabilitation that would actually get these people back on their feet. And it makes us look like jackasses, right? It makes the left look like a bunch of utopian, naive fools, right? We see this in Oakland. You know, we just got done talking about TYT, and it's one of the things where I begrudgingly have to agree with Anna Kasparian when she talks about how the Oakland mayor has completely failed. We're talking about spending billions and billions of dollars on systems that aren't even communicating with each other, wasting all kinds of money, not all-encompassing, not competent, and it makes us look like fucking jackasses, right? You know, it gives plenty of ammo to right-wingers who come in and say, well, the only solution is to treat people like animals and throw them in jail, right? More jail, more cops, more cells. That's their solution, right? So if Zoran Mamdani is going to do this, is he just going to do it like every other leftist, so-called leftist, and do a half-assed, you know, not very well thought out program? Or are we going to do something different? Yeah, exactly, Seneca. Or are we going to do something different, right? Mamdani has already proven himself to be interested in doing things differently, right? Especially when it comes to rent, holding landlords accountable. So we're going to read this article, and let's see if that's any different. This is once again given to us by Woke Patriot in the Discord. Thank you, Woke Patriot. Appreciate that. Thank you to everybody who contributes to the Discord, including strategy member. We see female eunuchs in there. Blase, I think, comes in. Got a couple other folks. Someone's been putting a lot of cool stuff in the documentary section. I don't even know how to pronounce this. Are those letters? I don't even know. Are those letters? Those look like Arabic letters. I don't know. But thank you to the person who's been contributing to the documentary section recently. But thank you to everybody who participates in the Discord. If you want to join the Discord, let me know. I'll give you an invite. All right, so let's read this really quick. Well, I still got some kind of voice. Fucking blew my voice out screaming about TYT. The Mamdani administration restarted sweeps of homeless encampments on Wednesday, a policy the mayor once vowed to end and that homeless advocates have criticized as cruel and ineffective, which it is. I mean, it's because like they're not being relocated, right? It's not like, oh, here, take your tent to, this space that we've prepared for you that has sanitation, that has, access to job training and access to medical facilities. It's like, no, you're done. Bye. You're gone. If you're not here to pick up your tent at 1 p.m., we're going to throw that shit in the dumpster. And then your homeless ass just got more homeless. Right. And then you're left. And then you're still homeless. You're still wandering around being a fucking nuisance to everybody. Nothing has been fixed. Right. I saw this every fucking week in San Francisco. Just gaggles of fucking people. They'd be one place, and then they'd come in, pretend to clean the fucking. Oh, it's Greek. Sorry, sorry, hero. Sorry. But they would come in, pretend to clean the sidewalks in San Francisco. Destroy these tents, which are in everybody's way. They're doing fucking drugs. They're stealing fucking bikes. They're stealing fucking people's packages off their fucking porch. Okay, making everyone's lives fucking miserable. I mean, literally, in certain places in San Francisco, you got to walk on the fucking road to get around their encampments. Okay, unsustainable. It's unsustainable. So we move them to a place that's sustainable, right? No, you fucking don't. No, you just fuck them over. Okay, continue. The City Hall spokesperson said that most of the 11 encampments that were cleared were already abandoned structures inside parks where people were no longer residing. Really? That's coming from City Hall. Okay. Is it queso in Greek? Yeah? Okay. You guys will never let me live that down. That's okay. Queso. Mayor Zoran Mamdani has said his approach will be kinder and markedly different from those of his predecessors. Okay, there's a link here. Mamdani will bring back homeless encampment sweeps after vowing to end practice. Right, and this isn't even close to how bad it gets. Okay, this isn't even close to how bad I'm telling you, like it gets totally unsustainable and outrageous. I'm talking they cover the whole fucking sidewalk. I just want to see this here. Mamdani called the encampment sweeps done by his predecessors Eric Adams and Bill de Blasio a failure because they rarely led to people being placed in permanent housing. Yes. He built the new plan as kinder, gentler approach to addressing street homelessness, saying the city could conduct daily outreach in the 7 days before police and sanitation workers arrived to disperse encampments of makeshift shelters. They've done this before. They do this before. Oh, here's a piece of paper. Call this number. And then you call the number and it's like, oh yeah, we're full. We have no access. And if you're currently doing drugs, we can't help you. They prioritize women and children, which is great. But if you're a woman with a child who's doing drugs, you got no place to go. Right? So if you're a guy, you're fucked. And they often don't have they don't have room, they don't have space to help you. They're underfunded. But this is the same shit. This is all the same shit so far. I'm not seeing anything new so far. But advocates for homeless New Yorkers say Mamdani's plan is more of the same, exactly, and will displace people while moving only a fraction of them into shelters or permanent housing. That has been the problem. That's been the problem. How are you going to do it differently? It's a huge step backwards. It's Josh Goldfein, staff attorney at the Legal Aid Society. It seems like what's happening now is the administration is caving to political pressure to say that they have to push people out with force rather than approaching them with resources that they need and will accept. But this is the problem though, is that all they want is money. A lot of these junkies, all they want is like money so that they can buy drugs. They don't want to be, there's no enforcement to force them to do anything. The services that are offered are inadequate. There's no way to force them into doing any of this stuff. And there's no like middle ground solution, right? Like, okay, well, here's a space that we cleared out. You can put your tent down. You can do your drugs. Here's a place where you can take a shit. Here's a place where you can get some running water. We got some outdoor showers for you, right? But you can continue to be an addicted junkie, right? It's like, no, you have to completely and it's like, that is not how drug addiction works, okay? It's not how you don't just like, oh, okay, well, I was going to continue being a junkie, but now I'm not going to be a junkie because I want to take a shower, right? It's a very slow, oh, we got another raid. Yo, okay, all right. The third raid we've had, third stream. I appreciate the raids. I always piss off the person that's raiding. Thank you, Stannis. I think, is the Stannis the person who raided? Let me double check here. Let me see here. Who's raiding me? Who's raiding me? No, Hannah Reloaded. Raided with a party. 69. Yo! 69. Yo! Thank you. Hannah Reloaded. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you, Hannah. To the people that just came in, welcome to the News Underground. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. You're probably going to hate it here. I feel really bad that you were forced into this. You had no choice in the matter. Sorry. So let me just apologize right off the bat. I'm a democratic socialist. This is the realest motherfucking news channel on Twitch. Maybe you were a fan of Hannah there, and that's perfectly fine. But you just got to the realest motherfucker on Twitch by bar none. I can barely talk. No, I'm just fucking around. Thank you, Hannah Reloaded, for the raid. I appreciate it, and I apologize to the people that now have to deal with my bullshit, and they're going to leave immediately. All right, let's get back to it. What we are talking about right now is Zoran Mamdani, who I love. I'm a democratic socialist. He's a democratic socialist, right? He's vowed to do things differently. So far, and now he's engaging in homeless sweeps in New York City, which is a complicated subject for a leftist. We just got done talking about that. That's okay. Look, you got other shit to do, right? You didn't sign up for this. I get it. I'm not guilting you, please. If I was watching a stream and then someone raided me and I'm like, no, I'm going, no. I didn't come here for this. I came here for boobies. That's why I'm on Twitch. No. But anyway, we're talking about, is he going to do anything different? Or is this just going to be more of the same? And it's like, is this the first thing that I'm going to be disappointed in Zoran about? Because I knew I was, eventually going to come to this, right? It wasn't all going to be just, roses, candy and roses from Zoran, no matter how sexy and wonderful he is. Yeah, exactly, hero, exactly. Abandon all hope, ye who raid here. All right, so that's what we're getting into. It's kind of a dry subject. We actually just got done talking about some very fun stuff, watching video clips, and now it's me reading some articles about stuff. So, bye. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. There are boobs. Oh man, are there boobs? Oh baby. They got cameras just for them. They put them up in good angles. They got ass cams too. You seen those? Where are the hunks? That's what I want to know, right? Where are the hunky dude cams? Hopefully it's not all claviclears and look maxers, right? Did you guys hear about the claviclear thing? Hold on. Let's have some fun real quick. The fucking Ayatollah. Hold on a second. How do you spell this? Okay, yeah. Ayatollah. The Ayatollah might have been a fan of claviclear. I'm not fucking kidding. How do you even spell his name? Yeah. No, listen to this. Slain Supreme Leader was secretly a fan of American looks-maxing influencer, sources say. So this is like coming officially from Iran. I kid you not. I fucking kid you not. Claviclar. Obviously, he's a fascist, right? But it's like, was this dude gay? Was this dude gay? Which would make perfect sense for a theocratic dictator to be a hypocrite, right? Telling, pushing gay people off buildings while he's like jerking his little Ayatollah dick to Claviclear over here. In the weeks since the death of Grand Ayatollah Mordzeni Khamenei Nasrani, associates tasked with managing his private affairs have made a discovery that several have described in private conversations with this newspaper as difficult to reconcile. Yeah, Allah loves all. Yeah, he certainly he definitely likes him young. Difficult to reconcile with his public legacy. Among the devices recovered from the Supreme Leader's personal quarters was a tablet registered to a pseudonymous. How do you say this word? Hold on. I know what a pseudonym is. I know what anonymous is.
Pseudonymous.
Pseudonymous. Okay, pseudonymous. Registered to a pseudonymous account. That's anonymous and okay, anyway. Pseudonymous account with an extensive viewing history on Kick. The guy was on Kick. The Ayatollah was on Kick, dude. Pseudonymous. The guy was on Kick, the fucking Ayatollah. Can you imagine this guy? Was he like a fan of Asmongold and like was he like watching gambling streams? Right? Like a gambling stream, a Look Maxer gets a fucking $10,000 donation. He thinks it's from a mega fan. It's from the Ayatollah. No. This is amazing. The American live streaming platform, the account's most watched content, logged over a period of approximately 14 months, belonged almost entirely to Braden Peters, the American influencer known online as Claviclear. What? I mean, this is crazier than like Osama bin Laden playing Counter-Strike and watching Dragon Ball Z. Like that was pretty crazy, right? Osama bin Laden being a fan of some of that kind of shit. But this is fucking crazy, dude. 4 people with direct knowledge of the discovery agreed to speak on condition of anonymity. Of course they did. Yeah, their ass getting pushed off a building. Citing fear of reprisal from the Transitional Religious Authority, now administering the Supreme Leader's estate. A 5th source, a senior cleric who had served in the advisory capacity to Khamenei Nasrani for over a decade, did not deny the account's existence, but declined to characterize its contents. There are aspects of a man's private life, he said, that are between him and God. No. That's not how it works in Iran. They literally have something called morality police in Iran. Motherfuckers deputized by the theocratic government, authorized to harass people that are not being religious enough. So the Ayatollah gets to fucking goon over this guy. He gets to goon in his private life. He gets to be gay, basically, which of course there's nothing wrong with that, right? But he gets to criticize and no, the gay people are not allowed in my society and it's illegal and it's hedonistic. But this guy's over, so he's making declarations and letting his government push gay people off buildings while he's over here jerking his gherkin to fucking Claviclear, dude. Holy shit. I mean, you can't make this shit up. The account created in the autumn of 2024 under a name that translates loosely from Persian as student of discipline had watched an estimated 300 hours of Claviclear content by the time the Supreme Leader's death. Viewing sessions typically began in the late evening with the door closed, often running past midnight, baby, and were concentrated on Peter's longer live streams rather than the short clips that circulate more widely on social media. Dude was a fan. Dude was a parasocial fan. Bro, I mean, how do you, like, someone please ask him about this. Like, this guy's one of the most obnoxious sons of bitches you've ever seen, right? Like, he literally thinks you shouldn't be allowed to hold public office unless you look good. Right? He's one of these fucking fascists. This is real. I swear to God. The Tehran Dispatch, it's not just one person. It's like 5 different people who are speaking on anonymously, right? So it could be a total psyop. It could be a total fucking psyop. But I mean, this guy's a complete, like, up his own ass. You know, you're only a legitimate human being if you look good, kind of dickhead, like a real sociopath, right? Certainly not. You would think this guy's like, following some Arab guy who's like reading the fucking Quran, right? No. Like, this guy he's like going to clubs and he's like banging bitches and he's like, he was eating McDonald's. The last viral clip of his was him eating a fucking McDonald's burger and it had cheese on it, and he had a fucking little crybaby breakdown because his burger had cheese on it. This is real. Sources disagree about the extent to which Khamenei Nasrani, I can't get it right, understood what he was watching. Two described him as a genuine, if bewildered, enthusiast, drawn initially to Peter's emphasis on physical discipline and self-improvement before becoming, in the words of one source, simply habituated to watching. Dude turned into a fan. A third suggested he may have been conducting informal research into Western youth culture. Oh, yeah. He was researching, baby. He was researching. You know he was researching. He was researching all night long.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
What is not
Don't ask me the question.
Okay, thank you, Trump.
Please.
What is not in dispute is that the viewing was sustained, deliberate, and conducted in private. Uh-huh. No, I mean, like, if you're doing research, you're okay. You a couple hours, right? Maybe a week, right? You're like, okay, you're taking notes. You're like, okay, checking this guy out, right? 300 hours. That's a lot. That's a lot of research. That's a lot of, and like, he was the most watched person, right? Where's the other guys? Where's the Asmongold and where's the rest of the fucks, right? No, it's just the pretty guy. It's just the pretty guy doing live streams in the club. Okay, blah, blah, blah. And then they talk about Claviclear here. Anyway, so there you go, Raiders. There you go. I'm sure you're all gone. I had 75 viewers. How many do I have now? 58. They're out of here, baby. They're out of here. Bye. See you later. Yeah, okay. Right. Now, look. For those who, you're new here, you're like, what the fuck? You're shitting on this guy. You're shitting on, like, I don't like theocracies. I don't care where they're at. That includes the theocracy in Israel. I have no respect for religion in general, just so you know that. That does not mean I support the current war that's happening in Iran, just so you know that. I think it's a fool's errand. I would like to see the people of Iran overthrow this theocracy and, go back to the days of Mossadegh. I would like to see those things, right? Do I think that what Donald Trump is doing and what Bibi Netanyahu is doing is going to lead to that? Absolutely not. Do I believe that was their motivations to liberate the Iranian people? No. Oh, Goose X with a raid. Yo, check this out. 2 people raiding me. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. No, that's actually legitimately it's crazy. No, thank you for the raid, Goose there, Goose X, Gust. I always say Goose X. It's Gust. It's Gust. Thank you, Gust Broadcast. Let's get some like for likes and follow for follows. Gust is great. The person who followed me is pretty cool too. Who was the one that rated me here? Hannah Reloaded. Let's start following Goose Text. Let's start following each other, folks. Help each other out. Get those follows in. Help people out. We gotta create these networks, okay? We can't let, TYT isn't gonna do it for us, okay? They're no longer the home of progressives, okay? So let's follow Hannah Reloaded. Let's follow Gust Broadcast. And don't worry about following me. Who gives a shit about me? But let's help these folks out. Thank you for the raids. I do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. I'm not 100% right. Okay, no. I am 100% belligerent. I'll say that. But yeah, I'm right about supporting each other. Yes, that I am right on. Yes. Let's support each other. Get those follows. Help each other out. My aunt's a few cousins evacuated Beirut yesterday. It appears the state is not taking on new fronts, and the country is preparing for closing. Closing? A country is not a business. What do you mean, like closing its borders? That's scary. Okay. All right. Did a little detour because I thought I had some fun with the Raiders there. We just got done talking about the Ayatollah's secret sexual desires for claviclear. It's just so bizarre, man. It's actually more bizarre than Osama bin Laden's. He had like, what was it, like Dora the Explorer or something? He had like Dragon Ball Z. Apparently he used to play Counter-Strike, Osama bin Laden. But no, dude, being a fan of claviclear, I did not see that from the Ayatollah. I did not. He's like watching Kick.com, Ayatollah. Yes, I do that, Simply Steve. I drank all my chai tea. Now I'm on to this melon drink that my wife gave me. Melonade. Look at that cute little penguin. Melonade. It's pretty good. It's pretty sugary, but it's pretty good. Yummy. Look at the packaging too. Is that a Japanese thing? Liquids coming in a fucking packet like this? Yeah, ain't that the truth? I'd be nothing without my wife. Anyway, so this is real. It's like, truth is stranger than fiction. If you read this in a book, you'd put the book down. Be like, okay, we're getting a little ridiculous here. I'm gonna go read something more realistic, right? Like a Harry Potter or something. But no, thank you, Gust Broadcast. Thank you so much. Go get something to eat. I appreciate the raid, and I apologize to the people that were forced here. Have a good day. I'm sure you're going to leave soon, but have a good day. Just to catch everybody up, we're talking about Zoran Mamdani right now, who's a fellow Democratic Socialist. And, he's doing homeless sweeps. He promised he wasn't going to do them. So now he's doing homeless sweeps. Is he doing them differently? Right? Is he going to do anything differently? So far, I've seen the answer is no. So let's finish this up. Then we'll get to some other clips and a bunch of other stuff. Stick around if you like the news. I think we're going to do a little bit more Iran-related news after this one here. Mamdani has faced pressure to resume sweeps from business leaders and elected officials and media outlets since he halted the policy days after taking office. Those calls intensified after at least 19 people died outdoors during a recent stretch of cold weather, though it was unclear how many of the people were living in encampments. At least 5 have had permanent housing. Mamdani said city's new sweeps policy will look far different than it did under the Adams administration. Okay, all right. Starting from the day outreach workers began notifying street homeless New Yorkers of a scheduled sweep. So that's normal stuff. They do that all the time. Every single day of that time period will be characterized by outreach from homeless service workers to homeless New Yorkers. Okay, that's literally the same shit that they always do. Mamdani said the new approach will help foster trust and lead to placements in shelters and apartments. Their first reaction might be that of skepticism, Mamdani said, but their third, their fourth, their fifth, their sixth reaction may be of interest in the possibility of shelter services programming supportive housing. Okay, but is this, are you increasing that? Are you laxing some of the regulations or the rules? Because like I said before, a lot of these services, oh yeah, you can come through the door if you're not on drugs. And it's like, no, I'm addicted to fucking crack. I'm addicted to heroin. I need to do my drugs. Not saying that's a good thing, but I'm simply pointing out that junkies don't change overnight. And if it's the choice between a home or their addiction, a lot of junkies choose their addiction. So if, having a service that is like, yeah, the door's open as long as you stop doing drugs, you're not helping anybody. That doesn't mean we need to create spaces where people can just do drugs and then, and just, just waste away in government spaces until they die of, their drug addiction. But it does mean that it's complicated, right? You have to create this complicated network of services, and you have to be constantly checking in on these people. You have to be, constantly offering them and reminding them, and It's complicated. It's hard. When anybody that's ever had a family member that's been addicted to drugs, I have, and myself, I was addicted to marijuana for quite some time. They will tell you it's incredibly difficult, right? You have to be firm but kind, and sometimes it's really hard to be kind when they're trying to rip you off, when they're trying to steal from you, when they're not listening to your advice, when they're not listening to the, like, oh, I got a bunch of bed sores and I'm sleeping in the gutter and I got, bed bugs. It's like, well, are you going to change your behavior? And they're like, no, you're going to give me that crack, baby. And it's like, that's incredibly frustrating when you love somebody that is killing themselves and, their life is in shambles and they continue with the behavior. And it's like, it takes time. It takes a lot of time to work those people out of those behaviors. All right. So anyway, what I'm looking for is something different here. So let me just go through this here. Mom Donnie also said the Department of Homeless Services will decide which public sites to target. Okay, whatever. Okay, Mom Donnie's policy change, which was first reported. Okay, yeah. So this is a change that he promised he wasn't going to do this, and now he's doing it. So the business lobbying group loves this. They don't care. As long as the people are not in front of businesses, they don't give a fuck about people. So the business lobbying is loving this. They're traumatizing. Yeah, it is traumatizing because you're uprooting them from their location, but you're not really giving them a good alternative. And it's like, I do understand, right? Like, it's unsustainable to let homeless people crowd the sidewalks, steal packages, be menacing. A lot of these folks can be menacing to other folks. I lived in San Francisco for over a decade. I can tell you, I've had confrontations, direct confrontations with homeless. I've been spit on by homeless people on the bus. It's a very real thing, right? People don't, just because you live in a city, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to be living in fear of, some homeless person, getting fucking weird on you. But that's a reality. But it's like, if billions of our taxpayer dollars are going into services, there needs to be an efficient system, a good use of these services, right? And that's where the critique comes in, where it's like, how come these systems aren't talking to each other? How come these systems aren't changing and trying new things or modifying? Hey, GustX, once again, thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the raid. I do appreciate that. That is very kind of you. Once again, have a good night. Hopefully you had a good stream. Enjoy your pizza or whatever the fuck you're eating. Thank you once again to GustX. Folks, make sure you're clicking that follow button on GustX there and Hannah Reloaded. Help these folks out. Please. Help each other out, for the love of God. The follow is free, okay? The follow is free. Blah, 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 blah. So, here's an account of someone who I need to be able to have an apartment with a stove, bathroom, a shower, and be able to have a job. Yep. It's a serious problem. So Mom Donnie said he expects more people to move into shelters and apartments under his current plan. But all I've heard of, from what I've read in this article, his current plan is tell people that these services exist. And that's not the problem. These people know these services exist. Okay, the problem is not someone, well, really? The problem is that these services don't work if you're still addicted to drugs. A lot of the time, you're not welcome to an SRO. You're not welcome to a job place or whatever, right? If you're doing drugs. So what do? Well, you got to get off drugs, Slappy. Well, I'm addicted, baby. I can't. And that's where the complication comes in. We will meet them looking to connect them with shelter, looking to connect them with services, looking to connect them with a city that wants them to be sheltered and indoors and warm and safe. And that is something that I believe will yield far better results. The problem is not communication. These people know that these services exist. The problem is the current rules that don't let them in. And look, obviously you can't have people that are stealing. You can't have people that are being disruptive. You can't have people that are like, bent over on heroin, in your lobby. But there needs to be a place for those people to go. Okay? So I'm not seeing anything different here. So just looking at this other article. So advocates are criticizing Mamdani. They say this is not a new day. This is not a new solution. This is old. That's what I'm saying. Same thing that we've been seeing for all past administrations. I've lived in San Francisco. I have to agree, said Eduardo Ventura, who is formerly homeless and is a member of the SafeNet Activists, a group advocating on issues that they've experienced. The Adams administration conducted more than 4,100 sweeps between January and June, and none of the people targeted in those operations moved into permanent housing. About 260 people agreed to move to a shelter, a Gothamist analyst found. Ventura and other members of the Safety Net activists gathered outside City Hall on Wednesday, calling on the mayor to stop the sweeps. Well, it's one thing to do the sweeps to get them out of the way, to get them from being a nuisance, but if you're just uprooting them and there's no place for them to go, then then what the hell are you doing? They posted their own version of a sweeps notice that included a list of solutions to homelessness. Those included offering more safe haven shelter beds without curfews, offering private rooms, improving shelter conditions, and offering trash pickup or other services to people living on the streets to meet their basic needs. So, and this is where things need to be smart, and there needs to be laws that unfortunately, means that you have to give up some privacy. So it's like, if I'm going to give you a private room, and you're going to be doing drugs in this private room, you can't be doing prostitution from that room. You can't be cooking drugs, right? You can't be cooking meth in the private government-funded room that we just gave you. You can't be killing yourself or destroying the room. These are all problems that exist when you're dealing with homeless people that are addicted to drugs, okay? And it's like, this is where the smart, it needs to be adaptive and smart, respectful of human rights, respectful of privacy up to a certain point, but it needs to be adaptable, right? And there always needs to be a place for them to get help. It's like, okay, hey, knock, knock, knock. Hey, we're just doing a check-in, making sure you're not cooking meth in here. Make sure you're not, trying to do prostitution in here. Would you be interested today in, going to a psychiatrist, right? Would you like me to take you to a shower, right? Would you like me to, it requires so much work. And once again, if you've never dealt with a person in your family or someone close to you that's addicted to drugs, these kind of things can seem kind of like crazy. Like, why don't people just, pull themselves up by their bootstraps? Like it is extremely tiring. And that's, we need professionals that are paid a fair wage, that have an infinite amount of patience. Like, that is the number one prerequisite. Like, you need an unbelievable amount of patience to deal with people who are drug addicted. Okay. And, and all these services need to be connected to each other and working with each other and adaptable and changing to, to the needs of these people if we want to actually fix this problem. Okay? And the reason why we want to fix this problem is because what's the alternative? It's the conservative idea, which is arrest everybody and throw everybody in a fucking jail cell. Right? Treat everybody like animals. So, yeah, I mean, that's the problem, is that there a lot of these people, they don't necessarily want help. They just want to do drugs. And that's where a law needs to be said about, okay, well, it's a free country. You can do that. But if you're going to utilize these services, and we're going to pass a law that says you have to utilize these services because it's unacceptable for you to be sleeping on the sidewalk. So we're going to force you to take this location, to take this space where you will have privacy up to a certain amount. Okay? Like I said, you can't be cooking meth in here. Right? It's like, well, if I can't do what I want in this space, if I can't rip the wallpaper down and start, putting, using a hammer and banging holes in the wall, then I don't want to be here. It's like, no, okay, now we have to enforce this. Okay. And it's like, it needs to be kind of like a pseudo jail, not prison, but it needs to be kind of like pseudo, like you have no choice but to participate. If you're going to do drugs in New York and you're going to be homeless in New York, there needs to be a push-pull here. And it's very, very difficult though. It's very, very, because the current paradigm doesn't work. Just legalizing drugs and giving people access to clean needles and then just hoping things will work out, that doesn't work. Throwing people in a cell, and throwing away the key, basically throwing these people away, that doesn't work. It's expensive, but it could actually be a massive job creating opportunity. And like I said, you need an infinite amount of patience to deal with people like this. But it needs to be adaptable, okay? And it needs to be kind of like, okay, well, you're doing drugs, but you're not making drugs, and you're not, engaging in prostitution and destroying the room and things like that. So we do a check every day to see if you're interested in doing a job program, right? There has to be a certain amount of pestering, right? No, I mean that's not, because like if that's what you believe, then you believe human beings should just be thrown away. Maroni. I don't think anything will work if they themselves don't want to get better, and that is a problem. But that doesn't mean that they should be allowed to make society unpleasant or dangerous in some cases, right? That just because they don't want to get better, that doesn't mean that the government isn't obligated to force people to do certain things, right? It's like, okay, you want to do drugs, you want to destroy your life, you have to do it in this space. You're not allowed to engage in criminal activity, while you're here, et cetera, et cetera. If you engage in criminal activity, then here's the next level, and that eventually does need to lead to, temporary incarceration for committing crimes, right? Like we can't have, the solution to the problem is not let people commit crimes. It can't be. If you've lived in a city, you know what I'm talking about, where it's like, we got to do something about this. It's unsustainable. But if you're a lefty, you have to understand, human rights. You have to understand, the empathy. But it is very complicated, right? You got Oakland, you got San Francisco spending billions and billions of dollars. Nothing gets better. The problem seemingly only gets worse. It's interesting. Like, cops will have the ability to uproot you and throw your tent away, but they don't have the ability to kind of force you into any kind of, program, because the program isn't really designed to work like that. It's really only designed to work for people that are like, okay, I've had enough. I want to get better. I'm motivated to get better. There's no real system laid out for the people that don't really want to get better. But, it's complicated. I got to tell you, I used to have a family member that was addicted to drugs. She would try to manipulate me. She stole from me. She pilfered my video game collection. It was very, very tough, to try and love that person, to try and care for that person, when they're working against their own self-interest and they're burning every bridge that they have, right, to get more smack, right? All right, so it looks like I'm disappointed in Mom Donnie here, and that fucking sucks, dude. Because this is, and it's like, this is tough, but, just going around to these encampments for 7 days and telling people there's services that you don't qualify for that you could go to if you change your behavior, which they don't want to do, that's not going to do it. That's not good enough. So I don't know. I hope Mom Donnie readdresses his, there's some noise upstairs. I hope Mom Donnie readdresses this, identifies this as not good enough, and comes at it with a different paradigm. That's what's needed here. It's expensive, it's complicated, and like I said before, sometimes you do have to disregard people's right to privacy, people's, liberty, right? I think it needs to be, at stages, different phases. It's like, okay, well, you're addicted to drugs, but you don't commit crimes, so you're in this stage. You're stage 2, right? But you're addicted to drugs and you commit crimes, and then you also destroy the spaces that we put you in, so we can no longer offer privacy to you, but we're still going to be humane to you, right? So now you're stage 3. Stage 4, you're like literally hurting people. Okay, so now you're an actual criminal, and now you need to go to jail because you've committed crimes against people, right? It's not easy, I can tell you that. But from what I've seen from this, I think it's fair to be criticizing Mamdani for not breaking the paradigm, not doing things differently. Unfortunately, that does appear to be the case. And that is incredibly disappointing. All right. Okay, I do want to see this here. You know, let's get to something that is fun, which is shitting on and shaming fascists. So let's do this before we get back to Iran. And I want to do a little Ukrainian news as well, get a little caught up on Ukraine, because Ukraine's actually kicking a lot of ass, pushing Russia back. I want to cover that a little bit as well. So those are the two things I want to get to. But I need to be shitting on Asmongold for being a sociopathic, fascist, fucking piece of shit, piece of fucking garbage. It's one thing to as R.M. Brown put it, to be living in a gummo house. Let's start with him because he's hilarious. It's one thing to live in a gummo house and, you know, being a piece of shit that way, but it's a whole other thing to being like genocide works. Brown people and poor people and immigrants are subhuman. I mean, just full-blown white supremacy. You know, no mask about it, no nothing. So your boy R.M. Brown, who, if you're not subscribed to, correct yourself. If you're a leftist and you're following politics, put this motherfucker in your algorithm immediately. Okay, you will not be disappointed.
Bathroom.
So he actually talks about Asmongold here a little bit. Asmongold over here, after covering Drunk Alex Jones, which is hilarious. Drunk Alex Jones went on Tim Pool's fucking podcast, made a complete fool of himself, kept talking about Joe Rogan's vagina. So don't miss that. That's a hilarious part. That's the beginning of this episode. Definitely watch that if you want to hear Alex Jones drunkenly talk about Joe Rogan's vagina. But for the first time that I don't think I've seen R.M. Brown do this. He's been kind of ignoring Asmongold for a little while. But he talks about Asmongold here, and it's hilarious as usual. His coverage is always top notch. So let's go ahead and watch that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna give you one of these.
I'm Admiral Brad Cooper here at United States Central Command.
Yeah, and Asmongold literally watching fucking military CIA fucking propaganda and just like, oh, okay, well, there you go. You know, the government just fucking lying to you. Everything's going great in Iran. We're kicking in. We're doing great. And Asmongold, that's right. Well, there you go. We're kicking butt. Yeah, killing people works. That's how we do it. Yep. He's such a fucking moron. Let's watch.
Nice leading the forces executing Operation Epic Fury.
I don't need the whole
First,
background.
I want you to know that we continue to keep the families of our fallen heroes and our wounded teammates in our thoughts and prayers.
No, you do not.
$20 a year. I'd also like to
Shut up,
acknowledge
man.
and
I'm
thank
trying to watch
the
that
families of the 50,000
military
American
video.
servicemen and women. In short, U.S. forces.
I wonder how many guys are trying to re-sign up so they can go over there that were in the first war on terror.
I know I am, man.
Because I remember whenever the Desert Storm happened, the first one, the day that it started happening, my dad immediately called the recruitment office and he wanted to go to Desert Storm on day.
It's great. It's great reporting right there. Wow. I'm reporting live from my dad's
I wonder how many people want to go back to war because war is cool.
house. He says he should be there in doing war, doing awesome war stuff. He also says he's the strongest man in the world and can prove it. Back to you. Oh, amazing, man. This is one of those guys, I don't know too much about this guy, but he just comes up on my YouTube.
Because YouTube knows what kind of crap I like, man.
And you know, a lot of these people.
Asmon needs to go. Asmon needs to be fucking first. Okay, if we're gonna be sending troops, boots on the ground, I want Asmongold to be there first. Huh? Let's draft. Let's do a draft, and let's start with fucking Asmongold. Oh no, my precious little incel hovel. Oh, I don't want to leave my gamer masturbation den. No, I other people need to fight, but not me. His fucking dad fought, right? How come you're not signing up, bitch? You fucking coward. Oh, you're happy to clap and cheer other people getting slaughtered, but you don't have the fucking nutsack to be doing that shit. You'd be pissing your fucking pants, crying for fucking mommy on the front lines of the war that you support. You fucking bitch. God, I hate him.
We make fun of Tim Pool, whatever. I'm like, how do they get so many views? And then I look at this guy, 2 hours, 250,000 views. Okay. On this, I think this is maybe one of the funniest, in a bad way, things I've ever seen, you know, where it's like, let me give some information on what's going on in the world geopolitically, militarily. I got a great idea of where to get some objective information. The U.S. military's propaganda department. And then he's just watching this. He's like, my dad said something. 250,000 views. Okay, so anyway, this hilarious guy here who's on his social media, he's giving us some amazing insight by watching a video from the military and agreeing with everything on it. But there's a peculiar part in this. Where did he even find this video? Would you watch this? Listen to this guy.
I've said this before, but it bears repeating.
Why isn't anyone listening to me? Okay.
I've said this before, but it bears repeating.
Calm down.
U.S. combat power is building. Iranian combat power is declining.
Okay.
And we remain centered on very clear military objectives in eliminating Iran's ability to project power against Americans.
So just overt propaganda, jingoism. Okay, it's like one thing to be watching this and criticizing it and being like, well, that's a lie. That's not true. That doesn't appear to be what's happening on the ground. And look at this fucking zombie, this fucking disgusting, unwashed zombie. Oh, yeah, America #1.
And against its neighbors. Every day.
Okay. Let's hear that again.
And we remain centered on very clear military objectives. In eliminating Iran's ability to project power against Americans and against its neighbors.
Yeah, that doesn't sound incredibly clear. Actually, that sounds intentionally vague.
In the Gulf of Oman.
Where's it at
the
now?
day before we launched Operation Epic Fury. Here's the same pier 4 days later. All ships take.
You can see here where the ships are no longer in the place that they were. Yeah, so the ships are gone now.
That's base.
Yeah.
Wow.
Whoa.
Where'd they go? They've been upgraded to submarines.
Get out of action.
I hope we killed lots of people when we did that too, bro. It's based.
That's
This
it.
Bayandar class.
Oh man, yeah, this is a tough one. Oh, 280,000.
I take the word of the U.S. government at face value.
1,000 views now. 280,000 views now in 2 hours. Okay, and that's on YouTube. I think this is a Twitch guy where you get.
And as mentioned in the chat, this shit's botted to fuck too. All these fucking idiots, all these right wingers are botted up big time. But there's still a lot of fucking dummies who go here. If you've been on these streaming platforms long enough, you know you skyrocket. You explode if you're spreading right-wing propaganda, right? The oligarchy that owns these platforms absolutely loves your ass, and the algorithm that they've created totally fucking boosts you. Along with, I have a theory, personal theory. This is on, total ass pull here. But I have a personal theory that the reason why right-wingers do so well on social media is that the people that watch them are fucking losers, in their mommy's basement, or, like they got, fucking 300-pounder no-lifers that are on, playing World of Warcraft or Rust, or, they're on their favorite game every single fucking day. Literally no fucking life, right? And they got their second screen permanently tuned to their favorite right-wing bullshitter, right? Like, I truly believe that. Like, one of the reasons why these guys always fucking blow up on social media is because they have this gaggle of no-lifers that watch them constantly, And like lefties, we have fucking lives. We have a fucking, a lot of lefties, they have hobbies. They have, responsibilities. They do other things in their life. A lot of right-wingers, they have no fucking life. And they can easily dedicate every fucking waking moment to these jackasses that, that create this echo chamber that they love to sit in, these little hug boxes. No, he doesn't. No, Maroni.
And this is just from my research. These are the numbers I found in my research of how many views this guy gets. 4 quadrillion billion. But it's like, we make fun of like Ben Shapiro, Benny Shapipi.
Yeah, exactly.
Pants,
Seneca.
You know, PBD, whoever. Those guys seem like either con artists or spies or something to me. I think this guy is like earnestly stupid. Sorry.
No offense.
From what I've seen about this guy, I saw some like interview with him.
No, he's a true fucking believer.
Some people like went to go talk to him, and apparently he lives in some kind of like gummo, like a gummo house. If there's any older people watching this, he lives in a gummo house, a dilapidated hoarder house, and this is what he does. God. Okay. And before 4 quadrillion people watch it. 4 quadrillion people watch this. House. And he's just like watching a U.S. military PR video, and he's like, yep, correct. Okay. It's like I'm not even sure what to make fun of here. Like, this is stupid. You know? I'm sorry. This is what I feel like saying for the people who view this. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about this. This should not have happened to you. That you find this content compelling, this unfair.
Fuck. I mean, nobody is. Liberals are. Yes, white liberals in America, white liberal women in America are siding with Iran.
Right. You're a woke white liberal woman if you disagree with endless wars in the Middle East that have given us nothing but success in the past. Nothing but dubs and wins, super based.
But besides that, nobody else is.
Nobody
else
Americans
and our friends, and we're achieving this through.
I like his faces, though. He does make funny faces. Okay, so I just took a little break there for like maybe 10 minutes, and now he has 300,000 views on this. This guy, to me, is less like irritating than like, obviously Ben Shapiro. Like, even if you're 80 years old, you're living in Florida, and you're all pissed off at young people, and some weird little pervert will come on and be like, young people are morons.
And let's blow up everything, because you're going to die soon, Grandma, you know.
Even if that's what you want to hear, like, I don't know how anybody listens to that voice. Or like Tim Pool, who sounds like an 11-year-old trying to sound like an adult, you know?
Yeah. But an arrogant 11-year-old trying to sound like an adult. Tim Pool is just, ugh.
This guy just seems like an average American of some kind, you know?
Yeah.
Like he's living in a gummo house.
Yeah. No, I mean, really it is, there is a tragedy to this that, you know, Asmongold definitely does reflect. He's not like Ben Shapiro trying to, you know, apply some veneer of intellectualism over these, you know, this old conservative dogma, right? Like it does reflect who his audience really is. Yeah, that is very true.
His food comes from like Costco and 7-Eleven. The only movies he's ever watched are like Iron Man related. Like this makes him a little harder to make fun of because he seems like an average American who, you know, many of us young people lived through this in the early 2000s where a lot of these kind of guys were like, oh yeah.
Sorry, I got to get my RM Brown filter here. There we go. I got my RM Brown. I haven't used this in a while.
Man, war's cool. Like he's saying, oh man, war's awesome. I'm going to do the military because I saw a commercial. I saw a commercial where a guy was doing rock climbing and then they handed him $100. That guy looked like Macho Man Randy Savage. It's awesome, man. I'm going over there. And then, like, cut to a couple years later, that same guy's in a documentary. He's like, my legs are gone. And honestly, if I'm being real, I have no idea what the hell I was doing over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right. It was to...
And Asmongold has bragged that he doesn't read history. He doesn't understand. You know, he doesn't look up facts. He doesn't look things up. He said in a statement, he's like, you know, it's really weird. I don't look anything up and I don't read anything, and yet I'm so correct. I'm so right all the time. How is that? You know, isn't that funny? I'm just so correct in all the things that I say. Yeah, doesn't want to overlearn anything, and he's like, oh, I'm so correct all the time, but I never look anything up, and I don't really read history or anything. So it's crazy how much of an expert I am on these things. Like he says that shit.
Make the stock price of these military contractors go up. I did do that. That was cool. I can't walk, though. But it's a little bit harder to do one of these. Okay. Let's not start with that stuff. To this guy, because he does seem legitimately to not know what the hell he's doing or talking about.
Dismantled.
And I think honestly, like what this should really tell the rest of the world is that
honest.
Iran is an existential threat that will literally kill your people for collateral. And
Iran, you know, they weren't doing themselves any favors with the bullshit that they were pulling with, you know, Hezbollah and things like that. But the idea that they were some kind of existential threat to other countries, especially in the same way that the United States and Israel is total propaganda. And really propaganda that's only been circulated in the last like 2 weeks. And this guy just like, that's a fact. That's just a fact. This is my RM Brown filter. He's always orange for some reason. I don't know if he does like tanning or something, but he's always orange. But just like literally propaganda that's been circulated for the last 2 weeks is now presented as stone cold common sense fact.
In order to keep its murderous regime alive. I think if anything, this should unite the entire world against Iran.
Right.
Okay, maybe we can get the Avengers on this.
Because that's what happened with Iraq and Afghanistan, right? They saw our illegal invasion and, you know, destruction of those countries, and they rallied around us. Yeah, that's what happened, right? Yeah, sure. We engaged, what was it, Article 4 or whatever of NATO, you know, and, you know, we got the NATO members to join in with us. But they didn't stick around. They weren't, you know, they weren't happy to participate in this fucking illegal excursion, you know. And what do we see now? Canada noping out, UK over here, you know, like, oh, I don't know, we're only going to help defensively. We're only going to shoot down drones. We're not going to, be offensive in any way. Spain over here saying fuck no. You know, the entire international community is like, absolutely not. I don't want to get involved in this, right? But this is what happens when you literally don't pay attention to anything. You just watch government propaganda, literally government fucking YouTube videos, and then repeat it as stone cold fact.
By hitting Iranian missiles. And
it is kind of wacky, man. It's fascinating, man. This is fascinating. You know, the news, you know, a lot of the news, most of the news is all kind of like wrapped up in the military, you know, especially like the corporate news. There's been a bunch of stories about this recently where they're like, oh man, the kind of, especially the old school news, the TV news, they're really kicking into propaganda.
Unfortunately, he does. He's one of the most popular streamers. You know, he's one of the reasons why Gen Z is, you know, he's one of the things that reinforces Gen Z's conservatism and Gen Alpha's conservatism are, you know, characters like, yeah, it does suck. But we need to remember that, one, he's botted. Two, the oligarchy supports right-wing fascistic views and creates algorithms that bump them up. And three, he, you know, a lot of his followers are no-life losers, right? And that kind of helps bump up the numbers as well. These people that, you know, are parasocial to the fucking max, don't have a life outside of these social media communities. But unfortunately, yes, he reflects, when you talk to your average MAGA, you know, white MAGA young person, he reflects their views quite accurately, you know, just like Nick Fuentes does as well.
Oh man. So they're very like wrapped up with the military crap, but they kind of like, you know, CNN, these dolts, these idiots on CNN, they have to kind of they lazily try to like seem objective or something, you know? They try to secretly slip in there, oh, we're just reporting the news, but they do all this kind of trickery, you know? This guy's just like, let's skip all that and just like watch a video from the military. Yeah. And then I'll just be like, awesome. But it's like, what I get from this video is that this guy really wants to, he's kind of maybe like he's a dumb guy. No hard feelings, man. Maybe like a little movie brained or something. Who knows what the hell's going on with this guy? But the vibe I get from this whole video is like,
you know, and watch this guy turn on a dime. Watch Asmongold when the prices go up, and a couple weeks goes by. And, you know, it's like, what the hell are we still doing there? Nothing's getting accomplished. Iran is still, you know, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, and the Iranian government still exists. And there's no, you know, it's not just victory after victory after victory. Watch Asmongold literally turn on a dime and say, I never supported this, and this is bad now, and I don't like this, and I had to pay I had to pay an extra $2 for my pornography. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. It's just, I can't believe this is happening. This is not what I voted for, right? It reinforces, the fact that these people are straight up nihilists. They literally believe in nothing, which is what makes them so easily manipulated.
Man, we're awesome. We're the good guys, and we're getting these evil bad guys. And that's kind of a tough one when, the president who this guy likes, there's like video after video of him saying like, I'm not going to do wars anymore. No more of that crap. And this is like historically unpopular, and like Israel is historically unpopular with him in like every poll. And like the first story that even like the mainstream news has to report about is like, oh, they blew up a school. Yeah, they blew up a school. They're evil.
Over 100 children.
This is very simple. This is like a movie. They're the evil ones.
And he reported on that, and he said basically based. He said, yeah, we should, because it was a double tap, and he defended the double tap as well. He said, yeah, well, we should be killing their medical people. Well, that's just common sense.
A school, though.
And I'll have to leave it right there. All told, despite this incredible progress, make no mistake, we remain highly vigilant. And I just could not be prouder of our Operation Epic Fury team, and I know the American people shared that same pride. To all our warriors out there.
Well, we're doing a lot of work here. Better stay. It's hard to make fun of this guy. You better stay hydrated with that. What would that be? Like a mega gulp? I mean, he's out there with that gas station soda like that thing's bigger than.
And I just could not be prouder of our Operation Epic Fury team, and I know the American people shared that same pride. To all our warriors out there, please keep up the great work, and Godspeed.
They objectively do not. Okay.
Great. I mean, there you go.
Well, there you go.
That's some great commentary right there. I know.
I just swallowed that piece of propaganda wholesale. No problem. Yep. They're sucking my corn syrup.
So, hey, I'm doing PR for the military right now, and I just want to say I'm so proud of all whatever the hell crap we're doing, which most of you do not like, and even we can't explain because it's a secret and you would disagree with why we're doing it, because it's bad for you and everyone else. But I'm proud, personally. I'm not. I have to say this, but...
Even his chat, though, I mean, like the people that hate watch him, this right here says propaganda. I don't get it. I don't get these people that watch it. They're like, I always see these comments in like live stream fails. It's like, I like the old Asman when he was just a video game guy. I mean, I still watch him and everything, but, I like it when he was just a video game guy. I don't like the politics stuff. It's like, I don't know. I don't get it, man. Parasocial relationships are fucking crazy. Like, would any of you stick with me if I turned fucking MAGA? If I bust out a Make America Great Again hat and started telling you how great Donald Trump is and how the Jeffrey Epstein stuff didn't really happen? Yeah, because you have principles. You know what I mean? Because you got fucking standards, right? The hate for this man is hilarious, really. Really. No shit. Let me show you why you need to be hating as Mein Kampf. Listen to the shit that he fucking says. Listen to the fucking shit that he has to say, dude. Listen to this.
So Asmongold, also known as Mein Kampf, is his whole thing now is to be a trunk.
It's the moral thing to hate Asmongold. It is morally correct to hate on Asmongold. Morally correct. If you're a Christian, if you're religious, you get the fuck out of here, you pedophile supporting piece of trash. The fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Here's my fucking boot, you piece of fucking garbage. Bye. Double flusher for the fatty. Obese, pedophile supporting, fascist supporting fucking trash. Bye.
Trump cock gobbler. I mean, that's what he does, right? That's sort of his thing. And he has replaced a lot of the old school right-wing commentators. You used to have like the Ben Shapiro types got a lot of views. And that was like, we're doing this fake intellectualism thing, this highfalutin fake intellectualism thing where we're acting like it's like common sense and high IQ to be a conservative. Well, that all fell apart. Everybody sees through them now.
Thank you, Strategy. You'd give me a chance. Thank you.
They also destroyed their reputation by dick riding Israel 24/7.
No, but I'm serious. If you are a moral person, you should be hating on Asmongold. If you say I'm a fan of Asmongold, you're saying I don't have morals. I agree with evil. I agree with stupidity and anti-intellectualism. And if you somehow claim to be a Christian while supporting somebody that literally cheers on genocide and says Palestinian people are less than human, that immigrants are less than human, that it's a good thing that, liberals should be kidnapped and harassed and hurt and killed by ICE, you do not reflect your so-called religion, right? You don't even reflect the principles and morality of your religion.
To genocide. So, that's out of fashion. And a lot of these people have graduated to, Nick Fuentes style white nationalism. And the ones who don't go in that direction, honestly, the lower IQ ones, go in the direction of Asmongold, who, as many people have pointed out before me, watches what Donald Trump does, and he giggles, and he says, based. That's the whole thing. There's nothing of substance added. He doesn't even have his own ideology. He just slurps Trump's ball sweat 24/7, and provides zero substance, literally zero substance. He seems to be a sociopath and get off on the pain of others. Especially if they're liberals or leftists, he loves it when people are in pain, when people are suffering, when people are struggling.
Literally,
he said some casually.
He's open about this. I've covered his comments several. He's wide open about this. It's shocking that he has a platform, right? But I guess that's Rumble. I think he's on Rumble. By the way, I'm on Rumble as well. I added my stream to Rumble. How many viewers do I got on Rumble? Let me see. 1. Me. Need to get some of them bots, baby.
Idle shit about Palestinians. That's actually the first political thing I ever heard him say was that. That's when he first came across my radar. And then...
Hilarious.
He also said some insane shit the other day that we talked about, where he was totally fine with medics getting bombed in Iran by us and by Israel. He was totally fine with the schools getting bombed as well.
Yeah.
So that's the level that we're talking about here, where literally over 90% of the country would be shocked at the depravity if they heard it. Defending bombing an elementary school. You know what I'm saying? That's just, man, that's just low. That's as low can get.
That's as low as
well,
it
anyway,
gets.
he's on a streak here. And look, maybe I'm
so
falling.
He's on Kick. By the way, my Kick channel still being, I don't know if I'm ghost banned. I don't know if I'm getting DDoSed, but it just literally doesn't work anymore. I haven't been officially banned on Kick, but something's up. If you're a lefty liberal on Kick, they're doing something to your channel. This is, a bunch of right-wing free speech advocates, right? They don't want to let alternative views getting in the way of their gambling and pedophile supporting streams.
For the bait, because maybe he says this shit purposely to get people like me animated and get people like me to talk about him.
Yeah,
but, hey,
no, he was watching Factually Active. He was watching a clip of Renee Good getting shot in the face, and he said R.I.P. Bozo to this mother getting shot in the face. It's just disgusting depravity.
Hey, man, mission accomplished. I have no problem highlighting your depravity.
Welcome back, Harry.
Even if that's your goal, congratulations. You win, but we're going to talk about your depravity.
Yeah, German Cow, yeah. Well, they dropped him, but apparently he wasn't participating or something. He apparently still owns stock. He owns the company or something that dropped him, but it's not enough. It's not enough. It's one thing. One thing though is that it's very helpful to know where these people really stand, right? If someone tells you, like that person before in the chat, I'm a fan of Asmongold. That tells you literally everything you need to know about that person, that they're depraved, that they defend pedophilia, that they defend fascism. So in a way, he can have use, Oh, so you have no morals, you have no principles, you're a disgusting human being.
Hopefully this breaks through to a broader audience and maybe peels away even 1% of your audience, and I think that'd be a success. But here he is. He's going to talk about Zoran Mamdani, and you're not going to be surprised to learn he goes on a shockingly bigoted rant. Let's listen.
As we spend more time looking at this, we will see that people like Zoran Mamdani are fundamentally not...
Literally can't even say his name. Please, tell me your, really heartfelt, passionate opinion about the person whose name you can't even pronounce.
We will see that people like Zoran Mamdani are...
Zoram Mamdani? Let's try this again.
At this, we will see that people like Zoran Mandami.
I don't even know what he says. Zoran? There's like another weird sound in there.
We will see that people like Zoran Mandami are
Mandami. Oh my goodness. I love giving, aggressive, passionate opinions on things I know fuck all about.
Fundamentally not Americans.
Oh, he's not American. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder why you'd say that.
Yeah.
Is it because he has a beard?
I mean, that is such a classic white supremacist trope, right? We see Sean Hannity do this. We see Tucker Carlson do this, right? That you're not a real American if you're not white and Christian.
Why he's not American? Is that it?
Welcome back,
is it
Ice
his
Skate.
height? Is that the problem? Color of his eyes? Is that the problem? Or is it, I don't know, maybe something else about him?
People like Zoran Mandami are fundamentally not Americans.
Right. And he would flip the fuck out. He refuses to do debates with anybody because he's a fucking coward. But if there was a debate and I were to call him a white supremacist, he would flip the fuck out. Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not. You're just trying to cancel me. You're just being woke. You're a woke liberal. It's interesting how they behave like a crypto fascist, hiding their power level, but they just do it inherently because that's how they were kind of like programmed. They don't acknowledge, they don't even understand that they themselves have been programmed by crypto fascist ideas, and that that's who they're representing. Like he's just totally oblivious that he has been fucking programmed, right? Jeffrey Epstein talked about this. How it's interesting how the whole Gamergate movement, which is one thing that helped Hasbin Gold, right? He kind of came up in the Gamergate movement there, commenting on it. Like his whole ideology has been installed by the fucking king of pedophiles, and he doesn't even fucking know that. And that's how. I mean, that is some like extreme ignorance. I mean, where are the strings, you fucking puppet?
They don't identify as an American. They don't.
Well, that's completely and utterly made the fuck up.
Put their country first. They put their ethnicity first. They put their religion.
They don't put their country first, he just said.
Right.
As he meat rides a man. Who said his regime said?
And criticizing Zoran Mamdani for putting his ethnicity first, which he doesn't do, while he puts his ethnicity first, right? Where whiteness and where whiteness becomes the standard for which all other people are judged. It's just, and he's not aware of it. He's not aware of the hypocrisy of it.
To this war for Israel, we're going to do an illegal and offensive war against a country that's not attacking us and not a threat to us and just agreed to our demands when it came to their enriched uranium. We're going to do that for Israel. Marco Rubio was out there saying, well, Israel was going to attack, and then we knew that they would attack us after that, so we just attacked also with Israel. But Zoran Mamdani, or whatever the fuck he said, he doesn't put America first. But the guy I dick ride 24/7, he definitely does, even though he quite literally doesn't, and that was just proven. By the way, it's not even just Israel that he puts first. It's his own fucking bank account. He crypto scammed his own fucking supporters. He made billions of dollars off the White House with these corrupt schemes. And you love Donald Trump, but you hate Zoran. Oh my God, bro.
They don't put their country first. They put their ethnicity first. They put their religion first, and they do not put their country first.
Would you say that people putting their religion first are these psychopaths who are at 30 military bases, who said to 110 different soldiers, we're going to war against Iran to usher in the end times, and so
Literally.
Jesus comes back?
No, I covered that last week, right? We went into depth on that. I played a 20-minute video covering all those different aspects. Literally, generals and commanders are jumping for joy and grinning devilishly, telling their troops, this is a holy war. We're going in to take out the heathen.
We want the rapture to happen. We want Armageddon to happen. I'm euphoric about dying in a holy war. Would you say those people are putting their religion first and ushering in World War III? And that, I don't know, maybe they're a problem with putting their religion first? Or no, do they get a pass because they're Christian?
Right.
You tell me. So you have a bunch of psychotic Christian Zionist fundamentalist evangelical freaks who think they're fighting in a holy war to bring about the end times. So they're willing to do things like drop nukes and massacre civilians. And he's complaining about Zoran. I'm not even 20 seconds in. I can't deal with this
religion
guy.
First, and they do not put their country first. People like this have no position in power, and ultimately, I don't really think Zoran is the problem. I think it's the fact that we have imported a bunch of people who, based off of an ethnic, racial, and religious basis, have voted him into this position.
So this is why we need to denaturalize, which is like directly out of the fucking fascist Nazi playbook, right? To strip legitimate citizens, right? People that were born in this country or people that became citizens who, immigrated into this country and became citizens, to strip them of their citizenship. Why? Because they're brown, because they make you feel uncomfortable. And this is supposed to somehow make our lives better in some way. Now, there's actually a really, I'm going to subject you to a Destiny clip. I apologize, but he really does make a good point on this. Let me fish this up for you.
The problem. And I think that we need to systematically denaturalize and deport every single one of them.
Right. I wonder what your criteria
so
is.
Denaturalize and deport all the brown people, and that's going to create your fucking utopia.
Is on who to denaturalize. I wonder if it's got something to do with skin color, for example.
Right.
I wonder if it's got something to do with who they prefer to vote for example. Just why don't you just say it?
Yeah.
Just say yeah, I'm kind of a Nazi. I'm a white supremacist. I'm a white nationalist. I don't believe in having people with other backgrounds come into this country. Just say it. And by the way, you're not special. We went through this throughout the history of the U.S., where every time there were waves of immigration, there was an anti-immigrant backlash. And guess what? Back then they said, these Irish people are not white. These Italian people are not white. And they tried to discriminate against them. And then eventually it was people went, yeah, I guess they're just like us. I guess you can count them as white. And the definition of white has been expanded and expanded and expanded, right? And so we're already witnessing that happening right now with Spanish.
Right. So let me show you this clip.
Americans will always get triggered.
I'm not the biggest fan of pro-Israel Destiny, but I gotta say, he definitely is quite good at calling some of this stuff out, and he does have some insight on some of this stuff. And this is one of the ones I'd like to play for you. This is related.
When I say this, but it's true. White is a very American concept. When you go to Europe, these people see ethnicity like they have race X-ray goggles on. Okay, they can tell who's German, who's Russian, who's Serbian, who's they see all of the colors of the ethnic spectrum on the white thing.
Yeah.
Whereas in America, we're oh cool, white people, we're all white, and people assume that well, if we could get rid of certain groups in the United States, we'll have so much more ethnic homogeneity. And it's bro, you go to places like Yugoslavia, right? And everybody hates everybody that lives next to them.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, the idea that people would just get rid of, if we just got rid of this one color to people, you would start seeing colors that you didn't even know existed before. Right. There's a concept called bigotry of small differences. Sometimes there are people next to you, they're almost the same as you, but they're slightly different. You hate them more than the people that are totally ideologically opposed to you. People will always divide on certain characteristics and see us versus them and all of that. And if you think that would go away just because you're in an all-white society, you need to spend more time in societies that are super homogenous.
Yeah, and that's a really great point. Because if Asman Kampf gets what he wants and he gets his perfect all-white society, the hate doesn't stop, the division doesn't stop. They're just going to find new reasons. It's like the fucking Dr. Seuss, peanut butter war book. The book he wrote about war, about how some people like their bread buttered on one side and but they like their butter on the other side, right? They're going to find new reasons to continue to hate. And that's one of the poisonous and cancerous things about fascism, is that they always need an other. They always need an out group. So God help us all if they get what they want. But don't think for a fucking second that, we got to deal with a bunch of fascists, but the trains are going to run on time and the economy is going to be great and we won't have to no longer deal with, black people and Mexican people and things will inherently be better. No, it'll be the same fucking shit. They're just going to find a different reason to hate each other because they always need an out group. Welcome back, Lee Spanner, your boy OG Lee in this motherfucker. It's always good to see you. Thank you, Lee. So sorry to subject you to that Destiny clip, but it was a really good insight, which is that, America has this conceptualization of white and what that means. And you go to other homogenous, all-white societies, and they've found all kinds of different reasons to hate each other. Even though all of them are fucking Caucasian, all of them have white skin, but they've found a million other different reasons to divide and conquer themselves. So it doesn't stop. Once these fascists, if they achieve their goal and the quite frankly almost impossible, spending trillions and trillions of dollars, kicking every brown person out, destroying our economy, destroying our societies by denaturalizing millions of black and brown people, et cetera, and they achieve this disgusting goal. The violence, the hate, the pain doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. They're just going to go on right to the next one.
Spanish people, right? Like when I was young, if somebody was Spanish, they were viewed as a person of color. Now there's like white Hispanic and non-white Hispanic. Like those are two different categories where they're being allowed under the umbrella of whiteness. Like all this shit is totally arbitrary. All this shit is totally fake. People are just fucking people, but you're a fucking bigot. You're a bigot.
Death cult.
Right. They look a little different than me, and maybe they speak a different language than me, and so I don't like them, so we should, like, kick them all out. Meanwhile, let's be serious. Fucking 99% of these people are way more productive than this asshole will ever be.
Yeah.
And yes, Asmongold, I'm in the same field as you. I'd say the same thing about myself. I fucking babble into a microphone in an air-conditioned studio, okay? Let's stop pretending like, oh, I'm really doing something that's so special. I'm really doing something that's so necessary, so vital, right? Like, you literally, what? Play video games and smell like shit all day and record it, and therefore you think you're providing much to this country? How many people who come in this country as immigrants recently, right? How many of them are genuinely, like, I don't know, working in construction?
No, they pay their taxes, they commit less crimes, they care more about family, they're more moral in a lot of cases, they're more patriotic, they love the country more. It's the numbers, you know, just going by the math, show that to be true.
Building houses and remodeling bathrooms and working in fucking strawberry fields in the fucking scorching hot heat and, like, doing vital, necessary jobs for the economy that your ass wouldn't fucking do, you would fold in half a day.
If this motherfucker gets what he wants, right, and all of a sudden he's paying more for his fucking corn syrup and his fast food, and, you know, oil prices are through the fucking roof, he's going to be all woe is me. Oh, I didn't want this. I didn't want this. I thought it was going to be less traffic, and I thought it was going to be less crime. How come there's more crime? And I don't understand. I don't get it.
Tried it. God, I just hate this. Like, in my experience, dealing with immigrants, they are some of the best people in this country, quite literally.
They really are.
Like, they're family-oriented. They're super hardworking. They're just trying to, like, grind out a decent life.
We're the goddamn city on the hill, man. This is what, you know, the diversity is what makes this country so goddamn unique, so fucking powerful and strong. And this cancerous death cult wants to hollow us out from the inside and make us fucking weak and anemic like they are.
For themselves and for their families. The statistics literally show that immigrants are much less likely to commit crimes than native-born Americans. Like, in every measurable category, they're great. And so the only thing people lean on to be like, I don't want them here, is just like, they're brown.
Race.
Right? And the more honest ones will actually say that.
Yeah.
And I respect that more.
Like Nick Fuentes. Yeah. This guy's too fucking stupid to even, you know, have any semblance of an ideology, whereas Nick Fuentes is like, you know, Zeke Heil.
Than whatever the fuck this is.
Denaturalize and deport every single one of them. That's what I think that we need to do. All these immigrants that have come.
What he's talking about would cost us trillions. It would destroy the economy. It would destroy construction. It would destroy the restaurant industry. And I'm not saying we need a capitalist system that, you know, exploits immigrants and people of color to sustain. But I'm just saying, like, this, you know, it would be an unbelievable nuclear bomb to our economy to do what he would want to do. Yeah, on top of the fact that it's incredibly anti-American. But it would cost trillions of dollars. It would start wars with other countries as we're dumping millions and millions of people into their countries. I mean, there's no thought. There's no thought to this whatsoever. He has no idea how it would affect his way of life. It would absolutely get to Asmongold, even in his little masturbation dungeon.
Over here recently, they haven't assimilated, they're costing taxpayers money, etc.
Total bullshit. They are net tax.
Exactly. He's about to say they give more taxpayer. They're a net positive to our tax base. And they haven't assimilated. Last time I checked, the people that haven't assimilated are the fascists like Asmongold, who are literally trying to dismantle our fucking beautiful democracy. What's left of it? Talk about having assimilated. These motherfuckers are trying to destroy everything that we hold dear. Nobody hasn't, fought against our system harder. Nobody is more un-American than your average MAGA fascist.
Taxpayers into the system. That's a fact. That's a stone cold fact. Immigrants are net taxpayers into the system. They pay a bunch. They don't get much in return. And you don't know your ass from your elbow when you talk about politics, son.
They all need to go, in my opinion. I think all of them need to go. And if that happened, I think that things would be a lot better overall, right?
He's got no fucking idea what he's talking about. It's hateful. It's bigotry. It's racism. But it's also like it would hurt us, all of us. It would hurt the entire fucking country, including him. Right? I mean, the goddamn fast food that he's sucking down every fucking day is so cheap because of the immigrant labor that we're exploiting. I mean, he literally hatred and bigotry over common sense and fact, right? These people want to completely dismantle our country for some fantasy that was sold to them by charlatans and grifters who don't even represent our country. A lot of the propaganda that he's spewing is coming from fucking Israel or coming from Russia.
Would definitely be a lot better.
Oh my God. By the way, I love this whole like Zoran Mamdani's un-American and he's like a leech and these people are bad and we need to get these people out of here and they're giving nothing of value.
Exactly.
Meanwhile,
Harry. Exactly.
What has Zoran done since becoming mayor?
Right. So he gets into the Zoran stuff. Make sure you're subscribing to Kyle Kulinski. Motherfucker's on top of shit. All right, that's enough talking about that piece of shit. Let's get over to Lebanon. I think we should talk about Lebanon here really quick. Let's just see if we can get the latest over here. Israel widens war, drops leaflets warning Lebanon to disarm Hezbollah. That was 21 hours ago. Let's do this from France 24, 6 hours ago. Israel and Lebanon are expected to hold direct talks in the coming days. So Israel is going to use Hezbollah as an excuse to take more Lebanese territory. And I mean, they're treating everybody like Gaza. I mean, they really are. It's not just Palestinians. Anybody that's brown and in the Middle East, they want to treat. And like, I think there's some Israeli officials that are bragging like we're literally going to do a Gaza, in Lebanon, in Iran. Like they're literally bragging about it.
Israel this Saturday is continuing to strike targets across Lebanon, including an apartment building in a densely populated northern Beirut suburb that had also been struck a day earlier.
Yeah.
Lebanese health...
Seneca, Asmongold should work. I mean, fuck having him work in a homeless place. I mean, just have him work at all. And watch his ass cry and cry and cry if he had to do an 8-hour shift anywhere. Anywhere. Just, they're pathetic children. Pathetic child. I think the world would be a better place if we just got rid of all the brown people. And then my country going to be better. Let me go click on some Pentagon propaganda and watch it unflinchingly, unquestioningly.
Authorities also reporting an overnight Israeli strike killed a
pay
dozen medical staff at a clinic in the south of the country. On a visit to Lebanon that began on Friday, the UN chief Antonio Guterres...
That motherfucker would be noping out 30 minutes. I'd put a $10,000 bet down that he couldn't even make it half the shift. Half the fucking shift. 8 hours, he would be crying and belly aching 30 minutes into it. I don't want to flip a burger. I don't want to get the french fries.
Guterres called on Israel and the Iran-backed Hezbollah group to stop the war. He also launched a $325 million humanitarian appeal to support Lebanon, where hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced since the 2nd of March. Let's hear from some Beirut residents now.
I was woken up at 4 a.m. yesterday, and I heard the sound of a drone really close.
Yeah, Harry.
And at 4:40 a.m., there was a strong explosion. The dust and rocks landed on our balcony. It was big, and today, the same thing.
So we were sold a war of liberation in Iran, and now we're fucking blowing up Lebanon. Funny how that works out, right? Shut up, Blase. He'd have his finger in my queso.
Now we're really scared. There's no safety. You don't even know if you can go out for a short trip safely because you don't know where the next strike will hit. I'm sleeping in my car with my daughter and granddaughter because we're so scared. It's better to sleep in the car instead of getting hit by debris like this.
Well, for more on this, we can cross now to Noga Turnopolsky, who's in Jerusalem for us.
He just
Noga,
hands you
what
a
exactly
dead
is
rat.
Israel's strategy in Lebanon right now?
To you, Haxi. The strategy Israel is presenting is confused at best, and it's unclear that there is a clear strategy. That said, if we return to the ceasefire that was instrumentalized by the United States back in November of 2024, the text of the declaration had it that Hezbollah had to disarm and had to move north of the Litani River, this crucial line north of Israel's.
And let me make it clear, I'm really not the biggest fan of Hezbollah. I'm not the biggest fan of Hamas. You know, I think you could make an academic case that these are entities that represent legitimate resistance. But I have a lot of criticism towards their actual strategy and how effective it actually has been. When you're dealing with an enemy that is as clever and craven as Israel, who has such control over the media and the propaganda, you know, when you're dealing with an entity like the United States, which is, you know, just as bad, I think you got to up your game when it comes to resisting, you know, those elements. And, you know, I just think that the strategies that they've been employing have done more for Bibi than delay or push back. It seems to like help Bibi win propaganda victories more than anything. You know, the rockets, some of the terrorism that you see, you know, and then couple that with the anti-democratic nature of these elements of Hezbollah and Hamas. It makes it very difficult for a freedom, liberty-loving, agnostic person like me to say that, rah, these people are the resistance, these people are putting up a fight against Uncle Sam in Israel. And it really makes it difficult for me to, you know, to be on their side. Now, with that said, you know, I would be curious to see how some of these elements would act if there wasn't such intense, you know, intense attacks, intense opposition, you know, to their own country's sovereignty, you know, by the West. You know, if their sovereignty wasn't totally, you know, being attacked by all angles by these Western elements, I'd be interested to see, you know, what would Iran do? What would Lebanon do? What would Hezbollah do? I kind of know what Hamas would do. They would continue to be a theocratic nightmare. They'd be like the Taliban, basically, in Afghanistan, right? But I think a very fair argument could be made that, like, well, you know, they are acting this way in response to the desire of these Western elements to annihilate them, to eliminate them and assimilate them, right?
Northern border on Lebanon's southern border. Clearly, Hezbollah has not disarmed and has moved actually back south in recent weeks. So the launch of a Hezbollah missile in order to protest the assassination of its principal sponsor, the then supreme leader of Iran, was a trigger for Israel to launch what is an unprecedented series.
I also need to point out that most of the people that came in during the raid have left. I feel so bad for them. I feel so bad for them. Like, I don't know what to say. I wish I could be everything that they want. You know what I mean? I feel so bad. I wish I could be what they want, but I can only be myself. So thank you to the folks that have stuck around. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Of airstrikes against Lebanon. Initially, really clearly against Hezbollah targets. But now, as of, I believe it was just yesterday, when Israel struck a bridge, one of the bridges crossing the Litani River. And as we hear more and more Israeli ministers and top government officials talk overtly of creating a buffer zone in Lebanese territory, which would be occupied by Israel, ostensibly to protect the Israeli north. What the strategy may be is very, very unclear. And I think that for now, Israel feels that it has an almost completely free hand in Lebanon because the United States appears to be rather uninterested in this conflict and is focusing all of its energies.
No, it's like what we were talking about before. This is the time to do this shit. You got almost a free pass from Donald Trump. You know, he doesn't care about Arab people, but they also have some compromise on Donald Trump. They got the fucking pedo tapes on Donald Trump. They're Adelson, the Adelson family, they're paying, him and Jared Kushner, they're getting fat fucking dough from this, totally paid off, totally corrupt. They got the compromise. They don't, we're talking about people that are bigots and racist themselves. They don't give a shit about Arab, people from any of these countries. They consider them subhuman. That's really where Donald Trump is coming from. So now's the time to do this, right? Whereas like even Joe Biden had to pretend like he cared about Palestinians, and the Democratic Party had to kind of pretend, right? They're not going to do anything about it, but that still means that there's going to be extra political pressure to not go as hard as they were going. But now it's like, just do whatever the hell you want. Take as much as you can. Donald Trump isn't going to fucking flinch. He doesn't, as long as it doesn't actually blow back and hurt him in any way, Donald Trump doesn't give a fucking shit. He doesn't care. Ice King. No, it was really cool. Hannah Reloaded, I think was her name, and another one from Gust Broadcast. Really cool folks. I do appreciate the raids.
On Iran. That said, France has an interest here. Even the UK has an interest. And to a certain extent, the White House will want at some point to reimpose its American ceasefire on the region. So I'm guessing here, I'm hypothesizing that Israel wants to act hot and fast in Lebanon before international forces kind of begin to put a stop to this.
Yeah, and Keir Starmer is so fucking
I will
weak.
come back to you in just a minute, so please do stay with
Keir Starmer might have more shit to say about it, but he's so fucking weak. He's so, he grovels at the feet of Israel. He's willing to throw his entire political career down the fucking toilet for Israel. So now's the time to do it. Now's the time to go. Who's going to stop you? Who's going to stop you?
With us, French President.
Israel is more likely to receive resistance from like a China or a Russia right now than any Western element.
Emmanuel Macron has this Saturday said that France is ready to facilitate ceasefire discussions between Israel and Lebanon in Paris. Macron saying that Lebanon's leaders were open to direct discussions as he called on Israel to, quote, seize this opportunity to find a lasting solution.
Right. Not calling out for Israel for what it's doing, not pointing out that this is part of the greater Israel, grand plan. Not calling any of that out. Let's pretend. Let's both sides this. It's adorable. It's adorable. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate Hannah. She came in with 69 viewers. I mean, she had more viewers than me. She came in, so I appreciate that. We could probably have an interesting conversation about 9/11, which, as you all know, is the conspiracy theory that I get down with to my own detriment. I'm not gonna buy the hype, man. I hate how Alex Jones has ruined the 9/11 conversation, though. It really sucks because you have to deprogram the person you're talking to that, no, I actually don't believe in Alex Jones's bullshit. You got to start off with that, and you're like, well, there's actually some interesting things that you might find interesting if you get past Alex Jones's grifting on the subject. But yeah, so maybe we could have a conversation about 9/11 one day, Hannah and I.
France offering to set up direct talks between Israel and Lebanon. That would be unprecedented were they to go ahead. What do you think is behind this move from
JFK, Epstein, and Bin Laden? Boy, they're down to party. Holy shit. But you got Woody Allen in there too?
President Macron of France.
So this is really a bit of a peek behind the scenes. France has attempted to have an important role ever since this conflict with Iran broke out, has sent actually military assets to the region. And Macron has articulated.
I have no patience for flat earthers. I mean, look out your fucking window. I mean, it's like proving the earth is round. Like they were able to do that shit in like the 1200s. You know what I mean? Like the flat earth theory was like, it's like I got no patience for you whatsoever.
Articulated a position that few leaders have succeeded in articulating, which is on the one hand condemning what he calls an illegal war against Iran.
Hollow Earth, I don't have much patience for, but it is cooler than the flat Earth. Like conceptually, I don't believe it, of course, right? None of it's total bullshit, but like the conception of it is way cooler than flat Earth, right? That there's this whole they're like dinosaurs in there. Shut the hell up, Blase. Goddamn. I like the Hollow Earth theory better. So I wouldn't ridicule you as hard if you're trying to bust out the Hollow Earth shit, right? Because you're telling me like dinosaurs are in there and there's like mole people in there. Like that sounds pretty cool. But like flat earthers, you're just fucking pathetic. You're just like literally like, I want to be made fun of. I want to be bullied.
While at the same time slamming Iran for attacking its neighbors, for attacking Israel, and for massacring its own citizens. France, of course, has a very long history in Lebanon. Now, I would tell you that this statement by the French president didn't matter much, but there are indications that it may actually matter. Yesterday, we heard from the U.S. outlet Axios.
Was that a strike? Look at her left shoulder. Watch this. Watch the quadrant to her left or her right. Watch this, the top left of the screen. Watch this.
The French president didn't matter much, but there are indications that it may actually matter.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
I think I might have even heard an explosion. If you listen carefully, she's in Jerusalem right now. That's kind of freaky. Look at that. Look, you can kind of hear it, a boom. Maybe it's a car turning on the hill, yeah. But you kind of hear a boom. I guess you'd be hearing the boom and seeing the flash at the same time.
Would tell you that this statement by the French president didn't matter much, but there are indications that it may actually matter. Yesterday, we heard from the U.S. outlet Axios that Prime Minister Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, had appointed his former right-hand man, Ron Dermer, a man considered almost like a son to the Prime Minister, to handle everything relating to Lebanon. That was the first indication we had that Israel is being pressured, in fact, to somehow come to an agreement with Lebanon. And today we're seeing...
this is how they operate. This is how Israel operates, right? They go too far. They pretend, it's all justified. It's security, it's security, it's security. Then they hold the territory as long as they politically feasible. Hopefully, yeah, you're right, Numerio. But this is the strategy, right? You go too far, you take a chunk, and then you hold it as long as you possibly can. And if eventually you're able to hold it long enough, you get to keep it. This is how they work.
Haaretz, the very prominent Israeli newspaper, and in other Israeli media, the announcement coming from Israeli sources that Israeli and Lebanese representatives are expected to meet for direct talks in the coming few days. So it does seem to be something cooking. I wouldn't yet take this to mean that any end of the war is close, but there may be significant Israeli pressure on Israel to act.
Noga Tarnopolsky reporting there from Jerusalem. Thank you very much.
One thing that frustrates me about Western media is they keep showing these maps of the West Bank, right? They keep showing these maps right here. And they keep showing the West Bank as like a contiguous region. They don't show the accurate West Bank map, which is like Israel has basically turned the West Bank into a bunch of islands with checkpoints. With these small little bridges, these land bridges that connect these pieces of the West Bank. But slowly but surely, they're surrounding and taking these chunks, shrinking these chunks down. And they always show the West Bank like this solid region. It bothers me. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is the last bit of stuff we'll do in Iran, and then we're gonna end the stream with some Ukraine news. We got to talk about Ukraine, so let's get to them. But we got to show Mehdi here. I love this guy. I love Zateo. Mehdi, call me back, please. Please call me back. He blocked me on Facebook. He blocked me on Twitter. I don't use any of those things. You get it. I would love to work for. Do you need a janitor? Do you need somebody to sweep up your fucking floors? I would do anything to work at Zateo. I love them so much. They're so cool.
They claim to have had a list of leaders they wanted to do a deal with after Khamenei was killed, but they accidentally killed them, John. That's how incompetent this government is. They bombed the people they had lined up to succeed Khamenei.
A week on from the first U.S. military strikes in Iran,
So the main reason that I want to show this is that this person from Times Radio pushes back on Mehdi on some of the things that I bring up about how counterproductive Hezbollah can be and how counterproductive the Iranian theocratic government has been, and when it comes to playing this game in a way that actually benefits them, instead of just thinking that they can use violence, and not even violence, but just like thinking that they could use threats, and that when push comes to shove, if Israel and America really want to, they could just completely decimate the country. Thuggery, sure, right? Like it really is a strategy that hasn't worked that well. Is it justified? Sure, you could say it's justified, right? Because obviously the United States, what it did to Iran with the Shah, what Israel wants to do to Iran with the Greater Israel Project, et cetera, et cetera. Right? Sure, you could say it's justified, but my criticism is is it working? Did it work? What is working? One thing, I just want to make clear, I was definitely incorrect in Iran's strategy in terms of attacking these Gulf states. It wasn't just lashing out and going after American bases and trying to attack Americans or Israelis wherever you can. It was definitely a concentrated or a conscious strategy, geopolitical strategy. You could say it's desperate. I don't know if I would say it's desperate, but it was definitely, let's destabilize these economies, right? Their oil, the tourism. Let's and that in and of itself, that destabilization applies a bunch of political pressure to Donald Trump and Israel, right? And time will tell if that is going to be successful or not. But it definitely was a viable geopolitical strategy. It wasn't, because I was like, well, why would you attack your allies when you have so few allies already? You have no friends in the West. Why would you attack the few allies that you have, in your region? But it seems like, according to Iran's calculations, that it's more geopolitically beneficial to destabilize these economies, right? Creating, animosity between, these Gulf states and Iran, obviously violating their airspace, killing people, blowing up their buildings. But it might be a more viable political strategy than to allow these Gulf states to continue to work with the West, to be allies to the West, and receive no punishment whatsoever, right? To have no negative ramifications for working with Israel and working with the United States. So that's definitely one place where I got it a little bit wrong. And they kind of get into this a little bit, into the weeds a little bit about that specific subject, about that specific topic, right? Like what's working, what's counterproductive, what makes sense.
The mission, the aim of the military operation cannot be called clear. There have been varying, contrasting narratives from the administration about, well, what is the point of this? Last night, President Trump, indicated that he believed Iran was set to attack the USA.
The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this, At the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us.
President Trump there. Now let's talk to Mehdi Hassan, the broadcaster, founder of Zateo. Hello to you, Mehdi.
Hey, John, how are you?
Hi, welcome to you. Mehdi, look, you have been a very consistent opponent of the Trump administration and pretty much all its works. You are firmly of the view that the war in the Gulf is a war without a plan, and you've got that in common with most Americans, including a significant slice of Republicans, as well as with the British government, Keir Starmer, and a lot of British public opinion too. So all of that said, what is your theory of why this war began and when it began?
It's a good question, John. Luckily, we don't need a theory. The one good thing about this administration is they often say the quiet part out loud. So Secretary of State Marco Rubio, last Monday, over a week ago, went to Capitol Hill and he was asked, well, where's the imminent threat? There's no intelligence of an imminent threat. The Iranians were negotiating with the Omanis. The Omani foreign minister went on American television and said the Iranians have agreed to everything that Trump wants. This was the day before Trump attacked and Israel attacked. And Rubio says, well, we were told that the Israelis were going to attack Iran, and once they attacked Iran, Iran would hit us, so we hit them first. Yeah. That is what the Americans define as an imminent threat. A rather ridiculous answer, I think you'd agree. If Israel was going to attack Iran and they were worried about getting hit, the simple solution would be to stop Israel from illegally attacking Iran. Yeah. So Israel plays a big role in all this. Benjamin Netanyahu hasn't hidden it. He said he's been dreaming about this war for 40 years, and Donald Trump is the first president who listened.
All you need to do is look up the statements that they make in Hebrew, right? It's like they have completely different statements for the Western audience and their internal Israeli audience.
To him. Senator Lindsey Graham, a prominent Republican hawk, one of the big backers of the Iraq war, he said on the weekend, he said, I went to Israel and I coached Prime Minister Netanyahu on how to get Donald Trump to join this war.
Yeah, proudly.
Okay, now
proudly.
So that line of...
Literally saying proudly that I want to send the sons and daughters of America or my Georgia or wherever the fuck state he's from into this war, like proudly saying that. Mehdi Hassan was saying that Lindsey Graham literally went to Israel to coach Bibi Netanyahu on how to convince Donald Trump into this ridiculous quagmire.
Of criticism. You have that in common with obviously many people there in the United States on the Democratic side of the aisle, and others too are not necessarily deeply politically aligned. So can I ask you this, Mehdi? What plan do you think you would support to confront the threat from Iran, the threat that Iran poses to the region and to the West?
Right.
Well, I question the premise of your question. What was the threat from Iran? According to the IAEA, according to Rafael Grossi, the head of the Atomic Energy Watchdog, Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapons program, despite lots of constant false claims in the media and in certain Western capitals about that. And as for the actual Iranian nuclear program that they do have, which is not a weapons program, they, as I say, were negotiating with the Trump administration in good faith after the Trump administration.
They offered up everything. Donald Trump could have had the fucking uranium. Like for real. He could have had the fucking uranium. He could have had the whole kit and caboodle. That was on the table. And he pissed it away because Israel had him, has tapes of him raping children. Like it's crazy. It's unbelievable. And I totally agree with Mehdi here that, Iran was not an existential threat. There was no Iran, invading another country. Right. Now, that doesn't mean that they weren't being belligerent in other ways, right? Giving resources to Hezbollah, who then gave resources to Hamas. But, that is that's like Cold War stuff, right? That's like proxy war stuff. That is not the same as an imminent nuclear strike or an imminent invasion of a neighboring country. That was not on the table whatsoever when it comes to Iran, right?
Forget, tore up Barack Obama's nuclear deal, which dealt with the Iranian nuclear issue in a way that experts said worked for at least a decade. And they were negotiating with the Trump administration 2 weeks ago. There was a deal on the table. Trump's supposed to be the big deal maker. He's an erratic figure, as you know. He goes from wanting to be a war hawk one day to a negotiator the next day. The deal was on the table. But according to Marco Rubio, the Israelis were going to attack because Netanyahu's wanted this war, as he says, for 40 years. This idea that there was some massive threat from Iran to the region, I would point out right now, the country that is bombing two Middle East countries as we speak is Israel, not Iran. Israel is bombing Iran and Lebanon. 700,000 people in Lebanon have been kicked out of their homes by Israeli airstrikes. Kids are getting killed. 83 children killed in Lebanon just in the past week by Israeli forces.
And you haven't heard word one on mainstream media about that, by the way. They barely talk about the kids that were killed in Iran. They're not even bringing up the displaced children or the dead kids in Lebanon. I mean, that's MS Now. I mean, like when Brendan Carr removes the MS Now license, their broadcast license, and and CNN gets absorbed and turned into fucking Fox News, and Tapper Jake starts doing Hannity style exposés on how great Donald Trump is. Like, I'm not even going to shed a fucking tear. They kind of deserve it. They kind of fucking deserve it. They don't do their fucking job. They got 24 hours to fill, and they find time for 3 different subjects that they only talk about one angle of. MS Now could be having all kinds of debates with progressives and thinkers and academics about various topics, about all kinds of shit. And no, they only have time to interview Claire McCaskill and Cory Booker about what the Democratic Party has to say about these topics. I mean, they truly have dropped the fucking ball when it comes to journalism. Yeah. Reading your comments, folks.
I think we got to kind of recalculate and think about which country is the one that's occupying its neighbors, which country is the one illegally attacking other countries in the region. By the way, which country in the region, John, has nuclear weapons? It's not Iran, but it's another country that starts with I.
Okay, so Mehdi, I mean, you have, for example, the International Atomic Energy Authority with you when you dispute the idea of an imminent threat from Iran, certainly in nuclear terms, and the I
mean, unfortunately, Star Troopian, it won't consume itself. We've seen environments. We see that right now, environments, what it looks like, right? Russia, China, Iraq, Afghanistan, right? What their media environments look like. One opinion directly from the state, repeated over and over and over again, with slightly different styles coming from, different outlets. Israel, another great example, totally homogenized, right? So, and that's what they want. It doesn't collapse upon itself. They don't even care if they're making money, right? Because the propaganda has much more benefit than any kind of, return on investment, right? It's totally homogenized media across the board, social media as well. So we see this in other countries. We see what they're trying to turn America into, the media environment in America. And don't think for a fucking second that Twitch is safe. Twitch is fucking owned by Jeff Bezos, a proud oligarch who stands shoulder to shoulder next to a pedophile during the inauguration. Right? So, don't think for a second that they're not going to be coming after folks like me. I have a plan for it, though. They won't be able to censor the entire internet. That's literally impossible. So if they ever truly destroy leftist politics on social media, we're actually taking this bitch underground, and I will have a website where I'm just doing my news stream on a fucking website, right? It's going to have 0 fucking views. It's going to be the loneliest stream ever. But that is the plan, the nenext plan for when it's nothing but Asmon Golds across the board. Every social media, it's Asmon Golds and Tim Pools. If you're ever wondering, if you ever want to know what the hell the next plan is for me there, that's where I'm going to be going, as my own website. And it's going to be pathetic. But no, thank you to the folks. Yeah. Thank you to the folks. We'll see how long the Discord lasts. And if they get rid of the Discord, I'll have alternatives for that. But they're going to have to fucking kill me if they want to shut me up. Know that I will always be broadcasting, at least try to do it once a week. Know that I'm out there somewhere. Yeah, the real news underground. Like, no shit. I'm going to have to take this shit. queso.com. Know that I will always be talking shit. And they're going to have to fucking kill me. That if I am gone from the internet, I'm either dead or kidnapped. Straight up,
The authority absolutely denies that there was a threat of a 2-week hence attack, nuclear attack.
Insane. No one believes that.
They say that's entirely wrong. But if I talk about a threat from Iran, I'm thinking perhaps more about the proxies around the region, the many proxies, forces and militias around the region. I'm thinking about the threat of the active threat of terrorists acting at the behest of Iran in various parts of the world, including the West, including Europe. I'm talking about what we see in this country, Mehdi, as you will know well. Threats to individuals who the regime in Tehran looks on with disfavor, the threats of harm, of death carried out through proxy gangster groups. I could go on, but that does add up to a significant threat, doesn't it? How do you address that?
So again, let me just qualify your question. There are, of course, terrorist threats, and we've seen terrorist attacks from Muslim groups over the last couple of decades in the West. Majority of those, John, I think we'd agree with Al-Qaeda and ISIS, which are not groups backed by Iran. They are Sunni jihadist groups, and Iran is a Shia
but
country
other groups, Mehdi, were and are backed by Iran, and the threats I described in this country.
You mentioned the UK, John.
Catch me on myspace.com, motherfuckers. I'm literally the only one.
Well, you mentioned the UK. I'm saying the vast majority of Islamist jihadist terror threats in the UK, the US, do not come from Iran. As for threats in the region,
everything that I've said about Iran, none of it justifies what the hell's going on. It would justify sanctions. It would justify, maybe, trying to help pro-Mossadegh, pro-democracy groups within Iran. But none of what I've said about, because it's one of the few things that Barack Obama actually got correct, was how to deal with Iran, right? It's like, well, we don't like what you're doing to gay people. We don't like, the theocracy. We don't like the morality police. We don't like any of this, but we're still going to respect your sovereignty. We're still going to treat you, professional. We're still going to try to work with you as another country, and we're going to try to encourage you to stop working with these extremist elements and start, working more with the West, right? We're going to try to buy some oil if you decide to stop throwing gay people off of buildings, et cetera, right? It was one of the few things that Barack Obama actually got correct in his administration, was how to deal with Iran.
Just be very clear. Why now? That's the question. Was there some increased terrorist threat that we don't know about? There's no intelligence saying that. And in fact, John, if we're worried about terrorism, this war is going to increase terrorism. We're already seeing increased chatter of threats. We're already seeing intelligence warning of threats. The
Blowback
Daily Mail,
real.
not a paper I normally source, is reporting that the Trump administration is suppressing U.S. intelligence, warning that there may be new attacks on the homeland as a result of this war.
Yeah,
when you
leaving us
go
more
in and
vulnerable.
you assassinate, you murder a foreign head of state who also happens to be a religious leader for many people in that country, you don't think his followers might want to take retaliation?
Yeah.
You don't think there might be blowback? John, you and I covered the Iraq War. In 2003, Tony Blair was warned by the Joint Intelligence Committee that if you illegally invade Iraq, there will be an increased terrorist threat to the UK. Blair
Blowback
ignored
is
that
real.
warning, and we got the 7/7 attacks a couple of years later. God forbid that we get retaliatory terrorist attacks as a result of this war.
Yeah, but I do invite you, Mehdi, to address the threat from Iran. I mean, you may be right that the weight, the volume of threat, just by numbers, by volume, that are detected and intercepted by the security services in this country.
This is why Mehdi is such a fucking. I mean, the guy is a goddamn master, right? It's very clear that this guy is pushing a, be afraid. Iran, imminent danger, imminent threat. Maybe he's doing it in a good faith way. I don't know the history of this guy. I don't know if he's a conservative or not, but. Mehdi is able to stand on his own 2 feet, not get mixed up, not get flustered, and he's able to, push back on some of these, belligerent narratives that this guy, I don't know if he's like trying to push them or, like I said, he's just trying to, have a more honest, open debate, about, what the real threat was coming from Iran. But this is why Mehdi is so fucking valuable. Like, he is one of the best. Zateo is easily one of the best progressive, independent, media outlets right now in the game. No doubt about it. Yeah, I don't know, Druid. I don't know about that. I think eventually Jeff Bezos, because look what he did to the Washington Post, right? He left it alone for a little while, and then, when the time was right, according to him, maybe the right person talked to him, he fucking nuked it. He nuked it. I do foresee a moment in history coming soon where Jeff Bezos does the same thing to Twitch, because it's gonna, you get rid of MSNBC, what's left? YouTube, Twitch, right? And then, Kick and all the rest of them, but they're already right-wing owned. It's really going to be Twitch and YouTube are the last bastions of liberal, left-leaning information in general. And both of those things are owned by right-wing oligarchs. So no, I don't think Twitch is safe. Even if our presence here does benefit the capitalist hegemony, right, like that you're pointing out. No, I don't think we're safe at all. I think Jeff Bezos will absolutely come for us, but it might be after MSNBC and CNN and the rest are are finally locked down.
Special branch police and so on, that may lie, by volume more heavily elsewhere. But there is a threat from forces, individuals, gangs that are paid for and inspired by Iran, at least according to reliable reports. Mehdi, you have seen them from police and security forces in this country.
But hold on, John. You're a British journalist in the UK. I'm a British-American journalist in DC. The British government is not attacking Iran, so I'm not sure where this conversation is going. The British government, in fact, has refused to join, thankfully,
that is so.
the attack on
so.
Iran. And the British public oppose an attack on Iran. And as far as I'm aware, there's no intelligence suggesting Iran was about to hit the UK. So under international law, John, as you know, you can respond against a threat to your country.
Yes.
But it has to be an imminent threat. It has to be self-defense, or it has to be approved by the Security Council. Iran, as far as we know.
The leftists have created a platform. Exactly, Seneca. But the leftists did try to create a platform. What was that? It was like the communist one that Humanist Report was on for a little bit. They tried, but it's fucking expensive and it's difficult. And Druid does make a good point that if anything, after they have destroyed Twitch and YouTube for leftism, no, it wasn't BreadTube. It was called something. It was like all communist network. So I can't remember the name of it. But no, eventually, yeah, they will, because I'm sure the ISPs are all owned by multi-billion-dollar right-wing oligarchs. They will eventually come after, the websites as well, right? Like there won't be a place to run if you're a leftist on the internet, if they continue to get what they want.
Was not about to attack the United States or the UK,
yes.
And therefore there was no justification for this war. If you want to deal with the threat from Iran as Barack Obama did, especially the nuclear threat, you do a deal. And the whole point of the nuclear deal was to deal with the nuclear issue, and then you deal with all the other issues. Clearly, there are many other issues with Iran. Iran has a lot of grievances against the West. The West has a lot of grievances against Iran. That has to be negotiated with. That has to be dealt with. The idea that assassinating a foreign head of state and bombing Iran is going to make people in Britain safer. I mean, most experts I'm reading right now, John, are saying once the dust settles, this regime will still be in place. They'll still have a leader called Khamenei, who's probably more anti.
Means TV. I think this was the one. I think this is what. Yeah, it was Means TV. It's still around. It looks like. Yeah, you have to pay for it. But you can see here. Yeah, they got Abby. Second Thought. He's great. Love his YouTube videos. Hakeem. Not a big fan of Hakeem, quite frankly. Prince Shakur. I think I've seen him around. Marxist Project, but they had the Humanist Report on here. I guess he's no longer on here. I don't know what the deal was, but it's tough, man. It's tough, dude. It's tough being out here, being a leftist on the fucking internet. But if you want to check it out, if you're a communist or a left-leaning person, make sure you check out Means TV. I'm sure I would have a lot of disagreements because they're pro-anarchist, I'm a democratic socialist. A lot of communists find us to be sellouts, which is just totally ridiculous. So there's a lot of tanky shit going on this network. But I don't watch it. Obviously, I don't watch it enough to really have an accurate description of where they're coming from. But, just thought I'd let you know since we were talking about it. This does exist.
Western than his father, and will probably have a greater threat against our citizens. So I'm not sure what security threat this war is resolving.
Yeah, look, I recognise the lack of an immediate link between the threat that you're describing there that could be related to the attack that's taking place in the Gulf now, and more broadly seeking your view on the broader threat which does exist from Iran and how, ideally, in your view, that might be addressed.
I'm agreeing with John. I'm saying there's clearly a 40-year grievance between both sides, have legitimate grievances against the others. The U.S. government with the hostage crisis and the attacks on U.S. troops, the Iranian government with the Iran-Iraq war and the shooting down of its airline and the sanctions. We can go back and forth, but that's why you have negotiations between two countries. The idea that an illegal war by the U.S. and Israel, of all countries, is going to resolve those issues rather than make them worse.
Ludicrous.
My fear is we've just made the next 40 years even worse in relations between us and them.
Hero, you're correct. You're correct. To be clear, there's definitely some democratic elements to the anarchist ideology that I am ignorant on, and I need to correct that. I need to read those recommendations from Woke Patriot. David Gruber, I think, is the name. So I definitely need to dig in there and have a better understanding of that. I don't necessarily think that they're anti-democratic, but Graber, thank you. So yeah, I do agree that I do have a blind spot there. I think my biggest ignorant criticism, though, is like I don't understand how those systems will work with hundreds of millions, tens of millions of people. So that's where I need to fill in the blank there, and hopefully Graeber, does that for me, because I'm avoiding having to read Noam Chomsky because he's the next most relevant intellectual when it comes to anarchism, right?
Yeah, it's not part of my line of argument that the attack on Iran happening when it did was entirely clearly justified. I've spent pretty much every day of my life discussing arguments where that is very heavily questioned.
Thank
but
you,
I am
Hero.
Putting it to you that there is a threat.
It's in the agenda. I am going to be doing a Graeber deep dive very soon. Very soon.
Form of Iran, at least, the shape that it was before the war broke out.
All right. So one more question and response from Mehdi here, and then we're going to move to Ukraine.
Saying that threat will be much worse after we've killed over 1,000 of their people, killed their leader, bombed their oil depots. I'm saying that threat's going to be much worse, John. So if this is about security, we've done a very bad job of it. Just as the Iraq war made us less safe, not more safe, the Iran war will make us less safe, not more safe. That's why it's the most unpopular war of my lifetime. That's why the British public, American public, are much smarter than our politicians and some in our media. They don't want this war because they learned the lessons of Iraq. Unfortunately, many of our leaders did not learn the lessons of Iraq.
I mean, how do you read, as a matter of interest, how do you read President Trump's thinking at this moment? I know that's not always an easy task. Do you think that the economic interests of the people of the United States and the United States economy and public opinion, which is not with President Trump, do you imagine that will act as a constraint on him and his administration in the conduct of the war?
Well, if democracy is allowed to exist in the United States, then he's completely fucking toast. If he successfully subverts democracy, then none of this matters, and he can continue to bumble about the world stage and continue to get away with it. Look at Vladimir Putin, right? Has the invasion of Ukraine helped him at all? If an honest poll of the Russian people could be made of Vladimir Putin's performance in Ukraine, if people were allowed to be honest, would they rah Putin's the best, right? Obviously he'd get his ass kicked. So if democracy is allowed to exist in the United States, Donald Trump is fucked. If he successfully subverts democracy and our electoral system, then he can just continue to rape and pillage.
In normal times, John, yes, being super unpopular, having high gas prices, petrol prices, would make a president think twice. But these are not normal times, and this is not a normal president. He's pointed out that he simply doesn't care about growing casualties, about high oil prices, about the length of this war. He's simply doing what he wants to do, as is so often the case. He behaves kind of like a mob boss, even in relation to allies like the UK and Canada. And look, I don't understand, to be honest, and I don't understand many things Donald Trump. The reasoning here, this is a guy who ran on an anti-war platform, who got a lot of votes from independents, even some Democrats, even many Muslims who thought this guy is going to keep it out of foreign wars.
Remember that shit? Remember the pro-Trump fucking Muslims who thought he was going to be better on Palestine than Kamala Harris? Holy shit. I mean, that's all Joe Biden's fault right there.
Democrats have gotten us into. And what does he do? As soon as he comes to office, he bombs 7 countries in his first year. He starts 2026 by attacking Venezuela, and now he's trying to do regime change in Iran. He's pissed off a lot of people, as you mentioned in your introduction, including some in his own base, high-profile people. And I think it's going to come back to Biden. Right now, he was already on course to lose his party, the House of Representatives.
Yeah, they're not pro-Trump anymore, are they, Hero?
Lower chamber in the midterms in November. Now he probably will lose the Senate as well, although they're trying to pass a voter suppression bill right now in Congress to try and depress turnout, because that's the Republican solution to everything, to try and rig elections.
Exactly.
But look, in normal times, yes, all these things would be hurting a government. He's got super low opinion ratings, his lowest approval ratings, I think, ever right now. And this is, as I say, I'm amazed, John, most wars in the US, even which are unpopular before they start, once American troops are committed to action, the public gets behind the war. Happened with Iraq, happened with every other war.
True.
Not this time.
True.
Well, you'll know, I need to say...
It's sickening. It's sickening when you see it in action, the rally around the flag stuff in America. But it is not happening, because normally there's this huge buildup. There's this massive propaganda push. Like, it took George Bush 2 years of lies and manipulating the media and like scaremongering, and 9/11, you know, it took a whole fucking false flag operation to get people on fucking board. And Donald Trump just like, man, we're going to do it. You're going to love it. You're going to make a lot of money. And you just wouldn't believe how great this is going to be. I mean, he's done fucking nothing to sell this shit. And the result is, of course, America not really rallying around the flag. Yeah, they haven't even tried, Harry.
Hey, Mehdi, the constraints may be slightly different where you are now, but here you used a pretty strong expression, and I just need to apologize to listeners who might have been offended.
I apologize to listeners and to Ofcom. I forget I'm in the US, not the UK.
What is it? A bit of old-fashioned British good manners there. I mean, last question.
Okay, whatever, you fucking pussy. Don't be talking. What is he worried about? The fucking language? Is that what is he bitching about? Okay, we're moving on to the next thing. Mehdi Hassan rocks my dick. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to Zateo. Fucking awesome. Awesome. What you got there, hero? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. We're going to do Ukraine next. Oh, is
your
this
help, your devotion, and your drive.
Oh, yeah, this is the fucking yeah. This is so fucking this is the I love Donald Trump. Is that the one, right?
We are going to keep on fighting.
It's like, no, this is, oh my God, I vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God.
Together, we will make America great again.
Yeah. Oh no, it really sounds like, it really legitimately sounds like they're like, you know, like, I don't know, like they're horrified by what they're doing. Like they have to, like, oh my God, I'm doing this horrible thing. Oh no. Oh no, what am I doing? What am I doing? Oh no. Oh, and then 1 year later, ICE, fucking anybody, like the Supreme Court said you're allowed to racially profile. Yeah, they're all in an ICE detention center, every single person in this fucking video. Oh, I mean, god damn. Talk about miss the fucking mark, dude. Talk about not reading the fucking tea leaves. I mean, they did this shit after seeing the, you know, more deportations in American history signs. Yeah, they're on a different boat now. I mean, it's just like whoosh, 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 whoosh. Oh, Jesus. Boy, they fucked that up. All right, here we go. Brand new video 2 hours ago from your boy Dennis. He even shaved for this one. But no, I mean, I want to talk about Ukraine because they're kicking some fucking ass. They're pushing Russia back. You know, all this craziness with Iran. We haven't had, you know, it's been easy to kind of ignore what the fuck's been happening in Ukraine. But ever since Starlink was disabled for Russians, it's been a fucking blitzkrieg against. I probably shouldn't. Yeah, probably not the best. You know, okay, all right. No, they've been kicking a lot of ass. They've been kicking a lot of Russian ass. They've been pushing back, taking back territory. It's really been something to see. So I haven't had a chance to cover it. So before I go, we're going to watch a couple videos on this and get an update about what the hell's happening in Ukraine.
Hello, my friends. Let's start this video from the awesome news coming from the Strait of Kerch, where Russia lost a ferry, which has been used for supplyment of the Russian army. Oil, munition, everything of that is being transported not just through the Kerch Bridge, but directly using ferries. Yeah, this photo is after. You may see a huge fire there. And this is the photo before. Ukraine used several of the drones to hit this vessel.
Manny's awesome,
and Ukrainian GUR did this job. And here's the image right before the impact, and from the different perspective, one more drone hit from behind. And we might see also some of the tugboats in this area. They're trying to push this vessel maybe towards the port. I do not see any sort of the fire vessels here, and it also looks like the ferry was empty by the time of the strike. So Ukrainian GUR military intelligence did a fantastic job today in the Kerch Strait, And even though Budanov is not in charge of GUR any longer, but it is the same effective actors that continue to trade with the.
All right, yeah, he's not giving us a map update. That's what I want to see. I want to see this map update. What the hell is happening?
Hit by drone. Tolyatti, well, it is further away from Ukraine than that refinery facility. The loud noises were reported in the Kuibyshev Azot chemical plant. Confirmed. And the Russian military bloggers published this kind of the map showing multiple of the Ukrainian strikes on Crimea, on port of Novorossiysk, oil refineries, etc.
I love that Ukraine has not given up on Crimea. I fucking love that.
Yeah,
if they can just take that fucking Kerch bridge out, if they can take that fucking bridge out, it changes the dynamic in Crimea big time.
In the same zone that all of the drones were intercepted and debris went and hit facilities. But it's not true. So Ukraine precisely.
Thank you for the map link there, but I prefer professional analysis because my map knowledge is so pathetic. I can't even pronounce the fucking names half the time. So thank you, Seneca, but we'll just let the pros do it.
Hits and disables Russian energy and military infrastructure. As you see, Ukraine is very effective with its long-range strikes using multiple of the drones like FP1, FP2, sometimes Flamingo missiles, and Ukraine is working to develop FP7 and FP9 ballistic missiles. I hope that they will be launched very soon. I think that this summer will be the maiden flight of those missiles in active battle condition.
Right, yeah. So that's been kind of a thing boiling away, that Ukraine has been increasing their, because they're done waiting for the United States and UK to give them these incredibly powerful missiles, and they've started making them themselves. So I guess soon we're going to start seeing them used pretty heavily.
Now they're on tests. Well, Russia also launched their attack on Ukraine the last night. Again, they used ground drones and lots of the cruise missiles, which were launched from the strategic bombers. The main aim for the Russian aggression was Kiev and Kiev Oblast. Brovary was also heard a lot.
Right, always their priority is always the terrorism, and when it should be the fucking front line. Russia always, prioritizing scaring Ukrainians, thinking that's gonna get them to bend the knee. When I bet you these Russian troops on the front line were like, boy, I really wish you'd be killing some of these guys that are decimating my my troops over here. But no, we gotta prioritize scaring school children and scaring regular Ukrainians in Kyiv. They should be, all this stuff should be going right to the front line. And obviously, I don't want to see anyone get killed. I don't want to see Ukrainian troops getting killed. But this is a war. You think they would be fighting against soldiers? Russia would prefer to fight against civilians.
Mostly civilian infrastructure and power plants. But the good thing is that the temperature is.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Ukraine, if they were able to create a nuke that would halt the aggression from Russia. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. I mean, they would need a delivery vehicle. They would need some kind of cruise missile, maybe. If they used it, they would become pariahs. Like, all their allies would cut them off. It would completely change the geopolitical dynamic that Ukraine is currently enjoying with all their allies. I'm not sure if that would change anything if they were able to, if they had a nuke, if someone just handed them a nuclear weapon. Blowing up one region in Russia with a nuclear weapon wouldn't change much of the frontline reality. It would alienate the incredibly critical European and Western allies that Ukraine absolutely needs to keep the momentum up on this. It wouldn't stop Russia. Putin wouldn't slow down. So I don't know if obviously a nuclear weapon before the invasion started might have been the game changer, right? They obviously shouldn't have given up their nuclear weapons to Russia. For the agreement that Russia wouldn't invade. Yeah, that worked out really well. But I don't think, if someone were to just fucking Solid Snake rolls up and Big Boss rolled up and just handed Ukraine a nuclear weapon, handed Ukraine a Metal Gear with a fucking nuclear equipped railgun, I don't know how much that would change the current dynamic right now, Yeah, I mean, even even if they didn't use it and they just said, "Look, we have it, and look, guaranteed, this is Metal Gear, right?" And they showed it. I don't know if that would change anything. God, that's pretty frightening if you think about it. How fucking frightening that is. Now, if they had dozens and dozens of nuclear weapons, that might change something. Right, if they had a whole army of Metal Gears equipped with nuclear-tipped railguns, that might actually change something. But one singular nuclear weapon that everyone acknowledged that they definitely have, I don't think that would stop anything right now. That's pretty fucking scary if you think about it.
Not minus 20 as it used to be. Winter time was really difficult for Ukrainians, but as we see,
Russia... Hero, sure. If anyone's going to use anything, it would be a dirty bomb. Okay, I mean, thank you to Dennis, but I want a map update. I want a fucking map update. Yeah, so I just want to give me a map up. Where's that one that I used to do? Was it the war and the military show? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, let's do the military show. Let's get a map update.
Every inch Russia takes in Ukraine comes at a brutal cost. Tanks burn, assault squads disappear.
Start trooping, yeah. No, that's a great point. A NATO or direct United States boots on the ground presence, and if Russia knew that the United States wasn't going to be like Joe Biden and bitch out, that the United States would absolutely respond with violence, right? Defensive violence to a Russian invasion, that would have changed the nature of the invasion. I totally agree with that assessment.
And entire offensives grind to a halt with the smallest patch of ground, because Ukraine has turned itself into something almost impossible to swallow: a steel porcupine. A country bristling with drones, missiles, mines, layered defenses, and a military that's learned how to punish every advance.
You bet.
Push forward and the quills come out.
Yep.
Every step hurts.
Yep.
Every breakthrough attempt becomes a bloodbath.
Yep.
That's why Russia is bleeding for every inch.
Yep.
And the idea behind this strategy comes from one of nature's most deceptively dangerous animals, the porcupine. These small rodents would be easy prey for all sorts of predators, from owls and eagles to bobcats, wolves and coyotes, if not for the iconic quote of quills that cover their bodies.
That's a good point.
These hardened hairs provide the porcupine with one of the most powerful natural defense mechanisms Mother Nature ever invented. Each creature can have more than 30,000 of them in total. Sharp, stiff and barbed, they detach easily from the porcupine's body, digging into any predator that gets to.
They're so nasty too, those quills. They're so nasty when you get it when they're in you. If you have to deal with a dog, that's been attacked by one. Oh man, getting them out of there, it's like getting a fish hook out of a fish's mouth. They once they get in there, you can't get them out.
Close. They make porcupines difficult for any larger creatures to consume, also providing a clear visual deterrent, discouraging predators from even attempting to attack them.
Right.
This in turn allows porcupines to survive and thrive, even in areas where much larger and stronger creatures may roam. In the same vein, the steel porcupine strategy is designed to help Ukraine ward off attackers and withstand invasions, even when facing up against much larger enemies like Russia. The core concepts of this strategy are quite simple.
Thank you. That's a good
Rather
tip.
than focusing on projecting power outwards and enhancing its offensive capacities, the country in question, in this case Ukraine, focuses instead on maximizing its defenses, building its quills in the form of dense defensive weapons, layered anti-air systems, hardened infrastructure, and strong civilian resistance capabilities. The end goal isn't to actually defeat a large invading force or aggressor, but to make the very prospect of invading so difficult, so expensive, and so painful that they don't want to do it in the first place. In short, it's about deterrence. The porcupine's quills deter predators from coming too close to it, encouraging them instead to seek out easier, less protected prey elsewhere.
That's right.
The steel porcupine strategy follows that same idea, making a country so fortified that any would-be aggressors are forced to think twice about attacking it. It's simple in theory, but to actually put this strategy into action can involve years, even decades of effort. Because a country that wants to cement itself as a steel porcupine needs to develop...
I would say it's it's a type of asymmetric war, right? There's probably a lot of different types, right? But I think this is an interesting theory. This is an interesting way to kind of describe what Ukraine has been up to,
And deploy a vast, interconnected array of defenses. That can include anti-access and aerial denial assets like missiles, mines, and drones, as well as asymmetric warfare equipment like portable anti-tank missiles and man-portable air defense systems, or MANPADS. These countries also need to level up their border defenses, setting up everything from hardened bunkers and prepared ambush zones to fortified supply lines. What's more, modern-day steel porcupines also need to be ready for attacks on all fronts, with the latest and greatest cyber defenses and electronic warfare equipment to fend off unseen assaults. And they need their people, not just their armies, but their civilians too, to be ready, willing, and able to stand up and defend their territory if and when a crisis situation comes along.
It's quite ghoulish and frightening to think about why it's necessary to blur these faces out. And that's, of course, because Russia routinely engages in torture of military POWs. And I won't get graphic on you, but the kind of torture that they employ often focuses on the genitals. So this kind of blurring of this, obviously this is training footage, but this kind of blurring is absolutely necessary because Russians will try to identify people in these videos and hurt them, even more, mutilate them. So it and it's like, I'm not saying Ukraine is squeaky clean, but I would, if you give me a choice, but what army you would like to be captured by, and you goddamn right, I would love to be captured by the Ukrainian military versus the Russian military.
And able to stand up and defend their territory if and when a crisis situation comes along. Putting all of those different puzzle pieces into place is an enormous challenge, even at the best of times. Now, imagine having to do it in the middle of a war, when you're already having to fend off a larger opponent and deal with daily assaults, drone strikes, and frontline bombardments. That's what Ukraine had to do. Any military analysts would have called it an impossible task. Yet, as we've seen time after time, for Ukraine, nothing is impossible.
And of course, Donald Trump over here was offered help, to fight Iran, who's now, using these Shahed drones, right? And Donald Trump, we don't need their help. We don't need their help. We don't need their expertise. And it's like, motherfucker, he's just so pathetic. He's so childish. There's, Pete Hegseth has it covered. He's got it covered. He removed woke from the military. And it's like, no, this is the, take the advice, take the consultation, man, at least have a meeting, right? I mean, these people are there. I mean, they're, tried and true, battlefield tested expertise. And Donald Trump, no, I don't need it. No.
From day one of this war, Kyiv's forces proved that they were capable of far more than Russia and the rest of the world gave them credit for. Naturally, they struggled in the early stages. They suddenly found themselves facing off against one of the world's biggest and strongest armies. Russian troops marched over the borders of Ukraine in 2022 from multiple directions, steamrolling towards major towns and cities.
In big vulnerable columns. Remember that? Boy, that was some fucking that was absolutely classic, watching these columns get decimated.
Press intent of wiping out any resistance in their way.
I don't know about that. That's the problem. That's the problem, Cam. I wish that were the case, but Pete's all over it. Pete's all over it. In between shots, he's got it covered.
Many of those troops were later found to have packed parade uniforms. They weren't gearing up for a grinding long-term war. They thought they'd be partying on the streets of Kyiv in a matter of days.
Literally, Russian troops were looking up, like they were looking up residential addresses to buy. They were so confident that they were gonna roll in there quickly. They were looking at places that they were gonna buy once the war was over.
So-called special military operation would be over and done with in no time at all. Many in the West also doubted Ukraine's ability to defend itself. And that only made things harder for the Ukrainian armed forces, who desperately needed aid and supplies from other nations, but consistently had to wait to get any sort of serious help. Indeed, back in those early stages, Western countries were so concerned about the risk of potentially escalating the situation, it made them extremely wary about providing weapons, armor, or defensive systems. In early 2022, Germany, for example, infamously offered Ukraine not tanks, missiles, or air defenses, but a few thousand helmets. It was only weeks into the war when Ukraine had defied expectations and Russia had failed to achieve.
I will fully admit this. I wasn't expecting Ukraine. I was expecting, everyone was expecting Ukraine to be rolled over, and once again, I credit Zelensky as being the X factor that changed the dynamic there. Because if Zelensky was just another puppet and he ran and he hid like all the other puppets do, tried to run his country from a Hilton, in New York City or something, the whole thing would have collapsed. And he said, hell no. He said, absolutely fucking not. And, I really do credit, obviously, it's the strength and the courage of the Ukrainian troops on the front lines that truly makes the difference. But when it comes to leadership, I really credit Zelensky as being the X factor and what has been an unbelievable resistance. He wanted tanks. He said, send me ammo, don't send me a plane.
The rapid victory that so many predicted, that Western support started to scale up.
He's the X factor.
Even then, aid often came with caveats. Time and time again, Kyiv was forced to wait while weapons shipments were delayed, disrupted, or scaled down. As the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, put it during his speech at the Munich Security Conference in February 2026, "We're thankful for every delivery, but HIMARS took months, tanks took months, jets took years. We cannot afford to lose a single day."
Exactly.
Equipment eventually arrived, but often in limited quantities, poor condition, or with strict strings attached. Many countries forbid Ukraine from using their weapons on Russian soil, for example.
I'll never forgive J.D. Vance for that fucking performance. When are they going to get to the map update, by the way? When do we get a fucking map update? Because, look, we know what's going on here. Porcupine strategy. Okay, there's no map update here. God damn it. We will get a fucking map update. God damn it. I want to know what's happening on the goddamn front lines. Okay, here we go. Let's try again from Dennis. This is his video from yesterday.
Hello, my friends. Let's go straight to the frontline updates. Ukraine entered Zaporizhia Oblast towards Novogrigorivka from the north. Okay, we know about it, you might say, from the previous video, but Ukraine is very active in fighting for Uspenivka. We have the video confirmation that Ukraine is using drones massively there, so I'm sure that the next move for Ukraine will be to go to Uspenivka and to cut this supply road for the Russian army towards Hulai Pole and towards all of those settlements. Russians will not be capable to send their forces from the east any longer. Yeah, of course, Russians have one more road for their supplies towards Hulai Pole, but the less supply lines they have, the better it is for Ukraine. And also, this Ukrainian offensive towards Uspenivka, it undermines the entire Russian group presence in several of the villages in this northern part of Zaporizhia Oblast. Plus, we know that Ukraine attacks from Dobropilla direction were not as successful as from the north, but Russians are also trying to send reinforcements, and all of them...
Yeah, but the extra rubles, the extra 150 million rubles a day or something is... I don't know. I don't know if things equal out or not, but I hate to hear Russia sanctions being eased up right now. God damn it. God damn it. It's just I am not a fan of Donald Trump. Did I mention that? Is that hard to tell?
Are usually gone on the way, not even reaching Ukrainian positions. And yeah, I promised you some of the videos. We have them from the place. Those are the armored vehicles of the Russian army. Here's, for example, MTLB converted to the infantry carrying vehicle. It was hit. Also, Russians are using motorcycles, infantry attacks, but sometimes, as you saw, even vehicles. Here they even tried to cross the river, and the bridge is totally destroyed, as you might see, and all of the Russian vehicles. There were a couple of the Nivas, and was plus something else. Yeah, one more video from the close perspective. Niva is no-go, as well as lots of the Russian infantry. One more MTLB, towing vehicle, also used for supplies.
Leaving
it
the
is
hatch
gone.
open yet
So yeah,
again.
Ukraine operates a lot in this region using drones to hurt Russians really, really hard. It is happening exactly at the place where I told you, village of Uspenivka. It was geolocated, so Russians, even though they are trying to propel forward, they're trying to keep their positions, but with the current resources, they don't have the chance in keeping those positions. They send some of the reinforcements from Pokrov's direction.
Nice.
Since Russia occupied Pokrovsk and Mirnograd fully, it is not giving Russians an open way breakthrough as they expect.
You know, Druid, I wish he fucking would. I wish he fucking would. You know, I live here in Vancouver. I've had the pleasure of getting to know some Canadians. And I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Canadians would flip out. And the U.S. military would have no fucking idea what they're up against. They'd have to nuke every fucking square inch of this country to get it. Canadians will not give it up. Not even in the slightest. It'll be elbows up, you know, until the fucking sun comes up, man. I mean, I just wish they would. I wish Pete Hegseth would roll in here with a fucking battalion or two. Watch his ass get completely fucking rocked by the Canadian military. Some hard-ass motherfuckers in this country.
Still, there are many of the Ukrainian defense lines. So they decided, okay, we're not going to penetrate those. We're going to activate our actions in defending our previously gained territories in Zaporizhia directly.
I got the citizenship exam coming up. I got to study for it. I've been, you know, I haven't started yet. I got like 2.5 weeks to study for it. But my citizenship exam is coming up. I'm very excited. Thank you. I'm going to get my citizenship. I've been a permanent resident for long enough. I'm very excited about that. Yeah, exactly, Kem. Exactly. Sorry, but I'm going to have to kick your ass now. So I'm very excited about that. Soon I will be a citizen here in Canada, and then immediately probably move back to the United States because I need medical assistance for my blind son. So awesome. You know, before I had a disabled son, the plan was to rescind, once I get citizenship here in Canada, was to rescind my U.S. citizenship and become exclusively a citizen here of Canada. Man, I tell you, you know, plans change. Things just fucking change on you. But the citizenship test is coming up. I'm very excited.
But as you see, it is not working for them. And it will not work because Russians are using the same tactics. Ukraine acts differently. You see that Ukraine propels, but very slowly, with way less losses than Russians. Russians in defense now in Zaporizhia, they have more losses than Ukraine in offense.
Yeah, my son's already a dual citizen. Already, yeah. He's already a Canadian citizen and a U.S. citizen. He's already ahead of the game. And I love the healthcare system over here. I'm dreading having to go back to the U.S. healthcare system, but there is, unfortunately, the very specific assistance that my son needs because he's blind and possibly autistic. The very specific assistance that I require is in San Jose, in the San Jose Bay Area. That's literally the best place to go for my son. The language, the physical therapy, the just overall resources that are available specifically for my son's illness is unfortunately in America. So that's literally the only reason. I don't want to go back. I'm very happy here in Canada. I bought a fucking house here in Canada. But I have no fucking choice. I don't have a fucking choice. Sucks. But that's life, isn't it?
So again, it tells about the competence of the Russian command and their attitude towards their own soldiers. For the last few days, there were lots of the drone videos published.
All right, so he's done with the map update, but he's got something to say about, it looks like maybe a Russian POW or something. I'm a little curious what he's going to cover here, so let's skip ahead and see what this is. And I think that'll be it for today.
Awesome to see that more people are pressing likes and subscribe for the channel. It's fantastic. Also, if you have an opportunity, you may support me on Patreon and on membership of the channel, but it's just if you can. Let's continue with the video.
Yeah, Druid. Yeah, no, that is true. You know, silver lining. Maybe I'll be Canada. Maybe I'll be Canadian after all.
Yeah. Indeed, Russians are sending their wounded personnel back to the front lines, and just look at them.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, free from hospital. Yeah, something is wrong with his hand, and this instructor complains that he received those soldiers who are incapable to perform proper tasks.
So this is a Russian video complaining about troops that were sent to him, and he's like, look at these guys. They're injured. They're untrained. They're, you know, unfortunately in their twilight years. Like, this is not exactly frontline material, guys.
On the front lines, well, maybe the only thing they might perform is to go and put some of the Russian flag and being kaputted by Ukrainian drone. He was shot in his hand, and that's it. It's not moving.
Yeah, his hand looks swollen.
Not functioning normally.
Hepatitis was found.
He has hepatitis as well.
You're fucked.
They put him for assault operations. Something wrong with his
Those fucking trigger finger, dude.
finger. He's like this Freddy Krueger, yeah? They say it's not a wound to him and you can go and fight, like there is no problem.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah, go to battle.
And he's right-handed.
But he cannot shoot with his trigger, so maybe he will use his middle finger for shooting.
Jesus
Girls,
Christ.
I have only seen this on TikTok. Yeah, fresh graves all around Russia. Уссурийск. Новоникольск.
You know, and when you've created a dictatorship like Putin has, you can get away with this. You know, who's gonna stop you, right? It would require a mass movement of tens of millions of Russians, you know, finally being fed up, willing to sacrifice everything to overthrow this dictatorship right now. And that's what Donald Trump wants. That's what he wants MAGA to turn into. He wants this to be this, you know, indomitable dictatorship that, you know, just, you know, anybody who speaks out, anybody that pushes back is snuffed out and eliminated. And then what do you get? You know, you get this kind of mediocrity, right? You no longer have to worry about people's needs, right? Well, you do, but not, you know, you don't have to exceed expectations. You don't even have to meet expectations. You can just barely get by grifting and stealing from your country indefinitely. And that's what Donald Trump wants in the United States. He, you know, yeah, nihilism sucks, you bet. But that's, you know, oftentimes when you see, you know, Donald Trump making moves, it looks very similar to what Putin does in Russia. And I think he's taken notes. I think he wants what Putin has in Russia, in America. That's what these MAGA fucks want, right? Some ethno state, right, where they can hate on whatever, you know, whatever minority that they want. Well, folks, you've been absolutely great. I'd like to give extra special props to the two people that raided me. I don't think anybody stuck around from those raids, but that's okay. That's to be expected. I always feel terrible for those folks. But thank you to Hannah Reloaded and Gust Broadcast. Thank you, Gust Broadcast and Hannah Reloaded for the tip of the hat there. I do appreciate it. Thank you for coming in and thank you for the raid. Big props to all you folks that have stuck around as long as you have. Star Troopian, Seneca Athena, Druid Andrew, Chem Goblin, Simply Steve, JRZ Texan. I'm not sure what that means, but thank you, Mr. Texan. Gaius, appreciate it. Gaius Flavius Josephus, thank you. German Cow, thank you so much. Appreciate the props. Buffoon, thank you, Incredulous Buffoon. I do appreciate it. Hero, thank you. Hero Dodos, thank you. Big props. Science Politically, nope, I'm still here. Hey, thank you, Science Politically. I appreciate that. For sticking around after those raids. Thank you. At least one person stuck around, so big extra special props to Science Politically there. Thank you. Harry Haas, big props to you. Big props to your boy Woke Patriot, who provided a very good article in the Discord. Star Troopian, Seneca Athena, if I didn't say your name already. Simply Steve, I think I said your name already, but I'll say it again twice. Nona Moroni? Is that it? Nona Moroni? That's a cool name. I'm so dead. Oh no, what happened? But no, big props to all you lurkers. Thank you to the lurkers out there. Blase, aka Joe Boobot, Krail of Xanath. Thank you for coming back in, Krail of Xanath. Always good to see you. And thank you again, Blase. Ice King of Space. You might be 50 years old, but you got 50 more years to go at least, man. So keep it real out there. Blue Brother, I believe from Germany. Thank you, Blue Brother, for coming back in. Very much appreciate it. Once again, big props to the lurkers. That view is the most valuable thing. The follows, if you want to follow, that's great. I don't do subscriptions, right? But, the view is really the most important thing. Making that number go up, that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest way to help the stream, is to make that view count go up. So I do appreciate that more than anything. So thank you. Big extra special thank you to the lurkers and everybody else in the chat. Linux over there, Lynx, thank you, Lynx. I think we saw female Unix. I think we saw her a little bit ago at the beginning of the stream. Let me explain to you real quick why I'm here, what the fuck is going on. It's all about that 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we sign up and show up. And step 3, we put in the motherfucking work. It's all about that nonviolent direct political action. If I can remember what I fucking say every time. But that's why we're here. That's what the News Underground is all about. Political dissent, political activism, creating real change. The best way to do that is to head on over to mobilize.us. A great resource where you can get signed up to, pick your poison. Pick your poison. Who do you want to help? How do you want to help? Right? This is how we create change. We join movements. We give them our time. We give them our money. We give them our energy. And we create real change. We do it at a local level. We do it at a national level. This is a motherfucking lifestyle. Make sure you use Arch Linux. We're probably all going to have to use Arch Linux after they implement mandatory identification requirements on every operating system. So we're probably all going to be Arch Linux users soon. But no, let's not forget why we're here, to create real political change, to say fuck you to fascism, fuck you to the tyrants. That's why I exist. I'm going to die on my motherfucking feet. You best believe that. Peace in the motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Free Palestine. Take care of yourself, motherfuckers. It's been abandoned. I'm Abandoned Nihilism, and this has been the News Underground. Realist motherfucking stream on Twitch. Take that shit to the motherfucking bank. Carve that shit in stone. Keeping it so goddamn real. Thank you again, everybody. Take care of yourself. I am not fucking playing.